Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We've got the new cards finally, and now we've got a premier competitive event for you, and we'll see which new decks have already risen to the top.
This is, I think, my favorite event, Scarzig. As every few months we get this special Friday, 2 days after a lot of cards get added to the game, where everything is spicy because there's a lot of new stuff coming in, new champions, and it's the proving ground to see what decks are going to make it into the tournament meta, not just the meme meta, and what decks just don't show up at all. I think it's gonna be very fun to see. I think we have already some predictions, like Kennen. Just seeing different streamers, definitely trying them out a lot. But we'll see what it looks like today and what the decks that players brought look like.
Yeah, the event we have for today is just going to be spectacular. And for those of you who haven't joined us in a long time, or maybe this is your first Fight Night, we do need to go over the format for today's event. Fight Night is a double elimination bracket with our 8 invited players from all over EU. All matches are going to be best of 3. The players will bring 2 decks that cannot overlap regionally, and then to win a match, the player must win with both of their decks. This is again a double elimination bracket, so we do have the grand finals where the player from the lower bracket is able to win. It will reset the bracket, and then they'll have to play another best of 3, and of course we've got a $200 prize pool that will be split amongst the top 4, with the top 2 competitors being invited back for the next event.
We'll check out now the players that we are, inviting today to the tournament. Always going to be a stacked lobby, as we all know is tradition in EU. But to start things off, Sari versus Salty Simon, the REO prep group rivalry in that first quarterfinal. Then we have Cannon versus Spinas. Cannon will have to see if he's bringing plunder or not to get those crazy nabs we saw a few weeks ago. Hollow versus Yeshu. Yeshu did a very fantastic job in the last seasonal. Czech player in the second EU Masters alongside Pokerback and Badge Attack, and someone that has a lot of experience in poker and Hearthstone, a very experienced player, and maybe the 4th or 5th best Czech player, but I think that's already a great achievement considering the diversity of the Czech squad right now. And then we have Oe versus Ultraman, the French-Belgium connection to some degree, or rivalry. They played in the seasonal. Ultraman defeated Oe, and I think Oe is looking for revenge in this quarterfinal in Fight Night today.
Yeah, both of those players just powerhouses for the seasonals and also for Fight Night. It's going to be a fantastic match to get things started. Oe, a bit of an older player from France, but he's not slow on the uptake. He's good at grinding, right, on the meta. He said it in interviews before himself that he's just a ladder monster. That's where he gets a lot of his meta knowledge, and this changes the way that not only he plays, but the way that he approaches his deck builds, where he still will run like some very cheeky one-ofs and things of that nature in his decks, things that get a lot of mileage on ladder. And in an open deck list format like this, your opponent still needs to respect, and you can get some mileage there.
And you say one of the older players, but definitely not the oldest, considering you have Pinas, the last seasonal champion. Finally, my Spanish champion has risen to the occasion and won the seasonal. And he is, a father of a few kids, I believe, and also 42 years of age. So, I mean, that is the most experienced player in the Runeterra community, as far as I know, and definitely took that experience to new heights in the last seasonal. But Ultraman will be the competitor that will be facing against Oe. No introduction needed. One of the winningest Fight Night players in recent history, and also just in general history, I think, for the past year and a half. And overall just brings different decks as well on his different wins. He's brought kind of a new flavor each time. Victor Byrne, then Timo Swain really helped popularize it in the EU scene. And overall, just one of the best players, I think, by far. It's easy to state in the European scene as well for Runeterra.
Yeah, I agree. You definitely need that innovation and that fearlessness. And with the meta being a little bit shaken up right now, we're going to see a little bit of diversity. Some newer archetypes that have already proven to be strong over the last 48 hours. And players also reaching back into the Rolodex of past good decks to see if
reaching
they can find
real back, Scarzig.
some ancient counters.
Ultraman has some long hands because he reached like 7 rows back to pull out the deck he has brought in his lineup today. Yes. He went real hard on that pull because he is bringing a deck that we haven't seen in many, many months. We've seen some versions of it, of course, updated to different metas throughout the past few months, but this exact version is, I think, the classic TF. At least this is, I think you can easily find this deck list somewhere on some video or some Reddit post literally 9 months ago, this exact deck list. So nothing too new, no new cards whatsoever, literally like a 1-year-old meta. But this is Ultraman's favorite deck. I've interviewed him many times. I've talked about, what decks he would want to see return to the meta in the last interview for the seasonals. And this is the deck he mentioned, so I wasn't too surprised to see it today. And definitely a deck that I think we all maybe hated a little bit at the time, but now I think the memories are a bit more positive, and I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how it will fare in the current meta.
Yeah, this was one of those, it was like a proto Burblefish type deck where it was very toolboxy, very flexible, not just with the playstyle of the individual game, but also the way you could construct the deck, where we saw like the very greedy versions going for like Ledros Atrocity as a top end, some versions running like Parley, to have even more pings and control of the board, especially for the mirror match. But I had speculated that with the release of Kennen and the Mourner and and Droplet coming back into the mix thanks to Ari and a lot of the recursion and recall strategies in Ionia, that Go Hard and these 1 damage ping abilities and spells would be very prominent and very useful. So I am glad that Go Hard was also what came to Ultraman's mind. We've got 3 copies of the box as well, which is a fantastic tech to clear a Kinko Wayfinder turn if that's what you're trying to snipe, or even play around Lulu Poppy, right? A lot of strong 2 and 3 HP units that are trying to get set up on these wider boards.
I think Ultraman with this deck, he's had his hand on the trigger, his finger on the trigger for like 5 months. He's like, give me one reason to bring this deck. The moment Kennen was announced, he's like, all right, it's over. And he immediately submitted the deck in a week in advance, probably. But, I think it's a deck he loves. I think it's a deck that he became, I think it was one of his peers. He was a very, very consistent performer playing this deck as well. He's one of the better Go Hard players in the scene as well. So I think it's him liking it, but also him being very good on it. And I think melding those two together to now bring it back and see how it will fare in a meta that in theory is going to be a bit more welcoming to Go Hard, but we'll have to see if the same is proven in practice as well.
And with that, this list is very well rounded, and we're going to contrast this with Lulu Poppy. Lulu Poppy is just the Yordle tribal synergies, right? We saw like a prototype of this a long time ago with the Yordle Smith, right? Where the strategy was just to curve out. You had Poppy and Lulu and Yordle Smith to have this very wide AoE quick attack. You force your opponent to trade their board away to defend themselves, and then they just can never develop enough back onto the board to really put up as much of a fight, and you're just waiting to rally on them. This deck, of course, only runs 3 rally and not 5 or 6, but the potential of Yordle Explorer to just snowball the game from so early on has been a true menace so far on the ladder.
Yeah, and this is obviously one of the decks that is a little bit less on the spicy side. It does have new cards, yes, but obviously cards that were immediately shunned when they were released. They were immediately hated by the community, but we'll see if, on paper it does this. It did load Yordle Explorer as a card that will be meta warping for sure. And definitely a card that can almost already immediately going to be expected to be nerfed possibly in the future. But we'll see if in practice it's also the same and if it actually works out as we expect with the curve that sounds so scary with Mayor into Poppy, etc. But starting things off, we're going to have Darkness for Oe. I know you're very happy to see that, Scarzig, and Go Hard for Ultraman. So Shadow Isles coming up to the forefront once again.
Now, what's interesting about this list, this build of Darkness, is, again, it's making use of Yordle Explorer, right? Because you have Vagar, Catalyzer, Conchologist, Stilted Roadmaker. The deck was already running a lot of strong Yordles, and having these extra stat lines, look at this. Now you have the 4/3 Catalyzer. Have more chances to get extra reps of this card to stack your Darkness. It was already an archetype that, even though it's listed as a control deck, had way more board-based like effects than an abilities to develop bodies than I think a standard control list ever did.
Right away, there's a trade with the Elise. Would have traded anyway, would have survived the Make It Rain anyway, so not too relevant in this case. But still, going to be a very scary card to see Yordle Explorer, how it warps. Kind of, I didn't even think about Catalyzer, but yeah, that's a card that you want to kill almost immediately. Was great Mystic Shot target, and now all of a sudden, it might be much more problematic to deal with it. But there's a Go Hard coming in. Doesn't kill the Vagar, but of course, you want to start cycling these Go Hards as soon as possible. And when you have a kind of a feasible target on the board, you immediately start blasting, and that's kind of the game plan for Go Hard.
when players remember this deck, they only think about Pack Your Bags, right? That AoE, that direct damage to the Nexus. But you have to remember that in the early days, like Bilgewater, like had very well statted units, good resource generation, good tempo gain, thanks to Make It Rain and Go Hard working in tandem. And in a lot of matchups, they could just beat you down in the early mid game, and that's what we're seeing here. A true history lesson being passed down from Ultraman.
And it was one of the first decks that really established this game plan of being a control deck, yes, but being a control deck in the early game, not directly through just straight up spell removal, but through flooding the board with cheap units that did effective things for your deck. And at that point, keeping your opponent's aggro strategy at bay because you had chump blockers, with still a possibility of kind of like Bandle Tree, being able to have an aggro game plan because you flood the board so easily with chump blockers and pushing through damage in the early game to then finish it off with a more control-y shell in the late game with Ledros, with Vengeance, with Go Hard and Pack Your Bags.
And this sort of strategy has carried forward, right? Decks like Ezreal Draven, even decks like Sejuani Gangplank have similar styles where they have like late game value oriented win conditions, something that's really going to blow up the game if it goes long, but has the ability to consistently shift gears to be incredibly aggressive. OE is down to 8 HP already. No Ishtali Sentinel in hand just yet. The Ruination is a great failsafe, but you're only clearing a bunch of 1 mana and 2 mana minions. And if you're opening up Ultraman to develop post Ruination, then it's going to be a disaster. Hopefully, Senna can somehow keep this under control and hyper level this Veigar.
And we're seeing it here. All the cards that we're seeing Ultraman play are cards that tend to cycle. You want to play Go Hard early, have it copy the different copies of Go Hard back into the deck, and then just continue cycling your deck with cheap units that are able to have some kind of board presence while also drawing you into Go Hard or more cheap units like we're seeing here. So like you mentioned, Ruination is played. It doesn't really seal the deal like it does against most decks because Go Hard is all about having a huge opportunity to refuel with almost any card.
Glimpse Beyond coming through denies this darkness resolving. Veigar still no level up progress at this point, and every time you can deny that that level up, that means it's going to be so many huge chunks of damage that won't be able to be sent to the Nexus later. We can see Veigar's been alive. Darkness is stacked up to 6 already, but you've got to get it to connect. Now we've got second Go Hard in hand, a fleeting Twisted Fate being picked up from the Pool Shark.
There's a Go Hard coming out first. The objective here is to kill the Veigar either with Twisted Fate or with Make It Rain, but you're going to give the chance for Obi to develop first. If he makes that mistake, then obviously Go Hard or Twisted Fate hits for one more with the red card. But Obi, I think a very experienced player, has not forgotten how to play against Go Hard, opts to take a pass there, knowing that there is something that Ultraman's going to want to do on this turn to continue developing his own game plan. And in the end, Veigar is going to be killed here.
That is going to be a very consistent question Ultraman is going to be asking his opponents. Do you remember this matchup? Do you remember how to mulligan against this deck? And again, Ultraman still does have one copy of Ruination in his list as well, so there is a chance that even if OE overcomes this mid-game obstacle, gets like Veigar and Senna or maybe Ishtali Sentinel in play, that everything could just get reset, and then Ultraman is just carrying forward onto Pack Your Bags. The list that he did bring today is still running the classic triple Glimpse, triple Make It Rain, but I do remember back when this list was really trying to get optimized, players were cutting like one Make It Rain or cutting one Glimpse to make Zap Sprayfin that much more consistent to draw that Go Hard.
And that will be one of the plays that Ultraman will be going for soon, considering his hand, only 2 units left, Fortune Croaker and the Zap. So Zap is a way, obviously, of one, pushing damage with the elusive tag. Pushing that extra little bit of damage helps in making sure that, Pack Your Bags is actually going to be lethal alongside other ping effects that Make It Rain, for example. But it's just great at what it does. It obviously tries to draw you to Go Hard, but if not, it draws you some very important utility cards like Glimpse Beyond that continue allowing you to cycle through your deck.
Wow, so Ultraman keeping the mana open, gonna Vengeance the Ishtali Sentinel, deny that lifesteal, very good. But still going to take a pretty big chunk of damage here. This is going to put OE in a position where, if Ultraman does not get a Ruination or a few more units to keep fighting for the board, we could see this come to a pretty explosive conclusion here in OE's favor.
And the aloof, actually, the go hard synergy, if it draws you a card and takes away one of the higher cost ones like Vengeance or Ruination, it's actually kind of helping you out in that sense.
Yeah, because now that Ishtali Sentinel's down, there's no Vagar in play. You can just chump out, right? The Stilted Roadmaker and the Senna's pretty easily. So it's not that big of a deal.
A consideration here as well would have been maybe to not play any units, not allow Vile Feast to be a thing. Of course, you do want to cycle with Zapdrafen, but OE is going to have to be very careful here about having a target to actually Vile Feast. And Steven might have to Vile Feast maybe his own units even to get the drain effect to survive the go hard. He is currently at 6 HP, of course.
Mm-hmm. And by developing the Zapdrafen, you do activate the you put a Darkness target in play.
Mm-hmm.
So now we can get some progress on Vagar. That's 6 out of 12, I think. So we still need some one more thing to go.
Double go hard here onto the Senna. The Fortune Croaker has to be able to hit another unit on your board to draw. So a bit of an awkward hand now for Ultraman considering.
Thinking about going for it. Gonna try to maybe snipe the Pack Your Bags. Because it boosts up to 5 mana now, but gets the Vengeance instead.
And a perfect draw here for Ultraman as well, post Pack Your Bags with the just able to cycle now and have 2 units on the board that he can continue to draw on and have a target now for Fortune Croaker as well. With the Pool Shark.
So Pack Your Bags dealing that AoE damage. You can see OE thinking right now, can I Vile Feast my own unit, heal for 1 more, survive against a Make It Rain perhaps? But doesn't go for that play.
The KDA graphics we were all so accustomed to for a month or two. Now, not so much the case. Fuel the Rush has definitely died down a little bit after it was definitely a part of the meta alongside Go Hard for, 2 or 3 months. It was very much at the forefront visually of what Runeterra looked like. A lot of KDA stuff.
And it's really unfortunate too, because I was talking about how Darkness is definitely a much more board-based deck than a lot of players realize, but OE still got really beat down in the early mid-game. Started off with Yordle Explorer into Catalyzer, and Dreadway Deckhand Make It Rain was really all that Ultraman needed to just gain an insurmountable tempo advantage in the early game.
Going to be end round here. No more mana for Ultraman. Has a chance to just end the game off of a Make It Rain with only 2 units on the board right now. There's a Vile Feast to counter that.
He might Vile Feast one of his own units just to get another unit in play to tank Make It Rain, to heal 1. I guess is just going to go for it in response.
That's going to be the, I think the Vile Feast is going to be, for double purpose. 1, you get to heal, and 2, you get another target on the board, which makes it so your Nexus is less likely to be hit, which is going to stop, at least Make It Rain lethal, but it won't stop, obviously, Make It Rain, or the Go Hard from pinging the Spider, and then just, again, kind of resetting back to square 1. But the option might be
hitting a Twisted Fate there, giving OE a lot of information. So you know that your opponent's hand is 4 mana or less, so no big Ruination to worry about. And we've seen it time and time again, Panda, where sometimes you think that Darkness is out and it manages to stabilize and come back into it. All we need is like a Vagar top deck or another Ishtali Sentinel, and it might be exactly what he needs to close this one out.
Ultraman's going to want to use the box on this turn to take down a lot of these units that OE is kind of bringing out. He's going to wait for the attack to happen. He's not in any rush to commit his Make It Rain or the keg on Dreader, for example. He's going to wait for the attack to happen. If it does happen, he's going to go for the box and just try and stabilize a little bit, not to take too much damage. He is currently 12 HP. And then once OE starts committing most of his mana, he can start to develop his own game plan and maybe surprise OE.
Mm-hmm. Down to 6 HP. This is looking very close. If OE was above 1 HP, it was at like 2 or 3 HP, he would be in a much safer position from here. But here comes the Dreadway Deckhand. And now, with this play, the Make It Rain does not get stopped by the healing from Vile Feast. It needs to just get very unlucky and target just the units in play, but Ultraman's still biding his time.
You're going to have 3 1-damage pings. Those are going to have multiple ways to stop the keg from dealing extra bit of damage with 2 bogey sticks and the Vile Feast in the hand. But at least you're able to start seeing if you can cycle and get another Pack Your Bags here. Not going to be the case, but maybe on a go wide strategy, you might be able to do it if you go into Ruination Mana, just because, like we mentioned, it's so surprising, but all of a sudden the board can be flooded with up to 5 units with Elise coming down and the Jagged Butcher as well.
And it's interesting, right, that Ultraman is playing this so patiently. It makes a lot of sense where you have like this lethal, but you can just potentially try to put your opponent in a fork or a catch-22 scenario where they can't stop to make it rain anymore, or maybe you can get this strategy where you're just wider than your opponent and just go for a big swing. As Owie tries to develop defensively here, he's still playing into the box, potentially wiping some of these blockers.
That's the biggest thing here. And it's really, this deck really gets you. You have to really think about so many different situations at a time, and every play you make matters so much. You can really make so many mistakes playing against Go Hard, which is not really the case against other decks, but Go Hard has a way of just being very explosive on any given turn in multiple directions, either through Nexus damage with Pack Your Bags, through board control with Ruination and Pack Your Bags, or through just being able to develop very quickly.
And so now, Ultraman cashes in the box, down 2 blockers, forces Ultraman to Vile Feast here, and you still don't have enough blockers because Elise is going to summon a Spiderling.
And the Make It Rain can take down the Spiderling here as well, the 1/1.
And so Ultraman, it seems what it's going to be like is the Vile Feast resolves, you attack, you're just siphoning even more mana away from Owie. But pulls the trigger, says that this is actually the best time for it.
Well, it's the guarantee before the heal happens and before there's another blocker here. And unless Owie has another Vile Feast in hand, it's going to be GG here, because you're going to guarantee the target on the Nexus, you're at 1 HP, and you do have the second Vile Feast, so you actually have the counter for it, which is great for Owie. But you still have a chance to snipe at least 1 spider here, with the Make It Rain being after the first Vile Feast on the stack.
The Vile Feast goes through, but the Make It Rain won't retarget that spider, unfortunately. That's true, just goes into the Nexus, and you have to trade now your 5/2, right? It's your only fearsome blocker. And so Owie's still hanging in there. At 2 HP, has a Ruination, does have the Unto Dusk, which is 1 more card draw. Many more not very useful from this position. And Ultraman just needs to maybe top deck 1 more Elise or a Zap Spray Fin or something. It's very scary going into a top deck war against Go Hard.
Gonna be a Doom Beast, but no Nightfall activator. So at the mercy now, if Contrologist with Vile Feast is able to find a way to do enough damage to win it here for Owie, 6 HP on the Nexus for Ultraman. Gonna be Electric Harpoon here, one of the newer cards added to the game.
So the line is Electro Harpoon, discard to remove this blocker. You can Vile Feast your own 3/3 to get another 1/1 and attack and go really wide. Yeah, or like you attack and then mini morph what goes unblocked.
Ultraman can't do anything. I mean, that's it. You have a blocker, a Doom Beast playing without Nightfall, but that's going to be it. Unfortunate final top decks. Very well played by Owie. I think he definitely has not forgotten how to play against Go Hard. He definitely knows how to navigate the different turns at the end there, where you have to know how to play passively, not overdevelop onto the board, and then get punished for it. And Owie definitely has had experience playing against Go Hard. In the end, takes the game there to game 1. Game 2, we'll still see if Ultraman decides to re-queue with Go Hard or try his chances with what should be one of the strongest decks in the meta now with Lulu Poppy, despite the nerfs to Poppy. Also, some additions were added, like the Yordle Explorer, and it looks like we will be seeing it here in action against Thralls for Owie, a deck that has always been a tournament classic, but Owie is definitely one of the bigger fans in the European scene.
The Thralls list is another one that just tries to go above and beyond, right? Like, you're doing this board-based strategy, and it's very scary if they do get a lot of stats, if they get set up, if they're going for a rally. But if you hit, Blighted Ravine into Avalanche, you're feeling pretty good about yourself. Ultraman is sitting on Ranger's Resolve now, so this is going to be a huge blowout for Owie if we don't high roll the mess out of this starting Thrall on 1. Even goes for the Curator over the Blighted Ravine. He knows what the assignment is, and this is so important when you're playing a combo deck like Thralls, is to find the line that exists between what the deck is offering you and what you need to do for the matchup.
Protoporo coming down 0 mana 2/2 with impact, thanks to the god curve that we've all had nightmares about in the last few days. Yordle Explorer into Bandle City Mayor into Protoporo, who is actually, yeah, not a Yordle, never mind. So he's not a 2/2. Thank God.
I know, those are just sweet eyebrows and a mustache, but that doesn't make him a Yordle.
I just thought he was the son of the Bandle City Mayor. They look so much alike.
Has
it not been confirmed by the lore yet? Am I getting ahead of myself?
Protoporo, I love it. He's got that look on his face like, you got games on your phone? I don't know. I just love his stupid monkey face. But speaking of stupid monkey face, we've got 2 thralls about to hatch out of here with promising future. But
the whole family
before
there.
that happens,
son, father, and grandfather. Already, and I mean, you know, Bride doesn't want to confirm it, but I know. I can tell. I'm really good with facial features, and I know for sure these guys are all related, 100%.
And then, you know, Yordle Explorer, you can see his shocked expression. He found the forbidden genealogical records in Bandle City. But now there's 2 8/8s across the board from Oe. There's a wide swing coming down from Ultraman. We do have Sharp Sight to push through a little bit more damage, but the counter swing is going to be absolutely devastating here, especially with Blighted Ravine potentially wiping out a couple of these blockers. It's going to be so good for Oe to potentially close this out, unless Ultraman top decks into like maybe a Poppy, or if this Aegis is enough with the remainers.
To see how Oe decides to block here, considering he is pretty aware that there is going to be damage on the entirety of the board, including his side, so he has to take that into account when blocking. To see if Ultraman wants to go for more damage with his combat tricks like Sharp Sight, or he wants to try and preserve some units or find trades into the 8/8 possibly.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 1 more damage, right? Getting that impact. And Oe just going to take the damage, right? Keeping the thralls healthy. Knows that this 1/1 is going to die anyway. If you go for Avalanche here, you open up potential for Ranger's Resolve to protect, whereas Blighted Ravine would just proc at the start of the next round.
I'm surprised not to see the challenger maybe trying to challenge one of the 8/8s, knowing that, you know, it's going to die anyway, and there's a chance to try and start chipping away at these 8/8s, considering the damage from the Avalanche as well, 2/2, and then the 4 on the Yordle, on the Lecturing Yordle can trade into it next turn, but I mean, you know there's going to be an Avalanche or Blighted Ravine, right? I think that's going to be obvious most of the time playing against Thrall, so I think that might have been another line to explore.
So Oe goes for a draw here, goes for the Avalanche. Wants to force out the Ranger's Resolve, maybe looking for a second Avalanche. This is one of those matchups, right? Where if Oe draws the right amount of AoE and board wipe, then you will win. But if Ultraman with the wide board here is able to rally, it's looking pretty strong in his favor. Like, even if you go for Blighted Ravine here, it just invites that play.
It's still a priority pass here. Only 1 mana for the Thrall here for the Frozen Thrall. Still the option to play the Blighted Ravine as a surprise after Ultraman continues to develop here. Another Protoporo can come down. Unfortunately, most of this board for Ultraman will be dying to Blighted Ravine. You can heal a unit with the Sharp Sight right now and have it heal when the damage does come in. But yeah, the majority of this board will be going down here. And still, the both of the Thralls here, the 8/6 overwhelms, going to be quite healthy for Oe.
And we can see here, Oe being very reticent with attacking with these Thralls. Just says, I want to save these as just blockers. Not trying to push through a lot of damage, is adopting a very control stance. We speculated that he was going to try to just high roll the Thralls with a promising future, just punch through, and maybe try to finish the job there. But there's just a lot of damage coming through. You've got to block something. And now the Blighted Ravine will proc, and that's a little bit more damage onto your Nexus as well.
And this is going to force Oe to maybe, you know, give away these overwhelms, which are the majority of his game plan here, because of the damage from the Blighted Ravine hitting both sides of the board, obviously, and the ping effect currently in hand, the Poison Dart. Actually, yeah, there's no mana for it, so never mind. One of these Thralls will be surviving.
And there's Ice Shard. Like, if that Avalanche was able to resolve, this would have been a much better position, right? Where you have your initial Thralls just be your bodyguards for the mid game, and then right as Ultraman has dumped enough resources into getting through the 16 HP, you have another round of Thralls ready to, you know, pick up at where they left off.
And there's a Shark Trainer as well now trying to push some extra damage through the side. You have the Pokestick to take down one of the Thralls if you wish to, but Talia will be coming down on Oi's side of the board to copy the landmark here, but now still obviously going to be at 7, so not anywhere close to hatching just yet.
And it's important to note that, you know, Oi is under enough pressure where he can't take the greedier line of Promising Future and then Talia next round. And just another pass. Has the blocks here. There's a potential Pokestick, like we can see in Ultraman's hand. We'll see if Oi plays around that, blocks the 4-3 with the 8-2, just because that is the priority unit that you need to go down.
Gonna force the block here with the Talia, which means that Poison Dart plus the Pokestick next turn can take out the Talia, and gonna force blockers on everything else essentially. Or, yeah, it looks like Oi might decide to allow damage to go through, and that might be a fatal mistake if that is the case, because the Poison Dart can go face now, Pokestick can also go face, and then the Mushroom, as we've seen so many times before, can maybe even seal the deal on the next draw. I think this is a safer play, but now it's either Talia or the Nexus. One of the two has to take a hit here.
Yeah, and if you drop too low, then it makes the Ice Shard a dead card. Oi now playing with an empty board, has the Clock Hand about to show up here and accelerate at least one of these Thralls. But the Shark Trainer, a massive pickup for Ultraman, recognizing that if I can push a little bit more damage now.
There's a Mushroom coming in. We have a double Sharp Sight and an Elusive in the hand without... There is a Three Sisters actually, so there will be a straight up Flash Freeze. Although, of course, Ultraman can kind of bait an initial Flash Freeze, and then some amount of damage can still go in off of Combat Tricks if he tends to play that very patiently on the next attack token swing.
Yeah, Ultraman got punished in the last game by pulling the trigger on that Make It Rain, right? Was calling out Oi, saying, do you have double Vile Feast? And that did end up being the case. And we'll see if Ultraman will, you know, A, either play it even more patiently, or B, once you get into that advantage, that scenario where you have lethal in hand, just pull the trigger. It's a very NA style, of course, to force your opponent. If they have it, as they say. But we'll see if Ultraman is able to challenge a little bit of that energy.
Clock Hand will come down, going to start, rushing forward these Frozen Thralls to hatch them as soon as possible. There's Pokestick as we expected coming down. And taking on the Talia, who did not do much on her brief time on the board. Just took a block and then just 2 hits with both the Poison Dart and the Pokestick.
So, for safety's sake, I think you have to guarantee 1 Thrall.
Yeah, it's a bit too risky otherwise. I mean, you have to have, you're at 7 HP. There's going to be, still a go wide strategy with the Shark Trainer.
Oh, this is so good. If you're Ultraman, you can just Sharp Sight maybe to trade up into this, get it out of the way. And Oi sniffing that out. This is so bizarre, right? Oi seemed to have such a strong combo draw in the opener. Had the Thrall on 1, Curator Promising Future, and got the Thralls out very early.
No
and
punish
has
here.
Shifted.
If Ultraman decides to go for a double Sharp Sight, he opts not to. There wasn't enough mana for the Flash Freeze, with only the 3 mana for the Flash Freeze itself, but not for the actual 3 Sisters to bring it out. But opts to just go wide instead. I think this is the better strategy, to be honest. And this will now give him the chance to play with the initiative, kind of create a threat on the board with an attack, and then make Oi react to that, and then he will have the upper hand with the Combat Tricks, with the Sharp Sights.
Yeah, with the Thrall at 5, you don't have to worry about anything like popping it open at this rate. And now you do get Lysandra, at the very least, a tough Nexus. Gives you a lot of effective HP at this point. You're safe from the Mushrooms. You're safe from the Poison Dart being sent directly to the Nexus. And you still have mana open for 3 Sisters, Flash, Freeze to stop some of this coming through. But this is the fork that you were talking about. You boost up this Elusive to a 4/4, it gets Frostbitten, and then you can still send it back up to 4 attack with the double Sharp Sight here.
And because Oi is so low, he's going to have to commit the Flash Freeze, right now as he commits the blockers, and that will give Ultraman the upper hand when it comes to once Oi has no mana, has no more Combat Trick answers, he can then commit double Sharp Sight, or maybe just 1 and then a second one to guarantee it, plus a double Poison Dart in the hand, and maybe even a guarantee of a kill on Lysandra to stop the Mushroom from not doing anything. So it looks like this is going to be Oi or Ultraman's game to win here.
Yeah, because even if you make if you go above that idea. Oh, survives at 1, we see here. with this block, letting the lecturing Yordle through, and thanks to the tough Nexus with Lysandra, you're safe from the poison darts, and this is going to make Ultraman maybe tempted to sharp sight this Lulu to kill the Tristana. That way you take tough off the Nexus, try to push through a little bit more damage that way with these poison darts and mushrooms coming off of the top of the deck. He's already drawn one. Luck does seem to be in Ultraman's side. Oh, he has Entomb as well.
And I think that's the play. Just you want to sharp sight the Lulu because this opens up the darts to be the lethal as well when there's only 1 HP on the Nexus, and it opens up the lack of toughness from everything else. So this is by far the best play. Now you are dead. You're forced to flat freeze the Lulu, and then you can sharp sight again or just kill with poison dart. Like there's so many ways to get lethal here. Yep. If you're Ultraman. And really I think there was no way to fuck this up, to be honest. You had to really dig deep to not get lethal this turn with all the different tools you had.
Yeah, and so this really speaks to Ultraman's style. And because we saw this exact strategy play out in the previous game, where he had like a lot of damage in hand, he had potential lethal, but was still playing towards putting his opponent in an opportunity where you have lethal 2 or 3 different ways all at the same time. And so after that is committed, we do have the sharp sight going on to the Owlcat, of course.
Has a spell shield, nothing can really interact with it, and it's just going to deal enough damage here to win the game. Nothing else is at 1 health, so nothing else will be dying here. So game 2 does go back to Ultraman, and we will find a game 3 where Ultraman is going to have to win with his Go Hard list. So we know it's one of his favorites. We'll have to see if it is one of his favorites in terms of results as well, and if it can get a win against Owi's second deck, which is going to be still the Thrall's deck, of course. He won on Darkness in game 1, and now we'll have to run it back with Thrall's. A matchup that they might have connected in that brief meta before Go Hard was kind of exiting and Thrall was coming in. I'm not entirely sure if they ever shared a meta, but it's close. I think it was around the time that Go Hard was exiting that Thrall was coming into the meta, and the Lysandra and etc. was released at the same time. So I'm not sure. I don't remember though the matchup and how it actually fared though.
Yeah, if we go back to like the earliest prototype of Turbo Thralls, like when the first batch of cards came out before it got like that second helping that really tied it together, I think that there maybe was a little bit of overlap. But when you analyze the strategies of both of these cards, Thralls wants to have this massive mid-game spike and kill you, and Go Hard wants to have like a very grindy matchup. We'll see if Ultraman can draw an incredibly aggressive curve here like we saw from game 1 and try to punish Owi for maybe having a bricked hand. We saw a mulligan of a lot of AoE and some Thralls, and already going into this game, a little bit already awkward start.
Fortunately for Ultraman, he has the Vengeances to stop the 8/8s. He has Pack Your Bags that can hit a wide board of 8/8s and then finish them off with things like Go Hard, for example, the box. So there's multiple ways of actually controlling the board, despite how scary it might be from Owi, because it has a lot of board-wide clears. In the same way, always going to have, answers like Ice Shard and Blighted Ravine and Avalanche to control the kind of the chump blocker heavy early and mid game that Ultraman has in his deck.
The box being boosted by the barrel there, fantastic. Just for the sake of pushing through 2 damage, Ultraman does have 1 copy of Ruination in his list as well. Float 3 spell mana, and we'll see if Owi is able to just hatch 2 Thralls right off a Promising Future into a Ruination, and maybe that's enough. Sometimes Thralls, you have the ability to accelerate out 2 or 3 Thralls very quickly, but if those are answered, you're left without any way to reestablish a threat or get any resources from there.
For some time, some players made the mistake of running Crumble in Go Hard as well. That would have been great for this matchup as well, and taking care of a landmark, but I think fortunately for most players, it was quickly Vide, not really a competitive card, and not really worth you open yourself up a bit too much to certain interactions while you're targeting your own unit, so a bit too risky to run, and the payoff wasn't as big for 5 mana as it could be.
And so very, very good job again from Ultraman, trying to put up as much of a fight as he can, but Owi just has the removal and AoE that he needs, and with Promising Future on this Thrall, there is a threat where 16 damage can just come through, and if you set Ultraman down to 4 HP, you don't need to worry about Thralls having to finish the job. It's just Blighted Ravines and Ice Shards just kind of closing things out for you.
And Talia might be coming down here, or just the clock end to get the Thrall as low as possible on the counter, and then have the Talia copy it to get the 2-in-1 later down the line. But it looks like it's going to be the Tavern Keeper coming out instead, trying to heal the landmark. That is definitely a new strategy. Not entirely sure that's how it works. The counter would go back up to the 8. I don't think that's the play, Owie. Getting a bit too much outside the box. There's a limit on how outside the box you can go.
But yeah, I mean, you can go for Clockwork Curator. You still have mana for the Kindly Tavern Keeper. Is Owie just saying, I want maximum effectiveness off of this healing, so I want to take some damage before I heal? But yeah, so here comes the Doom Beast. And again, Ultraman, a very, very threatening hand. And I like that Owie recognizes the implications here, where I can just kick back, I can pass, because I have my win conditions set up. And now the rest is just defense.
Yeah, that's a pretty clear answer. The box all of a sudden, and both of those Tavern Keepers didn't heal for full, got eliminated before they can chump block, and down to 12 HP. So not really a great turn for Owie. Pretty disastrous, actually.
Yeah, finding that opportunity to push through some damage can give Ultraman the edge he needs. But there's still Thralls about to hatch, right? Clockwork Curator coming through, and if we leave this counter at 2, then they're going to hatch at the start of the next round into Owie's attack token, and Talia can also duplicate this Thrall to hatch and get 4, and there is enough room on board for that.
This is where Ultraman, it just shows his experience. Opting to pass here, if the Thralls, if they were popped, you had TF for the gold card, and then you had double go hard to start cycling them and open up the window for the pack your bags lethal possibly. But because Owie decided to respect that pass too much, now he's taking another big hit here, and all the chip damage, like with Draven Scion, adds up to the point where when you play pack your bags, it might just be lethal at that point. I mean, you can get a double ice shard here. You're also damaging your Nexus. Lissandro's not down on the board already to give your Nexus tough, so it's really not going well for Owie, and it's showing how experienced and how good Ultraman is on this deck. I think a lot of people played Go Hard themselves, at least in my case, and it didn't feel so great, but when I see a player like Ultraman playing, I'm like, this deck is amazing. I don't know why this deck isn't still tier 1.
and back when this deck was meta, we all got tons of matchup experience, and so Owie has demonstrated that he's very familiar with the general idea of the list, but then you have to figure out how that fits together with the playstyle of your current deck, your newer archetype that you're playing. So here's the double go hard, a little bit more healing for Ultraman, and now we've got Quad Thrall about to hatch here.
And the more time that passes, the worse it is. The more mana you give Ultraman to play with, because you're able to refuel and recycle so easily and continuously have options to play out your mana every turn, it just gets worse and worse. And you're giving him a chance to do a lot of very small actions, like playing out Jagged Butchers, etc., to then bait out developments from Owie, and then still have the mana to play the Vengeance, for example, or a TF Gold card, and still control the game completely. And obviously, the more you wait, the more Go Hards get cycled, and the bigger chance there is of Pack Your Back just coming at you, not just once, but maybe twice or 3 times in one game. So it really is, I mean, this is the big attack, obviously, from Owie, the attack he was going for. The attempt at a winning attack here, no chance for TF to Gold card here. You do have 1 Vengeance, though.
Yeah, so Vengeance to stop 1 Thrall. You've got, Elise in the deck. I think that's the thing in the deck with the most HP. So you got some blocking here, and you're going to survive with the Vengeance. Blighted Ravine,
It'll leave
as
you at
we
2.
talked about, will come through.
Yeah, you're going to have to use a Go Hard to actually not die.
Oh,
and
no.
yeah, it's actually going to be it is lethal.
Yeah, Fury of the North. With all that mana being committed, Owie knows that there's no way to stop this. And there is the surrender. Owie's going to take game 3 with the Thralls. Ultraman bringing Go Hard in anticipation of a very specific, newer, stronger decks being brought to this metagame. But Owie sticking with the classics, right? Has the Thralls and the Darkness trying to go for just a slower, grindier matchup. Decks that have proven pedigree in recent times.
And despite everything going quite badly for Owie, just reminding us kind of the explosiveness of Thralls, that one turn where if you're able to get all the pieces of the combo in order, all of a sudden you're losing the game 100%, and then you have 4/8/8 Thralls that, even with Vengeance, even with a lot of mana to work with, you don't have a chance to play the TF because it happens kind of on the turn switch. You don't have a chance to stun anything. You don't have a chance to pack your bags, even if you had it ready. And that's a GG. I think that did kind of go perfectly for Owie in terms of that exact combo assembling in the exact perfect time, despite the game pretty much being in Ultraman's control the entirety of the early to mid game. But yeah, in the end, Owie proving why Thralls is still a very good tournament deck, especially a very polarized deck where if you don't have the right answer at the right time, you just go from 20 to 0 in one turn and you lose the game.
But with that, I did talk earlier about how Go Hard is a deck that is very flexible, and if this matchup does catch on, this deck does come back into the spotlight. You know, it does have ways to tech to maybe be a little bit better into Thralls if it so chooses, or that might just be the bad matchup that you take from time to time and just beat everything else. But that is still just round one for Fight Night. Like, Owie still has other decks and archetypes to overcome, and so does Ultraman. But Owie's next opponent is going to be Yishu, and Sorry actually advancing to take on the seasonal champion Pinus.
And that will be quite a matchup. I think that's the one we'll be visiting next to check out what decks are brewing on that side of the bracket. But first, we'll go into a very short break, and we'll be back with the semifinals of Fight Night.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just got through round one, and we're about to advance further into the bracket. The next matchup is going to be our seasonal champion of EU versus what was it? Salty. Oh my God,
Sorry.
I'm drawing a blank. It was Sorry. Okay, good.
And I'm very
So
excited to see
anyway,
Pinus. My Spanish bias will kick in now once again. Finally, I thought it would be, Sergio Vamos or Cosimo, the ones to be the first Spanish player to take a seasonal, but instead it was Pinus. Definitely one of the bigger names on the past year in the Spanish scene. Maybe not the biggest, but definitely has been up there, has been to fight nights, and has been making a name of himself. And the Spanish community, very tight knit, working together, always in different prep groups, and always with players like Sir Donald as well. We've seen some newer players added
mhm.
onto that group of just top tier Spanish players that make a big splash on the scene, and Pines was the one to take it in the end. So very excited to see how he's looked at the perspective on this new expansion from his point of view, and if he can do the classic back to back. We saw Owi do it, I believe, when he won the seasonal and then won the fight night as well.
Yeah.
I believe we saw Badge Attack maybe do it as well. There's been a few seasonal winners that have done the back to backs with fight nights.
And it's great just having like that confidence, right? And the opponent, however, is Sorry, an incredibly strong player from Lebanon, is playing all kinds of different decks in every meta through thick and thin, and is always a massive threat when it comes to fight nights, right? It usually, the reason Sorry gets eliminated from fight nights is just because he goes like a step above trying to counter what the meta is going to be on that week, and then it just doesn't pan out. But the decks that he brings and the play that he demonstrates is always incredibly clean.
We'll see what decks these players have brought, and we're going to see exactly what strategies they have. They both made it to semifinals, so obviously they've brought something that has worked, at least for the first round, but we'll see how these will clash together and what the strategy will be if they brought new champions, like maybe Pantheon, for example. I think that's the one deck we can check out here from Binance. It will be Pantheon and Tarek. Tarek, a card that has gotten some hype here and there with different decks that worked out for a bit, but has never really had an established meta deck to shine in for a long period of time. Has always been kind of one of the more forgotten champions since he was released to Runeterra. Maybe this is the shell that will finally give him a home.
He has been buffed a couple times as well, so this might just be the critical mass. The big problem with Tarek was simply that if you didn't draw him, the deck couldn't really come together. But now that you're combining him with Pantheon, you have just like an alternate win condition, an alternate thing that can take games even if you don't get the Tarek. And with Saga Seeker and Wounded White Flame, the new Faded cards, gaining these bonus stats throughout the early game, building up towards that mid-game spike, you have a higher chance of actually having things in play that Tarek can buff. And then, of course, the forbidden triple rally Golden Aegis combo with Tarek, where you can attack, he duplicates the Golden Aegis onto his supported ally, so then you get another attack token and you can attack once again. And if you do this on your opponent's attack token, then you theoretically can attack 3 times in a row, and nobody can withstand that onslaught. And I'm really excited to see how this deck is going to play out. Zenith Blade granting Overwhelm and extra HP to some of these units is just going to be absolutely devastating for so many lists. Everybody's worried about elusives and Kennen and running these pings, but nobody's running perhaps enough stuns or enough silences to deal with these other effects.
And other than some of the newer cards, the rest of the deck is going to be just a mix and match of just the always strong spells from both Demacia and Targan. I think in Tarek's case, this is definitely a case of, these new cards being added and the keyword being added and faded all of a sudden make Tarek seem like a much more viable champion. They're all kind of in some ways made for him. It's kind of like the second batch of cards that complement Tarek and his archetype. The same way we saw it happen with Talia, for example, when just all the landmark cards got added in the last, or I guess 2 expansions ago now, for Shurima. So I think that's the case here as well. I think now all of a sudden Tarek feels complete, finds his home, and I think this deck, or some version of this deck, will definitely be a viable part of the meta. Maybe not the best, maybe not the tier 1, but definitely a deck that you can play with Tarek and make him feel like he fits really well.
The idea of this list is going to be finding the right mixture. We can see here there's a lot of spells in this deck. And so if you end up playing against something that is forcing you to trade a lot or has a lot of removal, maybe you just fail to get set up altogether. And then all of these targeting cards and faded procs and combat tricks are just useless. But with single combat, cataclysm, concerted strike, there's the other side of the coin where you curve out Saga Seeker, Mountain Goat, White Flame, and then you just keep your opponent from establishing any sort of threat against you for the entire game. And either Aegis comes down, Tarek comes down, or Pantheon, any combination of those cards are game ending.
I'm very excited to see just what this deck looks like and how it performs. I'm going to be honest with you, Scarzig, on days like these, on the post-expansion fight nights, I would come here and do this for free because this is like entertainment for me. I'm getting to see the best players in Europe bring the new decks and kind of show me what's good, what's bad, what feels fun, what feels kind of not so fun, a bit more bland in how it plays out. So I'm very excited to see how this deck is going to work out. Kennen as well, I think we'll be seeing at some point later today, considering we've dodged most of the Kennens until now in the matchups. Maybe Kennen's just not good because we haven't seen it in semifinals just yet, but definitely excited to see how this is going to play out.
And as this deck goes forward and this bracket goes forward, we're going to see even more decks and archetypes start to rise to prominence, right? Because if a Kennen deck is the deck that everybody is kind of fearing and is expecting to be brought to a tournament, it is just going to have a big target on its back. People are going to be running counters to it, and then the meta kind of splits and diversifies from there. And in this particular scenario, I feel very surprised that like Rumble and Ari aren't seeing a lot of play. I felt that these were very popular, very strong champions, and already players have sort of discarded them in favor of just running, instead of mechs, just general Yordle pile. And instead of Ari and Kennen, it's now Kennen and Ezreal. So we'll see if these other champions can find their niche after all when things settle down a bit more.
I think from past experiences, it tends to be a champion or an archetype that's more built itself, or it's a bit more obvious how to optimize it and play it, in a tournament for money, for an actual prize right away. Mm-hmm. And other decks that there might be something there, but it's harder to optimize and hard to be confident that you can optimize it in this short amount of time. So players are opting to bring out maybe a bit more kind of decks to build themselves with Kennen, with Pantheon as well, where it's quite obvious how to build it to some degree. And then maybe next week, that's also a very exciting week in Fight Night where you get to see kind of the different iterations of the more nuanced champions coming out as well.
Whew. And so getting into game one, we've got Sari and Pinus, and that sound was because he had mulliganed the entire hand away, including double Tarek, looking for early game, and is rescued with Saga Seeker coming off of the top. But it's going to float the mana.
And sorry, to no one's excitement, he's bringing back Plunder. Just in case we forgot who the real king was, he is here to remind us that Gangplank and Sejuani were not touched in any kind of a nerf or any way, so they will be haunting the ladder and the tournament scene for at least one more month until January.
And what's great too is that Sejuani's AoE Frostbite is going to shut down any sort of board-based strategy like this. Even if you have Pantheon coming into play with all of his keywords, Sejuani's Frostbite goes through Spell Shield, and that's all you need. And so now, Saga Seeker jumping into the fray, gonna 1v3 here. Mirai Warden pulling a 0-1, one of the worst pulls you can get from Mirai Warden.
Listen, that's karma. Karma coming back at you, bringing Plunder on the day after an expansion. You bet Mirai Warden is gonna give you the biggest duds you have ever seen. And that is, the price you pay for not bringing any kind of spice here, at least in deck 1. We'll see what the deck 2 is for. Sorry, but with Binance's deck, I'm actually not too surprised to see him bringing it because I know Sir Donald was already talking on Twitter about this deck being very cracked, or this archetype in general. And I know they're in close contact, so I wouldn't be surprised if he brought it because Sir Donald told him, hey, here's a deck, it is great, and Binance probably tried on ladder and thought it was quite good and brought it to Fight Night as well.
So we've got Saga Seeker coming down here as well, getting another chain of faded units that are going to start scaling and growing. The worry here is that if you develop, Sari is maybe enticed to go for a Make It Rain, and you have to spend your Guiding Touch potentially to save your other Saga Seeker. But then you go into your Tarek round here with the attack token and no floated mana to get this extra targeting spell. So we'll see what Sari goes for. We can see that the hand is all units, so just draws with the Black Market Merchant.
The nab comes in, a 0 mana Chain Vest has been acquired, and these combat tricks are always going to be kind of extra value off of the nabs because they add this extra element of surprise value where it's not expected at all from the opponent. And for 0 mana as well, the idea of not having any mana and still being able to play something out is always going to be a big factor in Runeterra.
And so now Tarek hits the board, and Sari does have blockers. This is important. Like, you can still defend yourself very easily in the mid game. It's not until like the overwhelm and stuff starts to come down that things get very dire.
There is a guiding touch coming down. The double draw off of the Taric ability, of course. The tough being added, and the Saga Seeker now being yet another beefy boy. Once again, almost imitating Taric's stat line. Not quite there yet.
He is scaling though, and this is already a couple targets now, working towards leveling up Taric, leveling up Pantheon, and so the board right now is very much under control, right? We've got just good stat lines all across the board. We're getting into the mid game where Pinus is going to be able to start floating mana and just having that reactivity and those combat tricks. You have to worry now when you're developing your bigger units about Cataclysm and Concerted Strike, like we talked about when we analyzed the deck list. And so Zap Sprayfin going to try to push through a little bit of chip damage, but this is looking like it's going to be Sejuani that needs to come down and end this game. And unfortunately for Sari, you're also in a position where if your opponent has the Golden Aegis and goes for the triple rally, it just eats your board, puts you on the back foot, and they're threatening lethal while you're just desperately trying to catch up. And we can see that is the case if Sari goes for this Monkey Idol here.
Not just that, but Sejuani can come down, but there's going to be a Hush. There's going to be a Concerted Strike. Like, this is a deck, obviously, that plays for value with Targon. Plays for just cumulative value throughout many turns, and then finally, a late game response with Pantheon, for example, is now an actual viable finisher in Targon that's not necessarily going to have to, rely on invokes, for example. So definitely something that Targon definitely needed, I think. And it's going to, I think, work out with Demacia and Targon just having so many versatile spells that can counter or at least answer so many different things.
This, like, seeing the pressure that this deck is exerting, not just by what it has in play, but what it can do, it feels like such a strange crossbreed between, like, Fiora Shen, Sivir Akshan, and it's so destructive. Like, we can see here, the Bright Steel Protector coming through just to target, right? Just to get another body in play. Just to keep leveling up this Taric, just to keep proccing for Pantheon. I maybe would have liked to see that barrier go on your baby Saga Seeker there over on the far left. But yeah, just going for a wide board.
Not sure why on Taric. Yeah, that was a bit strange. Not sure what he expected there to be from Sari. Possibly a monster
maybe
harpoon?
threatening, maybe trying to threaten a single combat. But then you would put it on the 3/4 Saga Seeker, maybe?
I think it was a harpoon defense, because it would slow mana up for Sari.
Good point, good point.
Proactive. So yeah, guys, it's a bit strange. Obviously for us as casters getting full information, things might suddenly seem very strange, but when you think about it from the perspective of the player, it does start making a little bit more sense. Could have been more optimal, like you mentioned, on getting the Faded activated on the Saga Seeker, but just wanted to make sure his win condition, which is Taric in this case with his board, is protected.
Yep, so Taric leveling up. You can see, like, oh man, I really want to go for... I want to go for the a different play here. I want to go for the Zenith Blade, but instead just going to go for another draw play. And this was something I always used to like to do with Taric, where you have like the Guiding Touch or the Pale Cascades to just draw extra cards. But Taric is already leveled now, so this is great. Sejuani does, again, frostbite the board, keep you from actually punching through, but granting that invincibility is going to give you a lot of utility for just defending your own Nexus HP.
I'll be honest, Scarzig, saying this is what I used to love to do with Taric is something that I can't really say wouldn't be factually correct because I've never played Taric in my life. I'll be honest with you. So I'm gonna let you take the wheel in terms of what plays are being made and why with Taric, which I think you'll be the expert on the subject compared to myself.
It's just that Taric got buffed, right? He got a better stat line. They made it so he's easier to level. More cards have been added to the game so that he can level. It's just that once he is, you just have two units that can't die, but you just chump block them, right? So the Zenith Blade is going to be massively important here. And now that Sari is tapped down underneath Sejuani mana, there isn't as much of a threat to make this a bad rally, but Pinus just has to pass here. Already did the duplication on the initial attack token.
Talking about units that can't die, you're reminding me of the 8 mana burst speed spell. What was it called again?
Unyielding Spirit. Oh my god.
Spirit. Those are the days. With just two Fioras just bashing each other in the head for multiple turns until someone decked out. Or I guess one of them was detained, I think it was.
Yeah, just
Those were
unyielding
dark
spirit on
times.
a radiant guardian. You just
That was a
always
dark,
heal,
like,
never die.
alternate universe for like 1 month, and then the devs were like, "Yeah, this was a mistake."
Everybody, Minimorph didn't exist yet. I think that Unyielding Spirit was maybe developed like maybe around the same time or something. I don't think, did Hush exist yet?
No.
No, that's right.
It was the Devourer that was one of the answers. The Tang was one of the answers. There was not many. It was limited and quite polarized, which is why it was such a big problem, of course. But Sejuani does come down now. There is going to be, multiple things that can answer potentially in hand here for Binance. He has the Hush. He has a Concerted Strike. There is still mana for Fury of the North in hand for Sari.
Yeah,
and
so there's just
aren't
not
that many
enough
stats on the
stats
board.
just yet
Yeah.
for the Concerted Strike to be threatening enough. Because Binance had to, mulligan so aggressively for early game, has been spending like just guiding touches to just keep drawing and cycling. And this is finally where he has like enough mana to play around with and start proccing Faded, but it might be too late.
And he's thinking now, I have to pay 3 mana just to make sure my board doesn't get just destroyed by Sejuani's Frostbite effect here now that she's come down leveled. So he's really debating what the play to make is if he wants to go for it. Now, obviously now with this huge board swing from Sari, the moment that he's forced to go into combat where Sejuani's effect is going to be active and there's a plunder, which will happen because of the Predator Corsair on the board, it means that every one of these trades will be going in favor of Sari. So when there's a full board trade like this with Sejuani on the board, it is really a big deal and quite a negative one for Binance.
And yeah, just again, protecting Taric, just holding on to that lifeline of if I can just get some kind of triple rally or, get Taric and Pantheon invincible in play, just attacking my opponent repeatedly, I should be good to go. But this is a lot of damage still coming through. And thanks to Crackshot Corsair still being alive from the early rounds, the Frostbite is guaranteed.
That's why Sejuani is also just so strong as a champion herself with Overwhelm, with, the Vulnerable. She's already very strong, but then she just kind of seems to accidentally counter so many different things. She's like, oh, I counter this as well and I win the game. Oh, yep, sounds good to me. All right. And that's why Plunder has been at the top of the meta for so long. It was initially just a counter to kind of Lee Sin and maybe even things like Akshan Sivir to some extent initially as a counter to like Spell Shield, Make It Rain, and then a few other things, but then you just notice that it just counters so many different strategies in terms of frostbiting the entire board at burst speed.
Yeah, and so Pinus just is trying to figure out how much can I block, how much can I get away with. I'm still trying to preserve my board. It's even if you have a bunch of units alive, because Sejuani could potentially frostbite you on reaction, it's going to be a bad time. But you've got to take that risk, and Pinus is just hoping, right, that we've seen it from time to time where your opponent has a leveled up Sejuani in play, but just doesn't have a way to proc her. And
you're at
maybe
2 HP.
you can force through.
This is not Demacia. There is going to be, damage that can go over the top, that can go outside of combat from Plunder. You have warning shots. You have, if Drare comes down with a warning shot, that's already lethal at burst speed, essentially. So you are at a place where you have to take this big risk if you're Pinus, because if not, like I mentioned, if you're forced into a full board trade against Sejuani when she's leveled up and when she's able to frostbite everything, that's already a very big deal because you're going to lose the entirety of your board. And you're a board-based deck. You're playing Demacia. Your whole game plan, as we've mentioned so many times, is the rally effects and having a huge board of big units.
And so going into the next round, also I like the cheeky Blinded Mystic here to turn the Monkey Idol into just a 0/1.
It can block now, though.
Yeah, it can block now.
In my mind, it's an upgrade, okay?
And so here's the pre-hush onto the Sejuani to prevent the Frostbite. And now we've got Taric coming through just with an initial attack. No duplication. Gonna test the waters here. We have Golden Aegis now to potentially just get a wide rally, force Sari to trade away his entire board. I think you've got to go for it, Panda.
I mean, this is your entire game plan. You have to see which way is the best way to do it. You have currently 8 mana to work with and find out what the exact most threatening developments are and what order to do these spells. But you do, I think, have to buff the Taric here to some extent with Zenith Blade. But
yeah, if you open attack, then you get the invincibility on these 2 units, and then that'll carry over when you rally. Wounded White Flame stacking up with the Fury, with Sejuani Hushed. Concerted Strike is also an idea. Only 8 mana for Pinus, though. Can't do the Concerted Strike and the Golden Aegis. So we'll see if just rallying and rallying and rallying is going to be enough to force Sari to get to trade away the Sejuani. The one thing that your opponent does not want to do, that Fury of the North is, of course, a second copy of Sejuani, so it's not all lost for Sari.
And there's still so much mana to work with for Sari as well. You have to be, really thinking if you're Binance. You might have your game plan. You might know, the most threatening way to develop, this spell first and then the Aegis, whatever it is. But you have to expect counterplay, obviously, from Sari. And with 11 mana still up, there's a lot of possibilities in terms of what he can pull out.
Yeah, we've got Zap Sprayfin coming down, can very easily draw a Make It Rain or a Warning Shot, and then we just send that damage to the Nexus, and that's going to be all she wrote. Binus had seemed to be a little bit of a timeout in the previous round, maybe wanted to block a little bit more, not drop down to 2. It is a very huge risk from this position, and the 2 Guiding Touches were used with Taric earlier on, just to draw more cards. They weren't used for Nexus healing. So we'll see. We've got an Invincible White Flame and Invincible Taric. And so here comes the Golden Aegis.
And this, of course, after this slow speed spell, Sari's going to have one last chance to develop something, one more action. And once that occurs, and depending on the mana that's spent, I think Pinus will have a much better idea how much you can commit and how much, if you can try to go for some sort of a lethal. With the Overwhelm, possibly.
Yeah, Golden Aegis. Duplicating, then Zenith Blade for your 3rd and final attack. I think the math checks out. Sari needs to get one more piece of damage off of the Zap Sprayfin. But Sari passes back. With no Overwhelm yet, saying, well, it doesn't really matter.
There's a Saga Seeker coming down, trying to go a little bit more wide here. If you are Binance, now having one unit coming through uncontested.
Binance is thinking, like, this pass is so odd. There's got to be maybe 3 sisters in the deck, like 3 sisters and 2
none in the
would
deck.
be amazing.
I'm sorry.
None in the deck? Really?
None in the deck. It's the Feel the Rush deck instead. The Brazilians got him with a debate. He went for the Feel the Rush, missed out on the 3 sisters now, as you don't want to mess up your allegiance odds too much with the Earl Grifter.
And so, Make It Rain is snagged by Sari off of the Zap Sprayfin. Zenith Blade goes onto the White Flame. And
as a reminder, Sejuani is still hushed, which means that there is no chance to have a Plunder activation on the Nexus to get him Frostbite everything. She will be kind of out of action for this entire turn.
And so now we have a 9/9 with Overwhelm. Here comes the Make It Rain. Sejuani still has enough HP to block this Wounded White Flame and then parley post-combat.
Well,
and now with the attack...
At slow speed to then Make It Rain at fast speed in response to the attack being submitted.
After this attack, yeah, you can trade away the Saga Seekers.
If not, if you die on the attack swing, then obviously you can't parley after the fact. It is slow speed. So this is the correct ordering from Sari. The attack is coming in here from Binance, attempting to be a lethal swing here. But Make It Rain is going to try its best to hit the Nexus and also just take away the barriers. It's going to be helpful as well.
It's fight night, Panda. This is the place where the Make It Rains. Does Sari have the protagonist buff for today's event?
Nothing Binance can do about it. There's no counterplay whatsoever. 0 mana, 0 cards in hand that can interact with this Make It Rain. It will be submitted now. And does it hit the Nexus is the biggest thing to watch out for here.
And there's because Binance is holding back that other Saga Seeker, there's no way to trade down this board or make the odds better for you. Sari just needs to pull the trigger. Because of the Golden Aegis, we've got another swing coming. This Overwhelm on the Wounded White Flame is still going to hit again.
think Sorry has to, yeah, he just has to pray for the Make It Rain to hit the Nexus. It does not.
Does not get it.
It hits the Saga Seeker, it hits the Taric, and it hits both barriers, takes them both off, but they're both not combats that would resolve favorably for Sorry anyway. Yep. Misses the Make It Rain. The full board here now for Pinus, and as you mentioned, still has the attack
Black Market Merchant isn't going to be able to pull anything. There's no burn damage.
The GOAT is not the goated card in this situation. And that will be game one going to Pinus. Pantheon reigning supreme, at least for this game. Very small sample size, but we were able to see kind of the play pattern of the deck. And no Pantheon actually, but at least Taric is finding a place in the meta maybe. Pantheon, we'll hope to see him at some point later. But unfortunately not the greatest showcase of the new champion just yet in this match.
But I mean, the Taric Golden Aegis was something that Taric has cheekily been able to do on the side for quite some time. There was like the Taric Poppy for a little bit. That was pretty fun. But now, like I said, Pantheon and the faded cards giving an extra bit of punch, a little bit of extra resiliency to this archetype, really ties it together in this first game. And now heading into game two, we have a Plunder Mirror. Pinus's other deck is going to be, of course, Sejuani Gangplank, bringing some of the new and a little bit of the old just to round out your lineup is always a great strategy for Fight Night.
And both players do the same thing. Sorry has brought Ken and Ezreal to the tournament. I think they knew that if they brought two old decks, I would write them a message later.
Wait. I misspoke. The mulligan tricked me. It's actually Bandle Pirates.
Oh, Pink City. That is true.
Plunder.
Yeah, I'm remembering now. Yeah. Yeah, Pink City for Pinus and Plunder for Sorry. But still, I think your point still stands. Two old decks, two classics of the meta, and two new decks. We haven't seen Ezreal Kennen from Sorry yet, but that is his second deck in his lineup. So I think the players knew that they had to mix it up at least a little bit, add a little bit of spice to the lineups on what is kind of the premier day of an expansion in Fight Night.
And as we compare and contrast, the Pink City is perhaps a little bit favored. It's very board based, just like Plunder is. They're running a lot of similar cards for their early game, and it's going to come down to just the amount of burn, right? Because Plunder has no healing, and so Bandle City, Bilgewater does have the chance to just get some early tempo, maybe start threatening those double ups to close out in the later parts of the game.
And like the Go Hard list for Ultraman, this is a very classic Pink City list, not some of the newer versions. It's still running two double ups and the one copy of Monster Harpoon, but no Dreadways, for example, no kind of higher end on the deck. It's still just the very, I think, the initial shell that came out with, of course, the substitution of the Stone Stackers that were nerfed. Oh no, they're still here, actually. Yeah, never mind. So pretty much the same deck, despite changes.
Yeah, because Double Up is a card that we've gone back and forth on. About being like whether it even deserves to still be in the deck now that players are still prepared for it very well. Does it lose a lot of its shine? And of course we have like the hedge of just two double ups and then a nice Monster Harpoon. Again, a card that potentially can buy you a massive spike in tempo in the early mid game and allow you to push through so much damage.
And we're seeing here both decks have a very similar game plan to start things off, and a lot of card overlap as well, of course, with Bilgewater being a main region in both decks. The end game changes drastically though. Pink City tries to end the game a little bit sooner than Plunder and in less of a flashy way. Its champions aren't so geared towards the late game. Like, I mean, the Gangplank is, of course, but the Sejuani comes out over the top. And we have, of course, seen versions with Feel the Rush. We've seen versions with like the one that Sorry is running here, and versions with a very kind of these explosive, huge spells that really guarantee you're going to end the game if you get to that point.
Yeah, we've even seen, I think it was Owi's version, right? That like wasn't running Feel the Rush. I think only had like one Dreadway or something like that at the top end and was trying to go even more aggressive, which was a very interesting take on the list. But Sorry does nab a Mirai Warden from Pinus, so this is going to be a way to just keep trading down the board and keep going wide and pushing through the HP. Both players very even right now, and because Pinus is also running early Swarm, is able to prevent a lot of these Plunder triggers in the early game as well.
And talking about the overlap in the early to mid game strategies with the Bilgewater units, this is why it's so good, obviously, as well, because when you're nabbing, if you're nabbing cards that are already in your deck, then that's great because the synergy is going to be guaranteed. Like Mirai Warden, it just fits perfectly into what you're trying to do. That's why it's in your deck anyway.
I actually do like the double up here.
When you're playing against kind of random decks that have their own synergy, sometimes you just draw cards that are just by themselves completely useless. In this case, not going to be a negative for Sorry.
I feel like you definitely could go for the double up here. It's post-combat. You just get to develop into a wider swing next round. And you really don't have anything else to do this turn. You can see from Pinus' hand, it's pretty awkward. You've got Gangplank, and that's about it for next turn.
And Crasher Corsair is just a very strong card in terms of what we talk about it so many times, it being very good in the early game, of course, but also in the late game as an activation for the Frostbite effect from Sejuani. When you go for these massive swings, it's just automatic. It just happens on the stack, and you don't have to play out a warning shot, for example. It just happens before the combat starts, so it does work perfectly. So taking care of this now is going to be very important, especially when you don't really have much of a board to block with. It's really just a Gangplank as your unit in hand right now.
And so Sorry can go for the open attack here. It seems like a free plunder. However, seeing the double up last round, maybe you have a read that Binus does not have a lot of units in hand, and maybe you try to go for a wider attack, right? We've got the second Yordle Grifter, and then we've got Mirai Warden as well to help out. And you can develop both of these if you would like, right? Or you just go for Grifter. You still have mana open for Warning Shot Monster Harpoon, for example, to still hit for even more damage. So I do like the development here rather than the open attack.
We'll see the mana that Pinus has to work with. Still quite healthy for Pinus, 18 HP, but now down to 13 for Sorry. And as we all know, no chance for any of these decks to heal up. The damage that is taken forever, or at least until the game ends. And every bit of ping, it's called Ping City for a reason. Apart from me trying to make that name stick, it's because there are many ping effects. The entire deck is built around just slowly chipping away at your opponent's nexus, whereas Sorry is also built that way for the early game to mid game, but then it has these bigger finishers in the late game to speed things up with Sejuani and Gangplank.
And you can see the hesitation, right? The mental struggle. You want to develop the Gangplank, but with 3 mana open, Warning Shot Monster Harpoon is just such a strong blowout. The only other play you really have, though, is just playing the Fearsome Poro and Crackshot Corsair to put up, some sort of defense with the Pokey Stick here. So here it comes.
It's going to be a warning shot into the Monster Harpoon. As you mentioned, Pinus' face, obviously not very happy. I think he was in a position where he had to commit something because of the fact that his hand is so awkward in terms of the unit development. There only really were 2 Gangplanks and then just 1 mana drop that wouldn't be doing much at blocking these 3/3s.
Yeah, so this is the tempo spike that just decides this matchup, right? Is hitting that Monster Harpoon with taking advantage of your opponent's awkward hand, and now Sorry has jumped back into the lead, not just in terms of HP, but in terms of having 2 3/3s in play. This deck, when you analyze the stat lines across the entire board, outside of champions, everything else on the list is like 2 HP or less. Yordle Grifter, ironically, is one of the best stat lines that you can draw and play in this matchup.
And there was no dragging of the barrel because you knew that there was no point. You're not really scared of the barrel. It can't, it wouldn't be killing off these units. Even if it could, you don't want to like allow your opponent to get a blocker when it can't block naturally. You want to just try and go for the next damage.
And so now we've got the double stack on the barrel, which is nice. That's a 3 damage Pokey Stick potentially. You can summon the Crackshot Corsair and deal extra damage directly to the Nexus.
The bait here on the pass being given to Binus, knowing that he kind of has to commit the attack here, has to try and push through damage. If he doesn't, then one of these 3/2s will once again go unblocked next turn. If he accepts this pass, there is a Monster Harpoon answer, but you don't have a way to directly activate it next turn at fast or at burst speed.
So wants to burn that mana, wants to go a little bit longer, draw another card to fix this awkwardness. You're also having to cross your fingers against your opponent having that second Monster Harpoon or a Sejuani to clear your Gangplank. I talked about how Sorry has been kept from hitting plunder triggers as well, but so is Binus, right? You need Gangplank and Double Up are the 2 bursty finishers that usually close out games for this list. And when you're behind, like now you're just losing out on that opportunity for the AoE damage of a leveled Gangplank plus that Overwhelm to give you the finishing potential that you desire.
Well, if you want finishing potential, you have 3 warning shots in hand, 3 damage. The Nexus out of nowhere just because you drew them in this order, which I think is something that Pinus is not counting on to basically his Nexus being right now at 8 HP with those draws from Sorry in a situation where he doesn't really need to have, this very late game oriented hand because the game's going to ideally end very soon for both players.
Yeah, because we've got Dreadway Deckhand to put down another barrel, so you boost that damage even further. Monkey Idol is also very strong from this position because Binus has not been able to get a strong HP, board, or tempo advantage. You can take that slow burn play of Monkey Idol, right, to just deal consistent damage to the Nexus. And then those Powder Monkeys are even stronger because your opponent doesn't have a wide enough board to block, so they're dealing 3 damage.
Surprised by this Pokestick here. I think maybe expecting Sorry to counter it in some way and then using the Make It Rain after the fact. But I'm not sure if that's going to backfire here. It just goes straight to Nexus, 10 HP now. I'm not entirely sure that's the play that Binance wanted to go for here with this big board swinging at him now. He has a Monster Harpoon to take care of the Gangplank as long as it's not leveled up, and he can, of course, block with his own Gangplank, but still going to be taking 3 damage on the side.
Yes, Sorry has already demonstrated in this matchup that he is not afraid of the barrels, right? The barrel boosted damage, just pushing the damage through. And it's scary, right? To drop your Gangplank down low. 2 HP is decently respectable. With the barrel in play, you're worried about Make It Rain, clearing your Gangplank. But at this point, you're so far behind. If you drop down to 5, like if your Gangplank was 4 out of 5, about to level,
the game's over if he accepts this.
Yeah.
There's a Keg, there's 3 Warning Shots, and there's a Monkey Idol. There's not enough mana for Monkey Idol this turn, actually, so it's not entirely over right now, but there's a chance for maybe even the Hidden Pathways to find you that last bit of damage you need.
Yeah, just, again, really just unfortunate, right? That you had such an awkward hand, forced into a Gangplank line, and Sorry had the Monster Harpoon to punish that, and you're just trying to fight back. Double Gangplank is normally a very strong draw, but when you don't have the early advantage to force and pressure that level up, he just becomes a 5/5. And Monster Harpoon has been just such a massive card for this list. When they rebuffed Make It Rain,
now it's game's over. I missed a Dreadway here, but that's gonna be it. I mean, you have double Keg here, you have the triple Make It Rain, and I think Binance went too big brain with expecting there to be an answer to the Keg with, the Pokestick for 3 damage looking too good with a Make It Rain response, and there not being an answer made it so now he couldn't control the board, and all of a sudden it's lethal here.
Yeah, I think you maybe needed to layer that a little differently, where you Pokestick one of the Yoral Grifters, you make it a more direct threat, because Sorry had enough of an advantage on board that he didn't care about the Nexus damage.
Oh, you'd never expect the triple Warning Shot finisher.
It's been a long time since I've seen this as well.
3, and Pinassi is like, all right, I guess it's a Shen emote, and that's going to be game 2 going to Sorry. Too much respect, I think, from Pinassi. He went too big brain, and just Sorry just didn't have the answer to the Keg anyway, so ended up being a win for Sorry there at the end. It is always very difficult to try and assess the best line of play, thinking about bluffs, thinking about what cards your opponent can have, but in the end, it just didn't work out the way that Binance was expecting it to, I think, and that's game 2 now, going to Plunder and going in Sorry's favor. So we'll be able to see now the at least one of Sorry's new decks, the Ezreal Kennen, coming to the forefront for game 3.
So now we've got a deck that takes advantage of using a lot of 1 HP units with the Elusives being pulled off Kinko Wayfinder, off of Kennen himself, off of Dragonlings, against a deck with a lot of direct burn. If Binance can find the right mixture of aggressive pings to keep the lifesteal of the Dragonlings under control, and also be able to burn the Nexus and fight for tempo, I think that this matchup might actually be Ping City favored.
I have a Dragon coming up right away in the mulligan, flexing that she hasn't been nerfed yet again in the latest balance patch, just proving to us, laughing in our face, saying, yep, I'm still here. I'm still a 1/3 with a tune that summons a 2/1 Dragonling.
And I want to just quickly take a look at the spell spread that Sorry has brought to today's tournament. He's got 1 Nopify, 1 Deny, 1 Recall, and then the rest is just Retreat, Return, and Homecoming in terms of Recall, with the new God Willow Seedling, a fantastic new addition. But Kennen on turn 1, gonna set up the mark here. Luckily there is Parley for the Kennen.
And just similar to Teemo, as a 1-drop, just a 1-drop that, if left unanswered, can really spiral things out of control. And it's going to give kind of a big preference now as well in this meta. Yet another reason to run that 1 damage ping effect in a lot of different decks, not just for Teemo and Zoe now, but now also for Kennen.
And we've seen before where Crackshot Corsair wants to be played very defensively in Plunder because you need those consistent procs, whereas Binus wants to just attack in and say, well, I kind of want you to trade away your Kennen, or there's a 2-1 about to hit you and you'd rather trade over there instead, right? I like that Ping City attacks with the Crackshot Corsair a little bit more because you take advantage of that pressure. You offer up a really tasty trade in exchange for just pushing through 1 or 2 more points of damage.
Now, I'll be honest here, Scarzig. Is it just me, or does the orbs buzzing around not really fit aesthetically with I don't know, the rest of the things that you tend to see in Runeterra? It seems a bit jarring to me visually.
They're a little bit too round, a little bit too 3D, I think. Like if
something's a bit off.
And the devs have already confirmed they're going to be fixing the sound effect for the Mark of the Storm. I do like that when you drag the card around, it has like that little Tracy lightning particle effect. That's always fun to play around with. Oh no, Kinka Wayfinder on forward to triple Kennen. The forbidden outcome.
On one side, I'm very happy to see Kinka Wayfinder is a card that I, for the brief month that Dancing Droplet was a card, it's a deck that I like to play a lot, like Elusives with Dancing Droplet, with Teemo, with Zed, with Return Retreat, and the Recall package.
Stop.
I enjoy it quite a bit.
You're naming so many cards that I don't want to hear about.
But this is kind of the other side of the coin. This is now where Kennen comes out and Kinka Wayfinder all of a sudden can do some pretty crazy things now that she's been enabled a tiny bit more in Ionia itself.
And now we've got Mark of the Storm that can detonate and kill the Crackshot Corsair. We've got another Mark of the Storm to set up a mark on another unit so you can detonate that later. We've got a wide swing with quick attack about to come through, and we'll see how many trades Sari wants to take from this position. And now with the Marks of the Storm as well, this is going to proc Eye of the Dragon too, so you're going to offset a lot of this early damage regardless.
And we'll see. Binance is now just thinking about, how to control the rest of this mid game with all of these units. There are no board clears in this deck, of course. His game plan isn't really one to control the board. He is usually the aggressor, but in this case, he is being out-aggressed. I don't think that's viable English, but you understand what I mean.
Exactly. Out-aggressed. And now, yeah, so we've got this position now in the next swing where Sari can start fighting for the board really hard just because of a wide counter attack. But in terms of direct damage, it's just not quite there yet.
Twin Disciplines also just proving to be very strong since its last buff, fitting in so many different decks in Ionia. There were not many reasons to play Ionia before outside of Lee Sin and a few very specific strategies, but now with the inclusion of more champions, both Hargan and Ionia have found some more life breathed into them. Two regions that I think sorely needed it in terms of they were there, but they were there in just 1 or 2 very specific decks that did very specific things. But now the cards that were buffed, like Twin Disciplines, are going to be seeing a lot of play, and we'll see how the developers react to the play rate of these cards being sky high.
Pokestick can still deny the Dragonling. This is a position that you do still want to be in, right? When you're playing Pink City, that you have your opponent down to a low-ish amount of mana. The big problem here is Gangplank gets answered very cleanly by a Homecoming. It's going to be very difficult for Double Up to connect in this matchup. So I think you just prioritize keeping your board alive, maybe answering this Dragonling, and just trying to push against another wider swing. But with no recall effects, there's only the one recall in hand for Sari. The Kennons are just here to attack you, right? Just deal this chip damage. They aren't going to be generating any marks anytime soon.
Just a possible chump block here. You're going to expect always some kind of combat trick to make this now once again in favor of the Kennen. 9 HP for Sari, that is the one thing we have to watch out for here. His Nexus total is going down quite quickly against Pink City, and there are ways that Pinus can just all of a sudden find lethal with things like Double Up at fast speed on the next attack token turn as a response. And Sari does have, like you mentioned, the one Notify. He has one copy of Deny as well, and maybe even Homecoming. He can kind of recall back units to stop things like double up, for example. So there is counterplay available, but he has to be very careful about his Nexus total and how low it goes down. Unless Eye of the Dragon, of course, just summons Dragonlings and heals back up.
And so this cannon will go down with the Pokey Stick to counter the recall. There is not an answer here. Sorry, could dig with the Deep Meditation. Try to get one more card to counter this. Maybe Nopify. Retreat found.
And the Parley's there in hand, but obviously a slow speed spell, so no chance to put it now on the stack here in response to yet another combat trick. And this is what this deck is trying to do, obviously. You're going to have a lot of ways to bring out spells from your deck, and very cheap spells that have just constant effects that can counterplay and interact with your opponent's spells. Denial of spells, of course, but also just like we're seeing here with recalls, for example, as well. And that's why Binance didn't want to just commit removal himself. He didn't want to start off the chain. He wants to always try and react if possible, because he knows his opponent is also going to be interacting with his own units to recall them.
And it seems like a very heavy commitment to get that cannon back when you analyze the line. But what's so important is getting the Lightning Rush, because you're going to shuffle another cannon into your deck anyway to just pull back out with Kinko Wayfinder, and then with a Lightning Rush, you're able to keep the board further under control and just go for a wide swing. People think of Kennen Ezreal as like a nice nice combo deck, right? Where Ezreal gives you that burst finishing potential at the end, thanks to all of the Mark of the Storms you're potentially generating with leveled up cannons, but the ability to just keep the board narrow and just go wide with Kinko Wayfinder and push through lots of damage in the early mid game is pretty much what this deck is built to do.
And of course, Dragonlane just helps with being stable, which is having a very good 1/3 that has amazing effect in terms of while you're rushing down your opponent and trying to race to take on the Nexus health, you're able to still stabilize your board.
You get to rush down your opponent and also have these lifesteal tokens to help you stabilize and keep ahead of them. But now that we're drawing here, we saw previously Binance had an awkward hand, had a lot of expensive units, the double up, the double gangplank draw, and now we're seeing the opposite side of a lot of early game units, and in certain matchups this is exactly what you want to see, but this is countered specifically by Sari's list because it goes wide in turn. The Kinko Wayfinder early hitting that double cannon was absolutely extraordinary, and this version that he is running, you know, Kennen is the only one drop for Kinko Wayfinder. Some versions are also trying to go in with the Mourned and Navori Blade Scout to just have more elusives or even droplets to swing through, but this is very, very optimal.
Yeah, I think it's just focusing on that strategy and making sure it's consistent. That's the biggest thing. When you're playing the elusive game plan, it's more kind of you can do multiple things and you're just going for pure damage. But Kennen, this is, like you mentioned, more of a combo deck. You're really trying to get this combo in line with Kennen and then have Ezreal kind of get the payoff later on down the line.
And so big commitment here with the Sonic Wave Resonating Strike trying to take down this 2-3. And we've got another Pokey Stick threatening the Kennen. This potentially gets denied. We've got Retreat Return or Lightning Rush, right? And again, the Eye of the Dragon has been activated, so this is going to be another Dragonling for next round. And we're at this stalemate where Binance just can't push through any damage.
And the play patterns are very similar to Eclipse Beyond, for example, where you have this card that can react to removal. You're going to force removal because, you know, it's kind of forcing that answer from your opponent. And then you have all these different ways to kind of interact with that sequence and try and get a benefit from it if you are sorry.
And we're seeing so here, with Make It Rain hitting the right targets, gonna force out the Lightning Rush, it seems.
Possibly deny, maybe, even as well, but it looks like it will be Lightning Rush instead.
I think both options are actually really strong, because if you Lightning Rush, then you get a Kennen back in your hand. It's just that Sari has no idea what the hand quality for Binance is. You go for the Lightning Rush, and then maybe you go for Hidden Pathways and try to draw for another Pokey Stick or something to really counter this. Or you just let this resolve. You get to keep your Stone Stacker regardless, and you just develop a wide board.
Twisted Fate red card might definitely be actually a way to be able to control the board quite a bit more with a full board clear. Only one damage ping, yes, that is the case, but there are going to be a lot of, you know, maybe one damage targets as well with Dragonlings, for example, and Make It Rain as well. Two great cards now to try and control the onslaught, the assault here from Pinus, or from Sorry rather.
And so with 3 mana available, there is chances for more development here, right? We've got the Crackshot Corsair, we've got the Jagged Butcher.
And Kinko as well, when it is recalled, when you play a second copy, because cannons create more cannons in the deck, it also just makes it so that Kinko Wayfinder works with only 3 1-drops in the deck, which is why
I actually really like the Make It Rain here, to maybe snipe this cannon with only the recall was already used earlier, which is a 1 of in the deck. And now we've got Make It Rain to snipe this cannon down. Still chipping away at the Eye of the Dragon. Next, and now we've got Develop a Jagged Butcher as a 3/3. Next round, Sorry will have a Dragonling to help defend, but there's a very beautiful pass play of just Dreadway Deckhand, maybe trying to set up a red card. And then just try to go for a board clear into a wide swing. Concussive Palm and Deny, very powerful defensive tools from Starry, but his only saving grace for this turn. Now with cannons sort of kept under wraps and no Ezreal in sight, Binus has opened up a pathway to victory here.
Gonna be a big swing here. You have multiple chances to develop here with a lot of different tools. Corsair first, I think it just, passes priority and lets Sorry commit in the wrong way, where it doesn't expect Twisted Fate, for example, the red card, and gets punished for it. And yeah, that may be the case. Shadow Assassin comes down, another 1 HP target, and now Twisted Fate can come down with the red card and try and clear the entirety of this board here.
And Sorry does have the deny for this, but this is important anyway, because you just force Sorry to spend all this mana.
And now only has Twin Disciplines available. You can go for the Monster Harpoon if you wish to. I'm not sure how worthwhile it is, considering you're going to get good trades against everything on the board that is currently at 1 health as well.
I like a wide swing, maybe waiting for the Twin Discipline buff onto the Dragonling to just lifesteal for a ton, and maybe you answer with Monster Harpoon. I don't know if Sorry's going to go for that play. It's important to note because Deny is the only spell that's been cast. If Sorry wants to proc the Eye of the Dragon again, is going to need to play 1 more spell this round. It's not as important when you're going onto your defense token, but with a wide board like this, maybe you're just saying, I just want you to trade away your Eye of the Dragon and your Dragonling.
It is a massive swing here. No more mana now, and now you have a chance to, like you mentioned, play Twin Disciplines onto the Dragonling and get that full, maybe not a full heal, but obviously a very big heal with 5 possible. You have to see how you order it though, to make sure you're not dying here.
That does seem to be the calculation here after all.
Opting to possibly just conserve the Eye of the Dragon here if possible, to get another Dragonling next turn, heal a little bit more, and you're not taking any major risk because there's only 1 mana left for your opponent, so there's not that much you can do, or else you might not go for this exact line. Thinking about taking the extra bit of damage or just killing off the Crackshot Corsair for good, which is the better option in the long run, and if there even is a point to look that far in the future, considering that both decks are trying to end the game as soon as possible.
And so survives with the Twin Discipline to heal with the Dragonling, and that does proc another Dragonling here for Sorry to attack, go back up to 5 HP. We've got tons of reload now with another Deep Meditation coming off the top of the deck and Kinko Wayfinder in hand. Kinko Wayfinder only has the ability to pull 1 cannon out of the deck if I've been keeping track, Panda.
Still at the mercy though of at 3 HP of double up, for example, before the Dragonling even strikes, or if the Dragonling just dying to things like Make It Rain or Monster Harpoon.
And a whiff! That means the next card is Ezreal.
No Allegiance is one of the biggest problems with this deck, especially when I was running it with Teemo, for example. Doesn't really work as well because obviously you want to have as many Ionia cards as possible. It wasn't really possible before because there weren't that many good Ionia cards to run, but now it might not be the case after a lot of buffs and new cards being added. But it still will be a problem with Allegiance decks if you play it too risky. If you want to include too many cards from the different region to make the deck overall stronger, you might whiff on Allegiance, and that might be, like we're seeing it here, game breaking. So I think this deck might not be a tier 1 meta contender. I think the consistency will be missing from the kind of the wayfinder strategy.
And it just depends, right? Because, like I said, this version is built so that Kennen is the only one drop. You want him to come out of the deck and control the early mid game and just carry you towards the late game, where you have the Dragonlings and a mess of stuns and 2 damage pings working in tandem to keep your opponent from being aggressive. But in this particular matchup, has so many 1 damage abilities, right? This is sort of where I expected the meta to shift, and this is, again, we talked about it earlier, why Ultraman brought Go Hard. So here we go, recalling the Eye of the Dragon. And now he's got Monster Harpoon into Kinko Wayfinder to set up an open attack for a lethal. Pinus going to take down game 3. There is double pawn, but that is not enough. We know that Sari's next top deck is just an Ezreal.
And nothing you can do here if you're sorry. You take the hit, and game 3 goes to Pinus. Pinus continues his dominating run. He won the seasonal. He's now in the winner's final of Fight Night. The Spanish bias is running deep in my veins, but very strong showing for Pinus. And like you mentioned, I was initially kind of a bit surprised by some of the decks that I saw on the deck list when I first looked at them before the tournament started. But it does make a lot of sense, kind of an answer or a prediction to the answer of the current meta. With, if you expect Kennen, if you expect these certain decks, then decks that base off their game plan off of pings are going to actually work out very well. And we're seeing it here with Gohard, and now Ping City making it back into the meta after it kind of fell away for a month or so. And they're finding success as well. Both we're seeing it here with, maybe not Ultraman didn't find the great success with Gohard, but at least the Pinus with his Ping City deck is finding success. And it's also Yeshu that also brought Ping City. We're seeing it here in game 3 versus Owie. Owie, of course, who won against Ultraman. This is the second semifinal in Fight Night, and this is the deciding match to see who advances to the winner's final.
And just evaluating this game 3, Owie at 5 HP, but with a Thrall about to hatch. I really want to see if this is promising future or not. Getting 2 8/8s, swinging this massively back into his favor. Already used the attack token we can see from Yeshu, and so we've got 1 more damage coming from the bomb. And what are we praying for? Double up to kill this kindly Tavern Keeper. Countered by 3 Sisters, countered by Self Ice Shard. Just 1 Thrall.
Rite of Negation, though, all of a sudden, I didn't even know this card was being run in this list. I think it wasn't really an all Thrall list moving forward. It was maybe a bit too clunky in some cases, but Rite of Negation is the perfect top deck to give Owie some breathing room, to make sure that, you know, he feels safe and comfortable and not at the mercy of something like a double up.
Yeah, so that's a great failsafe versus double up, versus a cheeky pokey stick or something, even, I could see, where you want to strangle your opponent's access to resources as much as possible at this stage of the game. Normally, this is where aggro has to give up on the board altogether, and that's why these decks that have this bursty over-the-top finisher, it just perfectly synergizes with the cadence at which they play their games out anyway.
We'll see a swing coming in here. Damage going to be guaranteed off of the 8/8 Overwhelm, of course. Yes, you're deciding how to block, where to block, if to block at all. We'll see how far he wants to take it, how much damage he wants to take here, but it's looking a bit grim. We're not able to see his hand, but there's already kind of one answer to whatever spell he might be plotting to use to try and end the game here. Corsair is guaranteeing 1 bit of damage there, but we have Blade Ravine to answer the entirety of the board here.
And it is important to note that, you know, we still have the Rite of Negation. So if there is, like, if that last card is double up and you're waiting for your opponent to tap down under a little bit of mana, then there's only so much you can do. And now with Blighted Ravine threatening to take away your double up target, you might be forced to pull the trigger here. Because everything else that's going to be played is going to be like a Lysandra, which is 3 HP plus tough. Just Harpoon, setting up for a wider open attack.
Well, guaranteed to kill everything with Blade Ravine. Now, you know, his side of the board will die, but now also Owie's side of the board will be dying as well, as the 2 damage will kill off everything. Perseverance comes down, can be damaged, so definitely an okay play for Owie to make. Try and cycle for some more answers for more of a threat, because there is only 5 HP on the Nexus for Yeshu, and he only has 1 card in hand. That's the biggest thing. He's not really, unless it's the path, which I doubt, because he would have used it already, doesn't have a way to refuel, and I don't think he'll find a way to end the game with the Blood Ravine also healing a little bit more.
Yeah, it's still a net gain. We got the blue card on the Twisted Fate. I love just cashing this in now, saying I'm going to throw him under the bus for the Blighted Ravine and just draw and hope that once the board is empty, I have something very strong to play at the start of the next round. Owie does have Talia to duplicate this Thrall at 1 tick, so that will be 2 Thralls popping out on to the attack token for Owie. We'll see what the final 2 cards are here from Yeshu.
Pathways is great to refuel, but the Tavern Keeper here is going to just continue stalling out and healing back up from what was 4 HP now up to 9. Gangplank is the one card that can really deal a whole lot of damage here.
We've got Gangplank. You really want to go for Talia here, but maybe just Tavern Keeper into 3 Sisters and Tomb is the way to go, because the difference between 1 Thrall and 2 Thralls when your opponent is at 3 HP is very negligible. Don't go mad with power, Owie. Don't say I want to overkill you by 16 damage.
We could see yet another Entomb coming down. The Gangplank joining the ranks. We saw Sejuani get in the freezer last week, and now it will be Gangplank's turn instead.
Yep, gets frozen. I sure am. Now, Gangplank is frozen in there, and Kindly Tavern Keeper is out here. You still have enough mana for Talia, ironically, if you do want to, for some reason, get a second Thrall. Because with your opponent only at 2 cards in hand, 3 mana, there's no way for them to deal 6 burst, and everything you have in play is too tanky for double up to really matter, even with the barrel in play. So this is going to be Owie closing it out.
So you know that there's a failsafe to whatever kind of combat trick at fast speed that your opponent has, which is the only thing that he can have to possibly answer the situation. It's going to be an open attack here from Owie. You already have the failsafe, so just a guaranteed 100% win here. You even drag the barrel for really no reason. It doesn't really matter too much, and that will be game 3 going to Owie. It will be France versus Spain in the final today of Fight Night, and it will be 2 seasonal champions going at it, with the most recent winner, Binas, versus not the first, but one of the winners of the seasonal tournaments as well, with Owie going up against him. And Owie not bringing any new decks, bringing Darkness and Thralls, but Binas is bringing the Pantheon at the very least, and we'll see. We're going to be able to see the Pantheon actually come down and actually be in action as well alongside the Taric.
The matchups that we're going to be seeing going into this next one are going to be very exciting. Like seeing a little bit of the new decks, see how they play with the older decks that are maybe even taking advantage of some new cards, like we saw Yordle Explorer in Owie's Darkness list. But we will get to that in just a moment when we get back from this break. So stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the finals of the upper bracket. We've got Owie versus Pinus, who just secured his spot, in game 3 there, going into, Thralls and Darkness. Like I said, we talked about it before the break that we were very excited for this matchup, but I do really want to see these two titanic players that have enjoyed a lot of recent success in Runeterra go toe-to-toe here today.
And the rivalries, Scarzig, I don't know if you know, but in just pretty much every sport imaginable, Spain and France, because they are neighbors and because they're actually both fairly good at so many different sports, football, basketball, etc., there is a deep-seated rivalry. Anytime you face against the French, it's always going to be a classic match of sorts in pretty much any sport. And I think the same can almost be said about Runeterra as well, with so many great French and Spanish players in the European scene. So definitely looking forward to this final. And like I mentioned as well, two seasonal champions going at it. So the pedigree is just very, very high here for the standard of what this match might look like.
Yeah, I mean, and the players have already demonstrated that pedigree. And as we head into a new meta game, we're going to see even further how this evolves, because Pinus is a very experienced player, and with that experience, you kind of get better at reading how meta games are shifting or are going to shift. And Owie, who has been a player who gets a lot of experience from just grinding high on the ladder, is probably going to get stronger as time goes on, because he'll have more direct experience about what decks are popular and what's being played. And that's why I think we see him on Darkness and Thralls, just two powerful decks from the previous metagame.
And Thrall's a deck that has been around for a while, kind of had its ups and downs in terms of the popularity in the meta. Has always kind of found its way back into tournament play, especially in Top Cut and a few fight nights as well, kind of with similar to maybe Starspring decks. Just it has a very polarized game plan, very unusual game plan in some cases. And if there isn't landmark removal, it can be very, very strong, of course. The biggest difference was that I think Dracula Inquisitor, as our producer Ice-T mentioned, was removed from most lists going into the seasonal. Makes a lot of sense considering the play rate of Plunder and the fact that Monster Harpoon can take care of it very, very easily. And obviously, it's a card that needs to stick on the board. If it doesn't, for 5 mana, you're in big trouble and you lose out on that massive tempo swing. And I think that's why it was removed. But now one copy is finding its way back into the deck list. Is there anything else you see as maybe odd or unexpected?
We already talked about Rite of Negation a little bit, but other than that, it seems pretty straightforward. We've got a couple imagined possibilities in the list as a 2 of, and I think I would have liked to see that at 3. Some versions go like even more ham on trying to get the combo, right? Trying to get those cards and getting tons of Thralls in play. And I think that with imagined possibilities at 2, a Rite of Negation is a failsafe, Dracula and Inquisitor to accelerate some Thralls that if you don't get the fastest possible combo, shows that Owie wants to have a more measured approach to the way this deck is built. And we kind of even saw it in the first round against Ultraman, where even though he got a lot of Thralls out onto the board quickly, he still played it very conservatively and in a very controlling standpoint, where he was kind of just hoping for Bladed Ravines and Avalanches to carry him to victory rather than that initial spike of 8/8s with Overwhelm.
And it fits in the same idea in terms of the general meta of the tournament of having an answer to wide boards. We saw the ping decks, but also both of Owie's decks kind of fit into this idea of maybe having to counter Kennen, for example, with board clears here and Thralls, obviously, with the Blood Ravine of the Avalanches, and then also has a Darkness deck with so many 1-damage pings and Darkness itself as well to clear out many units. But we're going to start things off right away with Darkness versus the Pantheon Taric Targan Demacia deck that Pinus has brought.
Now, this matchup is going to be really interesting because the threat of Rally. Any sort of slower control deck like this just gets torn asunder when your opponent hits you 2 or 3 times in a row with a pretty wide board. And normally it takes a long time for Darkness to scale and to get powered up. But with the Faded keyword now, we've got Taric Pantheon, where the units that you want to kill are also scaling up. So it's going to be so difficult, I feel, for Vhagar Senna to effectively remove units from the board. And they'll be able to still develop units and chump block. You've got Vile Feast to generate a lot of blockers and defense and healing, but it's only a matter of time before Taric, Wounded White Flame, Golden Aegis hits the board, and then that's all she wrote.
I think the kind of the value-oriented game plan that slowly scales up with time is going to benefit more for Darkness in the long run. I think Ruination is just that one answer that has always made so much problems for Demacia decks, because they are board-based decks, of course, and any kind of deck that just suddenly halts all that progress that you've been building up throughout multiple turns is going to be a problem. So if he finds it, he already has it in hand, so OE is ready to launch that the moment he needs it, once we see Pinance with the full board, like we saw him against that Plunder matchup in the last round.
I like the Trinket Trade pick here. Just getting another blocker, a chance to maybe pull another spell. And this is a decent trade now. With the 2/2 into the Mountain Goat, you're trying to keep these gems under control. Binus does not have a way to proc Faded yet with the Saga Seeker. And so with the Ruination in hand, I know that OE is breathing a sigh of relief. There is, of course, 2 Mini-Morph in the list as well. So it just comes down to being able to draw those cards. 1 Stress Defense. So a lot of options for OE, but Binus, that's the nightmare scenario, is just Taric into Golden Aegis. You force your opponent to trade away these shrimpy chump blockers, and then you hit them again, and you hit them again. And then it means that if OE, even though OE has the Ruination, he might have the Mini-Morph, but you force them to have Ishtali Sentinel specifically to heal and to build themselves back up, and that's countered in turn by Hush and Blinded Mystic.
Yeah, I think the early game and the mid game is going to be favored for Binance. I think just the stat-driven approach of his board will come out ahead. I think, like I mentioned, OE I think the game plan for Darkness starts off very slow. I guess with Catalyzer can speed things up quite quickly with Darkness getting buffed up. But once, I mean, depending on this Ruination is the biggest thing. I think Binance is not obviously an inexperienced player. He knows the Ruination is a card that he has to play around. He knows not to give it too much value, but depending on how much value Ruination gets, I think it might just be game ending, to be honest.
Yeah, because we've got Taric coming down. Beautiful here, attacking on even turns for Binus. And Darkness could come through, maybe try to clear the Saga Seeker, maybe try to clear the Mountain Goat. And then this forces a Sharp Sight or the Pale Cascade to go onto it to save it, and then you don't get the duplication for Taric. I think that based on what Pinus was doing the last time we saw him pilot this deck with the Guiding Touch, I think that whatever unit potentially gets targeted by removal is just going to die, and he's going to go for the double draw with the Pale Cascade.
Yeah, I like the Catalyzer here. Just 2 mana, not committing too much, still having options for, maybe a Darkness or a Pokey Stick, while still having just a high attack blocker that can try and either kill a unit or at least force a combat trick to save the unit that it's blocking.
Yeah, so here it is, Pale Cascade being put on the Taric, going to duplicate onto the Saga Seeker, so it's going to get +2/+2 and tough for this combat.
And this is, of course, just the kind of the synergy you tend to see every single game, and one of the things that really carries your early and mid game, both the Saga Seeker to some extent, but especially the White Flame, once you have it on the board with Taric as well.
Yeah, so very, very tanky board here. Nice swing. OE can opt to take a lot of damage here. At the very least, you want the Catalyzer to connect, and then you trade away this Mountain Goat too. Adding a gem to Pinus' hand gives him more ways to buff and continue proccing that Faded, but from this position, you just have to defend.
Triple Sharp Sight, Scarzig. This is every time we're seeing just 3 of 1 card in the hand, which is obviously quite unexpected. It's not very intuitive to think, oh, my opponent has 3 of these cards, and it can create these blowout situations where you don't expect there to be that many answers, and all of a sudden you're in big trouble, like with the warding shot before.
Mm-hmm. If there was 1 more mana, I do like the Crawling Sensation to put up more of a defense, but Prank will be nice in the mid game to maybe try to snipe a Golden Aegis. But now, I guess that Binus has the Taric in play, basically has the setup here. It doesn't really matter how expensive the rally is if you know it's going to end the game. We'll see how far he's willing to go in putting his eggs into the Saga Seeker basket.
Oh, Ruination does not care where the eggs are. Ruination will smash all the eggs. Does not matter if you split them in different baskets, if the basket's, hidden away. It does not matter to Ruination.
You've got to keep the eggs in your hand so that they don't get ruinated. An egg
It has
in the
to be
hand
chicken
is
still.
worth...
That's the trick. They have to still be chickens.
There's a weird metaphor here. We're working on it,
The moment they become
Panda.
eggs, it's over.
An egg in the hand is worth 2 in the basket. We've still got we've got 3 damage darkness, discounted by the Stilted Robemaker. We've got Senna and Ishtali Sentinel. If Senna can hit the board, you know, maybe surviving the Concerted Strike or a Cataclysm, then the rapid chaining of darkness is just going to allow him to control the board, and then Pinus won't be able to put up a fight. And this was, again, the early weakness of Taric, was that, sure, you had this really powerful support champion and these fantastic duplications, but with no board, he does nothing.
And even if Pinus expects a Ruination, it can come down already next turn. His game plan is based around flooding the board with units. It's not like he can say, oh, I know this card exists and I'm going to play around it, because if he plays around it, he's not playing his deck. He's just going directly against his strategy. So this is something that you have to kind of try and play around to some extent, but it's going to be very difficult with just the game plan that this deck tries to put forward.
And because this Taric deck is so chock full of spells, there's less of a threat of being able to redevelop after the Ruination. Oftentimes, while being such a powerful spell to reset things and bail you out of a bad situation, your opponent has, over time, players in general have gotten so good at simply setting it up to where they can redevelop after a Ruination and punish you regardless.
That's where a deck like, for example, Go Hard would be very good at, because you can cycle quickly, you have very cheap units, but this deck not so much. This deck, I think, has a lot of spells, not so much units. You're expecting your units to survive combat trades, and because you have so many combat trades to keep them alive, so you don't have that many units in the deck. You don't expect to have to cycle through your deck so much and you know, constantly repopulate the board. And it's the same as, you know, Demacia decks in the past with Sithria, for example, where all of a sudden the board gets cleared and they have no cards in hand, they have almost no card draw. With Target, it helps a bit more, of course, but it's still this big weakness, and we're going to see it here, I think, to some extent.
Ooh, Pantheon showing up. That's going to be a great redevelopment if the Ruination does indeed hit here. He comes into play with Barrier and Overwhelm, but Pinus does have the chance to just go for like Gem, Sharp Sight into a pretty decent open attack here, leveling up the Taric. Because his ability, I cannot take damage or die, right, makes it so that the Ruination would not even be that good.
Mm-hmm. This is a turn now where the first turn that Ruination can come down, and Pinus has to know this. We'll see how he tries to play around it, how he tries to not overcommit even more on this turn, if he can save that. There are chump blockers for always, so you can't really threaten with an open attack, and I think always going to play very passively. Going to try and see if yeah, this gem, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough of a commitment to really make Owie pull a trigger, but it's going to just be a straight up attack here because there isn't much room for development regardless for Pinus.
Yep, so just going to start growing this other Saga Seeker. I think you need to target one more time so that the level up happens before the attack, because I think the way that this layers is that the support from Taric is the final proc to level him. Yeah, so the invincibility does not happen on this attack. So this is just going to be chump potentially into a Ruination.
It might not be Ruination, though. This is the thing with Ruination. It's the case where on this turn where there could have been a very big development from Pinus that maybe Owie wouldn't have an answer to, there isn't one because of just the threat of Ruination. So once your opponent decides to play it, you know, safe, not develop into that, the attack isn't big enough to make you pull the trigger just yet, and just buys you time to continue a different side of game plan and then pull the Ruination trigger later on while this threat continues to loom over your opponent and everything he does for the next few turns. But it will just be Ruination here. But yeah, like I said, it's either way, it was going to be expected at some point, and it is the trigger being pulled now.
Now, Taric is only able to you know, get that duplication, you know, initially. So, like, just playing around the rally, if there is a redevelopment here, then a rally isn't as good. You're just completely tapped out of mana now. And Pinus can just develop the Pantheon, and yeah, just says, never mind. I pass back. And so now everything is back into Owie's favor, where you can develop Senna onto an empty board here, get Darkness at fast speed, attack, and have another Darkness if you wish.
And we talked about the early and mid game being in Pinus' favor, but this is the reset button. Now, all of a sudden, starting the game from right now, I think Darkness has a much better toolkit to really take over.
And Pantheon just isn't leveled quite yet. We have to get him leveled up. We have to try to get, like, the big spell shield thing. He's going, like, 3 out of 5. It's not quite there. We've seen Binus have these very strong curves and nice board setups with Taric, but not having that sort of, like, plunder cadence of targeting an ally every single round, and that does make it a little bit awkward. Just next, one more turn for this Pantheon to maybe flip and try to threaten some sort of crazy keyword combination of scout, elusive, etc. And Oe again taking it very slowly here. Has the mini-morph in hand, knows he doesn't need to fear this Pantheon.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Again, the failsafe. I think Oe likes having these failsafe cards in his decks. We saw it with Random Negation in the last game we were casting, and now with the mini-morph as well, knowing that he has the answer kind of already prepared, already ready to go the moment that an actual, major threat is developed.
And another thing we're noticing about Oe's playstyle is even though there are these lines to be able to accelerate and further your own win condition, he really likes to win through just surviving his opponent's game plan instead, right? Because, like, we could have seen Senna develop last round into Darkness because it's already been discounted by Stilted Roguemaker. This late into the game, it's very easy to have multiple Darknesses going over and over again. But going into this Pantheon, we see Scout, Tough, Fearsome, Fury, and Impact, along with his Overwhelm and Spell Shield.
You're going to have the chance to...
Wait, no Spell Shield? He has to double check. No, I think it's just the particle effect. He's faded, and he gains Spell Shield from... Oh, it's the sharp sight. That's the effect. That's making him look purple.
I was going to mention that this has been a constant visual problem of just the intuition there is that there's a spell shield because it's the same aura type effect, and I've already mentioned that it's going to be a problem in the future as well. And I think they should address it because it does make it seem a bit odd. But there's many more. The manatees are coming once again back from extinction and finding a home here in Runeterra, and Pantheon joins the list of champions that are dealt with by this 6-mana spell.
I know. He just imagine like a meteor coming down from the sky and then the fire dissipates and it's just a cute little mini T. And here comes the darkness controlling the board. We know that Pinus's deck is... Let me check the numbers. 11 followers and 24 spells. So there's just no way from this position now to develop onto the board properly. Everything is just going to be answered one for one as the darkness continues to cycle from this position. Even with no Vagar, it's just a slow spiral down the drain here from Pinus, unfortunately.
And this is where the value, both decks gain value over time and become more and more difficult to deal with. But Demacia based decks and Pinus's deck gains that value on the board for the most part. Not really, obviously through level up of champions like Pantheon, yes, also in the deck, but Darkness is completely, based off the darkness scaling, based off of just these massive spells like Ruination, like Vengeance coming online with much more mana to play with. And this is where I think just always going to have the advantage every time once you get to this late stage of the game. Things like Mini-Morph as well, for example, being just clear-cut answers to the biggest threats in Pinus' deck. And like you mentioned, because there are so few followers, because you expect these followers to survive because of the combat tricks, it's going to be very difficult for damage to be pushed through, I think, here for Pinus.
And so with the mini-morph, because again, that Pantheon had Scout before it got transformed, we do get another swing here. And so Wounded White Flame just trying to push through a little bit more damage. And the third Sharp Sight. Nobody ever expects it. A lot of damage being shoved through. Pinus just has a little bit more damage to overcome.
You have healing though in the hand here. You have Ixtali, you have Withering Mist, you have Withering Whale, you have all the Witherings. The whole Withering family is here to heal this Nexus back up for Oe.
And so Ishtali Sentinel comes through. This is something that Oe's very hesitant to play here. Like worried about Concerted Strike, I suppose. Because there's no answer here. There's no fast speed. There is no stress defense. We do have Missed Call in the hand that was picked up off of Conchologist earlier. So then you can still bring back a 4/5 lifesteal to just have a unit in play. Pinus can then also respond with Cataclysm, or no, not there's not enough stats for
Can you be
Cataclysm.
silenced here with the...
Oh yeah, Blinded Mystic. I didn't even see it in the hand. My goodness, I'm too focused on darkness. I'm looking at the Senna and the Vagar and just salivating.
And we'll see that it'll be enough answers now at fast speed to stop the attack here.
With the lifesteal taken away from the Ishtali Sentinel, like, we do have darkness to chip away at this board a little bit, but this is the moment of truth for Pinus. A top deck of maybe a Golden Aegis or second Pantheon could be absolutely massive here.
Not wanting to play too far into his mana pool, wants to maybe leave some room open to counterplay if there's anything that Pinus tries to develop now with 5 mana. Could be Protector into a Cataclysm, for example, and then just go for a huge open attack next turn. Obviously, the Missed Call would be a pretty good answer to that by getting the lifesteal unit back onto the board. And that might be what ends up happening here. Pinus goes for the Protector, can just be going wide to get a big open attack on the next swing. And we'll see if there's any kind of Ooh, if there's the darkness here now, all of a sudden... No longer
so now he doesn't have mana for Missed Call anymore, so Cataclysm will come through to clear the Ishtali Sentinel and set up a wider open attack. We do have Withering Wail in the hand. Is that enough, Panda?
It is. You will heal. It'll be 6 with a Fury, so it'll be enough by 1 HP, I believe it is. No, never mind. No, actually, no. Yeah, you can only answer to. Yeah, there's no other fast speed response here unless you're drawn to something. Yeah, that's gonna be it. Unless you would have to have a Santa here to have the Withering Mist available as well. So that's gonna be GG. In the end, although you had all the answers, it's just odd spot where you didn't have the right answers, the right fast speed answers. The White Flame continues to prove that it's a card that's gonna have a lot of sticking power in this meta. And just Pinus found the exact
scaling.
1 or 2 turns where there was just enough of a war presence and not enough of an answer. No real blockers available for Owie, just a lot of spells in hand. No more board clears, for example, and able to take the game there. But if the game lasted maybe 1 or 2 more turns, it was definitely in favor of the darkness player of Owie. But in that case, Pinus gets that game 1 of the winner's final. We'll queue into now game 2, which will be Pink City versus Thralls.
Now, not to harp too much on that last game, but Darkness is deceptively difficult to play when you compare it to other decks. And we were talking a lot about Owie's preferred playstyle, and I think what that match came down to was simply the fact that he wanted to play control really, really badly. The Senna was sitting in hand for almost the entire game, and I feel like if Senna was developed earlier, we could have maybe tried to go for a little bit more board control, having a higher concentration of darkness to just answer Pinus's development 1-for-1, rather than letting him get a wide board and get that pressure. But going into game 2, Owie is shifting gears to go for Thralls. Will need to, if this goes to a game 3, eventually pick up a win with darkness, so he will get another shot potentially. We'll see how this goes. We've got Thrall early, Clockwork Curator, we've got Kindly Tavern Keeper to help out against the early aggression from Pinus, we've got the Ice Shard to help against the 1 HP units that are also flooding the board. If we just look at the hand state as it is right now, Owie is very favored.
When Owie starts off his Thralls games like this, then it obviously makes the deck look a lot better when it's this consistent with the Frozen Thrall on turn 1 and the Curator on turn 2. Getting a chump blocker on the board against a deck like Pink City, for example, and also just trying to get this Overwhelm, 8-8 strategy ongoing as quickly as possible as well.
And
there's a Mariah Warden.
Here it is.
It's gonna be not the best of pulls, but you don't have any obviously deep strategies in your deck whatsoever.
Yeah, we saw a Parley, a Lecturing Yordle, and I missed the 3rd card, but this is just yet another 1 HP unit developed into this Ice Shard here.
This is where Thralls is gonna, feel quite comfortable coming into this matchup, where you have a chance to board clear, you have the chance to really hit the reset button, onto the entirety of the development from turns 3 to 4. Sure, some damage can go through, but because you have Ice Shard and not Avalanche, it's actually perfect in this case, because you're gonna be able to answer at fast speed. You can stall, you don't have to commit it, right now, and wait if your opponent, develops even more going into this turn, and you can just commit it if not at fast speed while the attackers are going on.
And so here is the wipe. We do have this Clockwork Curator in play, which is a little bit rough because it is a premium double up target. But Binus right now just has a lot of draw, a lot of spells, nothing left to really develop a wide board and threaten a swing. And we've got this Thrall already at 3 rounds about to pop out here.
And there's Lysandra coming down to get another Frozen Thrall onto the board. Going to start, a very good blocker as well against Pink City with a 3 HP, and a tough as well. Makes it very, very difficult to deal with. Obviously, any of these ping effects are suddenly not really ping effects. They don't do anything against tough.
Oh no, Dragon Chow! The pulls of Mirai Warden have been completely awful today.
I think it's the karma I told you about, Scarzig. Maybe Pink City is not to be, hunted down as much as Plunder right now, but still a deck that people are bringing to bring into the tournament today to try and punish the Cannon players. But instead, they are being punished by the Karma Gods with some pretty terrible Mirai Warden pulls. We've seen some great pulls in the past, some great consistency as well for some players in some tournament runs, but in this case, not going to be really there for Binus or for Sari before.
And I like that Binus is just blocking with the Dragon Chow. It does still have 3 HP at the very least, and does opt for the Pokey Stick. I was wondering if he was going to try to keep this 2-1 in play as a double up target, but if you don't go for the card draw here, you just aren't going to have the power to push through, even if your double up does connect. So gets the Gangplank off of the top, has another shot of getting a pretty decent swing here. With the Clockwork Curator, however, this last Thrall will get an 8/8 to block the Gangplank.
And Talia's there as well to copy it, but I don't know how much risk you want to take here in terms of trying to go just very, very greedy.
Yeah, there is the line, right? Your opponent plays Gangplank, and you say, okay, well, I have Talia, which can block Gangplank, and then you get us another Thrall, but then it's still just hatching into Binus's attack token, and you aren't using them offensively to close out. And so I guess it just depends on how defensive Oe really wants to be here.
I think this might be the better play. I think you just get the immediate value right now, and then you just copy later down the line the other Frozen Thrall, try and get...
Oh, and you float 4 mana, so you have 3 Sisters Flash freeze here. So your 8/8 can just eat Gangplank and just keep on trucking into the backswing, even against a barrel, if you like.
I think you're fine. Maybe saving the because there isn't a leveled up Gangplank just yet. I think you're fine saving it, the Flash Reach, for later, and trying to just develop a Tyrant Keeper if there is anything else developed.
Oh, that's also a line. Yeah, you save
even after combat.
We saw how strong the Entomb is as well a lot earlier. So here it comes, and Binus has no choice. You have to push through the damage here with Gangplank. If you're really scared, you can attack with the Dragon Chow, just so the Crackshot Corsair deals 2 damage to the Nexus. And it's just like, with just one Thrall coming out of that first one, and no promising future being cast just yet, maybe Binus is thinking that this can be dragged out a little bit longer and goes for the slower, just single attack to proc the Crackshot. Oh no! Time's out!
I think it might have just been just an actual end round there. I'm not sure. Was it a rope out?
Yeah, I think he roped out. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do and just didn't attack at all. So that's missing a rep of the Crackshot Corsair. That's missing a Plunder proc.
And right away, now the attack, the offensive is starting up from Oe, getting the barrel out of the way, forcing there to be a double up right now, and that's a lot of mana committed that can't be used to just redevelop here, and forcing a block from I mean, just not Gangplank, I think, because you want Gangplank to level up possibly next turn, but it's going to be some amount of damage coming through for sure. And the rope outs have been a thing we saw in the seasonal. Lobster had some issues against Binus himself, actually. Both players taking it to the very limit in the game and the series ending in a timer, and basically it's something that Runeterra players have to acknowledge and keep track of. No timer obviously in fight night, so it's a bit different, but there is still a chance to rope out on a single turn action.
Yeah, there's like, it's just so much pressure that you're under, like so many options to consider, like we talked about, and you know the matchup, you know what your opponent has. You're like, what about Rite of Negation? What about Three Sisters? OE calculating, do I want to just save the Three Sisters here? Because you can go Fury of the North so that your Clockwork Curator doesn't die to the double up, but feels safe with the Kindly Tavern Keeper in hand, with the Blighted Ravine for even more healing, with Lysandra about to level up. I think that taking the double up there is correct.
I think today, especially with new decks, new champions being played, this, some of these players in some matchups, it's almost intuitive what to do. It's almost automatic because they've seen it happen so many times. They know all the play patterns, but with new champions being added, suddenly it makes things up. And even if you know what the champions do and you know what the general strategy of the deck is, the different permutations of the matchups they can face and how that changes things does make things a lot more complicated on days like these. This is the fight night that really asks the most of the players, I think, puts them to the limit, because they have to know how to adapt very quickly to what is a new meta, essentially.
Yeah, and this is the second time we've seen Binus like really struggle on the proper line of play. And to be fair, Ping City is a deck where you have to be very specific about when to go aggressive. Do you use your pings to control the board and try to fight for tempo, or you just fly by the seat of your pants, send everything face, and hope for the right top decks? And that game plan is either one of the other, a combination of the two, and sometimes it shifts. And it's one thing that we did praise this deck for initially when it was first conceived heading into the World Championships, was that flexibility and how rewarding it was for players to make the correct decisions for the matchup.
Runeterra coming down with red card, trying to take down the 8-1 overwhelm unit here. Ice Shard can come down as well, just to clear out the keg, who was dealing 2 damage to everything, of course.
So you're taking 1 damage to clear the keg, and then the red card only deals 1 damage, but you're also just weakening Binus's board. Once Lysandra levels up, you're getting the Ice Shards in turn. No mana for the Kindly Tavern Keeper. This is very spooky, is the thing. Like, we feel like OE is in the driver's seat, like he's in a really strong position from here, but this is the bane of these Freljord quote-unquote control decks, is you think you're in a good spot, and then your opponent just catches you off guard with an awkward hand or an awkward mana total. You don't have the tempo or the right time to be able to push through the healing or something that you were relying on. Here's another large development. Always tapping out is just purely relying on the tough from Lysandra to make this 11 HP worth it.
And also relying on just the 2 thralls are going to come out now as well to just assault the Nexus here for Binance. I think the Ice Shard last round was actually quite good at making sure that Lysandra stayed at 2 health, because instead of taking 2 damage from 1 red card, it would be 1 damage separated, so the tough would make sure you stay at 2 health, and it stopped any kind of attack from Binance, because they then could no longer attack with Twisted Fate, could not attack with the 2-1, and couldn't get the Crackshot Corsair ping either. So really a kind of unintuitive play, but I think it does end up making sense, and that's going to be the Shannon emote. I think the math has been made by Binance. He doesn't have to take a long time to calculate, those thralls coming out and his Nexus health going down, and that will be this game 2 going to OE. And once again, as has been tradition today, surprisingly enough, we'll be going to a game 3 every single time, and OE will have a chance to run it back with Darkness.
The interesting build from OE is that sometimes when you see your opponent has like a thrall with, only has 5 turns or only has 4 turns on it, I've still got some time to get a couple rounds because of the clock hand and the Inquisitor. You can accelerate those out. But now he has another shot at Darkness, and this is another matchup where you're playing a board-based burn strategy against another deck who can set up an early board quite consistently against you. And it comes down to what Ishtali Sentinel draws, because there's going to be a lot of tempo potentially coming through here.
Another classic matchup of the World Championship. It's when both of these decks really started gaining traction, both Pink City and Darkness, and were a very important part of that tournament.
Yes, we've got Stone Stackers. Back when Stone Stackers had Tough, it was just like such a matchup ending card. It was so difficult for Darkness to deal with this efficiently before it just like killed 2 things and dealt 2 or 3 damage to the Nexus. But now the Catalyzer trades up into it, and it always has. But I mean, you basically had to hard mulligan for Catalyzer or you lost.
I love the name of Conchologist in French. Conchilogue. It sounds, everything in French sounds better. I said it's a joke before, Scarzig, but I am really, after this tournament's over, I'm going into my client and changing it to French. I want to experience every single card in French. The classics like Torpedo and Astropong are also, of course, at the forefront of my mind.
Just scroll through the entire collection and just build a deck based on funky, cool names. But we've got the Pokestick going after the Nexus, and this is important, right? Binus not using this to clear the Conchologist because it's not guaranteed. Just going to send the damage directly to the Nexus, going all in on this burn plan, going in with the Plunders, right? Has the Gangplank ready to go on round 5. Is going to try to play this, I think, as more of like a Gangplank Sejuani cadence.
And there's a Ruination being drawn. Not ideal in this matchup. I think it's a bit too slow to deal with what Pink City tries to develop. Unlike Binus' other deck, unlike the Pantheon Taric, not going to be as effective at shutting it down. And again, we have the Gangplank in hand, we have the double up, we have Twisted Fate, we have all the main cards here. Mariah Warden now, still not really getting the best of pulls. I think Lurk will not be activating. So yet another dud to add to the list today.
I like the Vile Feast here. This does clear a path for Crackshot Corsair to survive. Not another ping here.
How many more bad pulls can Mariah Warden get? I didn't know the list was so high. I didn't know there was
it
so
always
many.
gets such good things on average that we just didn't even realize.
It's like trying to show us, look, these are all the bad pulls I can possibly get. This is one game, this is the next game. It just doesn't stop, apparently.
And now Binus has to be very specific about this attack. There is 4 mana open for Oe. There is a card hidden from the Conchologist. Yeah, just going to sacrifice the worst unit here just to get the crack shot proc. I do like that.
And I think it's necessary. You have to keep the plunder triggers, in order every single turn to make sure you have that major power spike once Gangplank does come down. That being said, on the attack token turn that Gangplank does come down, we're going to have something like an Extali, for example, healing back up to maybe even full, considering there's still 17 HP on the Nexus for Oe. So overall, I think Darkness is always, it's taken to the limit, but it does tend to stabilize against Pink City and tends to take over the game in the late game.
And here we go. Senna now on the board. This is going to translate to a lot of board control for Oe. Just all these small units that are being developed. The Catalyzer was able to strike once. We have 3 damage. And it's going to be all in on Gangplank and double up to try to burst this down. But now, with all the defense in the hand, and now we have the board control and the value being set up in play, I think it's like the perfect combination.
Crawling Sensation coming down onto the board. Well, was being threatened, but in the end, not going to play out. Definitely a great way of getting 2 1/1 chump blockers in this case to mitigate any kind of go wide strategy that's going to be available for Binance, especially after the fate comes down. I think this is after you get the red card down and you're like, okay, now it's my green light to be able to play this out and not be like really punished.
And so we continue here. Gangplank is a very powerful play, but you're still worried about Ruination from Oe. We have Dawning Shadow in the far left of the hand where you can just annihilate the Gangplank immediately, debuff Binus's entire board so they can't strike. You're getting another Senna in your deck and just keeping this one in play rather than wiping her and having to redevelop.
We're into a stage now where there's a lot of mana to work with for both players. It normally favors the Darkness player, but there is going to be a Pathways and a pick a card in hand for Binance to try and refuel to still continue finding options that can not just run out of steam, as we've seen many times before with kind of these aggro-based decks. But Owie has a whole range of answers here. Mini Morph. He has Ruination if necessary. He has a Poke Stick and the Darkness. And of course with Sen on the board, like you mentioned, it makes the board control that much easier.
Yep, Darkness Fast Speed is great. Gonna answer the Twisted Fate here. Considering double Poke Stick as well to go full on defense. With Ishtali Sentinel in hand, it's like I don't think you need to worry too much about your HP dropping too low.
That's the biggest thing. You don't want to commit, I think, too much mana. 4 mana for just 2 Poke Sticks, and then you're kind of going to be left in a weird spot where I think you might want to commit or develop the Ishtali Sentinel this turn and kind of get that out of the way, and then have that much mana available to react to whatever your opponent does and have the full spread of spells available with both Senna and Ishtali on the board.
Mm-hmm. And with Senna dropping down to 2 HP after chump blocking the crack shot, this does set up for the double up, which I think is what Binus was really hoping for. There is some counterplay to that as well. You can mini morph your own Senna so she doesn't die to the double up. Double Pokey Stick your own Senna, I suppose. And Oe is exactly the type of player, that's going to pass here. Not going to pre-commit that mana.
Double up is the scariest thing here, with both players kind of being very respectful. 6 mana being floated, or above 6 mana being floated from both players here. But I think it is the time to pull the trigger on Senna here. I mean, she's really, unless you have a stress defense and you got it from the Contrologist, it's going to be the only option here. Or like you mentioned, double Poke Stick. Doesn't feel great. It does stop, of course, 4 damage to the next one, which is going to be good. So it's essentially the Poke Stick reading out, heal your Nexus for 2 for each of these, basically. But
players would definitely play that, right? Panda,
well, I mean, you're also killing your unit
4
in the process,
mana heal 4, draw 2.
Kill your unit, kill your Senna. The Vile Feast is found. The Crawling Decision can be played out here for 1 mana just to have some jump blockers just in case, but I think with the possibility of Twisted Fate coming down again, it's maybe not the right play just yet.
And so we have Ishtali Sentinel. We do have gold card from Twisted Fate as well to stop this lifesteal for 1 more rep. And the awkward part now for Binus is that you have the double Gangplank, and you've got to play 1. And it's going to get hit with Ruination or Mini Morph or something. You have to take the initial hit of playing out the first one and hoping it clears a path for the second.
Biggest problem is you don't have a way to activate the keg just yet. So this would be maybe a bit of a trap playing on this Gangplank right now without maybe playing Pathways first to see what you get, because you just immediately drag the keg with the Ishtali here and just heal without having to put into combat.
I wonder if Oe would even take that risk. And might even just end the round and just wait to use the Ishtali defensively to just lifesteal on a block.
You'd have the parley for the keg, but obviously not at fast speed or burst speed. And if you pathway, you have to draw into, I guess there's nothing for 1 mana.
Yeah, there's no group
Always
shot
thinking
in
about
this
it.
deck. You could, and honestly, maybe you drag the barrel anyway, because if you
don't have an attack otherwise. I mean, you're not going to attack into a Gangplank.
Yeah, because you drag the barrel just to force Binus to cash it in right now, so that it doesn't double stack into Gangplank's attack ability next round.
Definitely the play here, and it's not going to be punished. I mean, I think there's nothing that Binus can find. Obviously, if this was Plunder, would be different with Warning Shot, but in this case, with Pink City.
Yeah, so just gets an extra bit of reward here by being able to connect with the barrel. But overall, this is, I think, just a smart play in general, just to keep the barrels from stacking up. You've got Mini Morph next round to stop the Gangplank Overwhelm. His attack will still go, his ability will still go on the stack, but you will stop that Overwhelm quite nicely.
Still mana here to play out possibly a Darkness, possibly a Vile Feast, if you so choose to. Looks like it might be a Darkness here onto the Gangplank, trying to threaten a possible kill next turn.
Yeah, because this is only going to hit for 3. So I guess this means that if Binus does not open attack, you can just summon Senna, and then you have fast speed darkness to clear.
And the Corsair is a very good pickup there. You can actually play it out for 1 mana. You have no real space to develop, so I think the open attack is almost a guarantee here from Binus for for good or for bad. It's almost a necessity here at this point.
And so here it comes, a wide swing. We've got the AoE from Gangplank and also the ability from the Crackshot Corsair going onto the stack. This is a lot of damage coming through, but there is an Ishtali in play and another one in hand. So still way more healing to be had on OE's side. The only thing I would say is OE has a lot of sustain, but not a way to directly end the game just yet without Vhagar. Yeah, just tons of healing coming through. Still holding on to the Ruination, still holding on to the Minimorph. It's ironic that, OE has teched the deck to be so responsive to the enemy threats, but he's been able to navigate these games in such a way that he is very rarely forced to use these expensive cards.
And still very healthy. I mean, 18 HP, it's just... And at some point, we've seen one Pathways already from Binus. Like, at some point, he's going to just not be able to refuel. And we still have so many different tools here for OE. I think he's going to just be able to take over at some point. And this is the whole point with Darkness. You end up getting to a critical point where you're able to flip the switch, take control of the game, no longer be at the mercy of... And we didn't even ever get that low. I think the lowest we got on the Nexus was like 13 for OE. So he's been pretty much in control the entirety of the mid game, and now going to the late game is going to be even more so, I think, in his favor.
Yeah, relying on just pure damage is going to be a lot less consistent against Darkness than, having really massive stats and the threat of rallying, like we saw with the Pantheon Taric deck. I do like going for the Twisted Fate here to just go for a blue card and just try to draw for more resources here, because you're just starting to get ground out. You're starting to lose this battle. And maybe there's a way to draw into an additional threat and try to clear a path for this Gangplank to somehow stick to the board. Darkness isn't stacked up beyond 3, so he's not going to get one shot.
And Corsair is great, but when you're using blue card on TF to try and draw into some kind of answer, Corsair might not be it, considering that you don't really have a rally effect to suddenly just go in for a big swing here, for example. It's quite limiting, and you're still seeing the opponent's next HP so high up. It just doesn't seem... I think it's quite... Binus knows that this game might be over, depending on what the handlers say for OE, but...
Yeah, it's just a little bit of damage coming through. We've still got the lifesteal from Sentinel. There's one more Withering Wail in the deck. There's 2 copies of Withering Mist. So OE is, at 30 Nexus HP. And now with the Senna, you're going to have tons of just fast speed answers to everything that Binus tries to put into play. And this is all set dressing, unfortunately. We'd like to not think about games being over until they're over. But when we look at the resources that Binus has left versus the resources that OE has also in the deck and has the potential to top deck into, there's just no way those numbers and those cards line up.
Control is especially just a card that is just so good. At Jump Blocker, you get refuel, you get more value in hand. It just gives you this guarantee of value alongside cards that generate darkness, of course, as well.
And one of the major things as well was that double up not connecting. Double Pokestick onto the Senna, where you're sidestepping your opponent's huge chunk of burst damage, and then you are simultaneously just drawing 2 cards anyway to have more removal and more healing.
And right away, once again, Gangplank being forced to being developed, and now you still have the attack token here. Played it very safe. If you were OE, you can just force an answer here. If it's a Make a Rain, now you have the Vile Feast to answer and to just clean up any kind of damage coming in.
And if you were OE, you could go for a line where you put the darkness on the stack against the Gangplank and then attack with Senna to get another darkness in your hand. And then they just can't block with the Gangplank. And then you can use the darkness to finish them off post-combat if you'd like.
You might even be fine with... I'm not sure if you even kill the... I mean, I guess... Yeah, maybe you do, but you even might want to save it You can just save it for like a Crush Car's Hair, for example.
And
But
now by using the Vile Feast, there's no mini morph. So we've got an open attack now being presented with the Gangplank.
You definitely want to play Contrologist here if you are OE, just to mitigate some of that open attack. And again, because the cat comes out, there's almost a guarantee there won't be any development, even if there could be one, but he opts to just save that instead. You have the Senna, so you have the Ruination at fast speed if necessary. I think that might be the reason why. He just knows he can reset here, and that's what he's going to do here. And now there's definitely not going to be any way that Pinus comes back into this.
Oh, wow, that's right. She accelerates your damage and kill spells to fast speed. The first time I've ever seen this, Panda. Ruination at fast speed. A little bit of chip damage coming onto the Nexus, but the board is wiped. And we've talked about it before. I mentioned it that OE, even though you have these lines that allow you to take direct control of the game and really start forcing your own win conditions, he loves to go for these lines where you just take your opponent out of the game entirely by just withstanding their win condition. Acceleration being taken.
I like
so that way you can return your Conchologist to the hand if you'd like.
I like playing out units because you want it to just make sure you have as much unit mana available on this next turn as well. If you're playing Extali, you don't care about banking spell mana too much because you know that you've answered the answer you had. Like when you needed the answer, you've already used it up with Ruination, and you're fine just developing and now slowly taking over the game. You've done all the stalling you needed to do, and now it's a chance where you believe you kind of choke out your opponent before they're able to get a chance to draw into 4 or 5 different turns and find another Gangplank or another answer, for example.
Mirai Warden pulling another pretty bad 1-drop for this archetype. And now again, this is just like full control of the board. And now you also know that there is just a 1-drop in your opponent's hand.
That's probably quite reassuring, considering that we are on turn 10, and Pinus has to find some kind of miracle late game card to win him or to get him back into the game, and definitely having a 1-drop in hand is not really going to be it. Lecturing Yordle is going to get him closer, but there are so many tools available still for OE that I think it's quite clear now that OE is 100% going to win this game 3. Going to move on to the grand finals of this Fight Night tournament, and Pinus, our current seasonal champion, will have to fight it through the loser bracket and find his way, ideally, back into the grand finals for the revenge match against OE.
Yeah, and what happened here essentially was just like the Pink City. Getting to the finals is still very impressive. This list has a very strong matchup versus Ezreal Kennen, like we saw. A lot of potential to just clear the Kennens, clear the Dragonlings, or because you have so many cheap ways to present those sorts of threats, even though Ionia has a lot of cheap recalls and resources to survive those, you just put too much tax on their cards and their mana.
All that work to finally kill this Ixtali, and always like, nope, back to 6. Keep working at it. There's going to be a lot of poison darts going to have to go this Ixtali's way to finally take it down, and development here comes down. And that's gonna be it. Withering Mist can come down, clear out both of these units, make it rain, can maybe kill off one thing if it's lucky, but really not gonna do much, and that will be the full swing here in the game 3. Now officially goes to OE's favor, despite him being ahead and being in control for the last few rounds. That is game 3 ending here now, and like we mentioned, OE moves on to the grand finals. It was a tough matchup for both players. I think they both know the experience and the the achievements they both have. I think in the end, both the decks from OE in the matchup that he won were quite polarized with him, first with the Thralls and now with Darkness as well. And there's just good matchups in his favor, where it was we saw in Worlds as well, where Pink City came in very hot, but Darkness was always able to stabilize right at that usually came quite close. It came out to the wire. Not in this case. In this case, it was just very comfortable for OE all throughout the game. The lowest he's gone was like 13 HP because it wasn't that much of a developed early game. But still, I think the matchup is quite favored for Darkness in the end, and it does make sense that OE was able to take that game 3.
And so with that being sorted out, we can take a look at how the rest of the bracket went. Pinus is dropping down to the lower bracket, and it looks like his opponent will have to be sorted out between Ultraman and Yeshui. So I butchered that. It's Yeshu, right?
I'm not entirely sure.
I studied a little bit of Mandarin.
But we're trying our best.
And so I'm like trying to say it correctly. We're trying our best. But anyway, Ultraman is trying to put up a big fight here, right? To come back up through the bracket, get the rematch versus Oe. Both of these players actually were sent to the lower bracket by Oe. All three. So it's a three-way grudge match. Which one of these will have the pleasure of getting their rematch with the grand finalist?
We're used to seeing Ultraman always kind of going through the winner's side of that bracket and being the one having to wait in the grand finals. But in this case, he has to try and fight for it through the loser side. He's someone that we saw him obviously dominate Fight Night in the past 2 or 3 months. And I think he's definitely trying to get yet another title in his name. So I definitely expect him to put up a very good fight against Yeshu. But that will be it for right now. We're going to go to a very short break. Well, a little bit longer than usual, 5 minutes. And we'll be back with the second half of this Fight Night tournament and the loser bracket semifinal.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to sort out the lower bracket to figure out who is going to take on Oe in the grand finals.
And we'll be seeing, some action from Ezreal Kennen once again. I know he's one of the champions that people are testing the most, that are trying to see what the best build for him is. We saw him in one game today only. It was with Wayfinder, of course, and it was pretty intense. We saw a lot of Kennens coming out. It's definitely the champion I think that has brought the most attention to it out of the 4 or 5 that have been released right now. Pantheon also a bit, but Kennen has been at the forefront, I think, of the testing and of the overall community, just trying to find out what the best way to play it is. I think it's a very fun champion, how it plays out.
Yeah.
But we'll see if it's found it's kind of most optimal shell already, or if there's going to be still more tinkering to be done.
Yeah, I think players are just really excited to play Ionia in a new idea that's not just Lee Sin, right?
Mhm.
Or Poppy, Lulu, Rally, Zed Poppy type stuff. They want to play like a true deck that's mostly Ionia. And this deck is, mostly Ionia. It's even gone all the way into Kinko Wayfinder territory. But the players that we do have for the next matchup are going to be Yeshu and Ultraman. We talked about it a little bit. Yeshu from Slovakia, apparently, and is coming in, as you already talked about, a very strong player who was, I think, at one point on the Czechia team.
I believe this might either be wrong or he might live in Czechia. And with the EU Master rules, it's more the country you're living in for the past year. That might be the reason why.
Okay.
But again, Czech and Slovakia, as the old name, Czechoslovakia used to these countries are very close together, so it could be both. Maybe you might have a mixed nationality possibly, but the bigger story here is his name, obviously Scarzig. I think you might not even expect him to be European from his name, and this is actually the case in the Europe Masters. He had this name on ladder. People didn't, when they were assuming the countries and who would qualify to the tournament, they didn't know where he was from. All of a sudden, on the day of the tournament, Thomas finds out he's not qualified because he didn't know there was any other Czech players anywhere close to him and Bacatek and Pokrovac. And it was Yeshu that was actually on the Czech team and took his spot. So kind of abrupt the way that was found out. But since then, Yeshu has been a very strong player in the European scene as well.
All right. So, but at any rate, despite his very odd origins and finding his way into the spotlight in the European Shard, we do have him now here for Fight Night EU, and he's still going strong, like making into the top 4 here, trying to take down Ultraman, one of the winningest Fight Night players of all time, and just for the purpose of getting a rematch to try to take down the championship, I think is quite exciting. We're going to take a closer look at the Kennen Ezreal list that he did bring, and that here is, I think, a similar one that we saw earlier. It's similar to, it's only got 1 copy of Homecoming, has 2 copies of Notify instead, 3 copies of Recall, and so you're going to have a lot more ways to cheaply protect your Kennen and also cycle that. And we'll see if the lack of followers in this deck does come back to haunt it, like we saw in that first match where the Kennens and stuff got slowly answered, and then there was just no way to put the pressure back on into a very heartbreaking Wayfinder whiff.
Yeah, Wayfinder is one of the cards that, similar to Euro Grifter in the punter decks, it's a card that when it misses, it's a big deal. But Wayfinder, I think, is the Allegiance card that has the most polarization in terms of it hitting or not. If it doesn't hit, it's pretty terrible. I mean, a 2/3/4 drop is really not ideal at all. Euro Grifter is sometimes still okay, but the effect is so strong for Wayfinder and kind of the deck building requirements, especially in Ionia, that's not a region that has that many strong cards, I think, overall, means that when it whiffs, it's just game ending. And I think that's what we saw happen before as well.
And again, it just remains to be seen if this deck has just been, it's only been, a couple days. If it's been high rolling and just doing really well because people are unfamiliar with the matchup, maybe it's been bullying some other unoptimized experimental decks from the new metagame, the post-expansion metagame, and now this is where it really gets to test its mettle and its staying power. I've seen some claim that this is a tier 0 deck. I've seen other players claim that it is very easily counterable and players just aren't running the counters just yet. And like we've seen, we've got Ultraman on Go Hard to try to counter this list very effectively, and a lot of Ping City as well, in anticipation, not just Kennen, but the really aggressive elusive builds that run the Mourned and Navori Conspirator and things of that nature. Navori Blade
Yeah,
Scout.
funnily enough, this does seem like a very new strategy, very new deck, like we mentioned, but really there's only 6 new cards here. Everything else is just old. It just needed a lot of these cards needed a reason to be played, and they need a synergy to look forward to. And Kennen is a card that kind of, because Mock of the Storm, it creates more Kennens in the deck, you would kind of expect there to be a very big part of the deck in every game you play, so it's very consistent in that regard. But it is odd a little bit, I think, to look at this deck and see only 6 new cards.
But the cards that are new in this deck are very impactful. I love the God Willow Seedling. I was experimenting with it with Risu and the Storm Cloud and Thunderfist to make a ton of Masa, the Thunderfist. And it's just a funky, like, hilarious card that can do a lot of work. I was very surprised that Ari was not able to carve out a position for herself in this list. It seems like just such a solid, easy to slot in package with like God Willow Seedling, Ari, and Droplet to just get more card draw and cycle and a little bit more early damage potentially.
I have to say, 1 week ago, I heard you say what you just said about including a card called Thunderfist in your deck. I would think this guy's making up some nicknames for some cards. There's no way there's an actual card called Thunderfist in Runeterra. But that is the case. That is the reality we live in. Some of the cards that were added have definitely some interesting names. I think the Mecha Pilots have, I think, some great names. So from the player perspective, at least, I'm very happy with the naming conventions used in this last expansion. I think it fits with the Magic Misadventures. It's kind of more playful theme. I think it is quite fitting.
I mean, the Kennen, like, batch of followers and, like, his level of animation where they're, like, Naruto running across the field to, like, take on these giant purple monsters. It's, like, super cool. It's super cool. I was gushing about all the mechs on stream the other day. I love the individual flavor and all the, like, little Easter eggs and references they have in each of the artworks. But overall...
Pantheon as well, with the Dragon Ball Z
too.
Animation. That is some good stuff. That is some good stuff. The first time I saw him, like, this is amazing.
It is pretty cool. I mean, I definitely would like to see more Pantheon. The only player that we saw able to play it on stream was Pinus, and Pantheon only came down like in that one game and didn't do a lot. Every time I play against Pantheon, he hits the board with Elusive, Scout, and Spell Shield, and I'm just like, oh no.
We'll see. We'll see if he becomes Arsenal 2.0 or if he just gets mini morph 24/7. I guess both those things are the same thing, actually. But at the end of the day, we'll see if mini morph gets yet another target. But we're going to be starting up this semifinal very, very soon. We'll end up seeing, what Kennen can do against, like you mentioned, Go Hard. I'm very excited to see Go Hard in action once again. I never thought I would say this, going back like a year ago. But it happens where we have these meta decks that are very oppressive. But once that oppression ends, we're actually quite excited to see them. I think TF is one of those decks as well, where it was very rampant, very oppressive. Everyone hated it, but then a few months later, like, oh, this is cool to see it back in the tournament. Guardia brought it a few times after it was nerfed initially, and it was fun seeing it again. I think with Go Hard, for me at least, it's similar. I think it still is a fun play pattern, and I think now it's been a bit more toned down, and it's definitely a fun deck to see.
It's Go Hard was like sort of like the blueprint of a deck that is very rewarding for players that pilot it a lot and get tons of experience on it and can just take it to that next level. And so this could be just like a return to form for like these classic toolboxy decks. And getting into the first game, we've got Go Hard versus Ping City. Again, board-based decks, a lot of chip damage, but Ultraman has the edge in this matchup just because a little bit of healing from Doom Beast, a big AoE clear with Pack Your Bags potentially lining up against a wide board or a Gangplank could be exactly what he needs to clinch this one.
You would have loved to see, obviously, a Go Hard in hand right away from Ultraman. I think that was one of the few foundational points of this deck is that you want to have always the Go Hard. You want to always aggressively mulligan most of the time because you had so many cards that would work in the early game because it's you have so many cheap cards that kind of cycle that it does end up working fine. But having Go Hard early on and be able to cycle it quickly is one of the most important parts about this deck. Bull Shark on 1, always a lot of debate around this being the right play or not in Go Hard, because you could get some risky, especially in TF Fizz when it was played in TF Fizz. That was, I think, the bigger discussion point even. where you can get some dud fleeting cards.
I think in this particular scenario, because the matchup is just naturally so aggressive, that you need to go for this line. And at the worst, you lose out on like a salvage or a twisted fate or something. Everything else in the deck is mostly playable.
Yeah, well, it was much more punishing in TF5 because it's much more kind of combo oriented. Where if you burn your mind melds of like certain cards that you didn't want to burn early on.
Yeah. And so now we've got a really strong setup. We've got the Make It Rain with the barrel. There is going to be some reactivity, but decides to go for Mirai Warden. Doesn't want to like keep up mana for a Pokey Stick or anything to respond to this. So we get a little bit of a wipe here. It's not the best. It's not the worst. And a little bit better of one drop from the Mirai Warden, getting a 2/2. Maybe means that, maybe the curse is broken.
The biggest thing, unlike, you can play for the board here in the early game, of course. You're playing defensively in this case if you're Ultraman, but you have all the tools to do it with your units. But the biggest upside is that you have healing. Of course, you're playing Shadow Owls. You're going to have access to drain effects like Doom Beast, for example. They're able to reset in the mid to late game. And just, I think this should be a very easy matchup for Ultraman. You can take it much slower. And of course, Go Hard themselves, they also have a drain effect. So you're able to stay relatively healthy going to late game. And you have Glimpse Beyond even to counter the double up as well. So overall, on paper, this was a very, very good matchup for Ultraman.
Yeah, it's going to come down to when you remember, if you think all the way back to when this deck was incredibly meta, when you see a deck over and over and over again on the ladder and in tournaments, you get a deeper appreciation for when it can draw poorly, just like any deck can. And so now we're seeing just an incredibly wide swing, the box not lining up against this board, no go hard setup just yet, and this is how the deck would often lose, is your go hards just don't come out of the deck in time. We've got one Doom Beast in the hand, but that might not be enough healing. All we need at this point is just Gangplank or Double Up to hit.
I mean, Ultraman's reaction says it all. That was a swing that you don't usually expect. So many one drops. This is kind of a double line to this, where if it looks great for Yeshu, yes, but if he's not able to push this tempo advantage and get the win quickly, he might be in trouble because he just ran out of fuel. His hand might be just more one drops. He might not even have board space for them, and then all of a sudden you're giving Ultraman enough time to stabilize and come back into the game.
And it's so funny to me because we saw this happen over and over again with Go Hard, where really aggressive decks would come out of the woodwork to start punishing it, and then Go Hard would respond by running more defense, running Withering Whale to counter these swarmy decks and have even more defense, and you would try to go above it or run dragons or something to really abuse them, summoning just chumpy small units, and then they would start running Vengeance and Ruination to counter that. So I think that we're seeing like the initial like prototype of the meta game, right? And then even Ken and Ezreal, these are both decks that once they get like a sampling of what the field is composed of, they can go back to the drawing board, change their recipe, and then come back even stronger. So Elise is going to take advantage of her fearsome keyword here to push through a little bit more damage. We've got a wide board here, great blocker with the Jagged Butcher top deck, and just need a little bit more card draw to get into the rest of the healing of this this deck here from Ultraman.
And the board clear space being cleared up here, I think you wanted the unit to die there because you want to develop something like a Gangplank possibly, or you might need this board space there. But Make It Rain comes out instead. You're gonna have.
Yeah,
I think you definitely have to save the Glimpse Beyond for any kind of double up. You're gonna have to save 2 spell mana at all points in time right now because of the 8 man on the Nexus.
And you also get the guaranteed plunder trigger before they go too wide. Another 1-drop. And I like that, going for the Fortune Croaker here to cycle off of the Jagged Butcher. It's still at 2 HP, so it's safe from getting pinged off by like a Pokey Stick. But then you also have just a 3/2 to trade into the Jagged Butcher as a 3/3.
Consideration for keeping up the box open, but I think only for the Jagged Butcher, I think it's not really worth it. I think you do want to play out just a 2.
There's probably no better at this point with Yishu all in and not really drawing that many cards from here. That's probably the best use you're going to get out of the box if you did want to pull the trigger there.
And Ruination comes in at the perfect time. if there's a development here, if a gangplank is played.
Oh, wow. Goes for the parley. Rather than going for the open attack, that's 3 guaranteed damage almost. 2 from the crack shot, and then 1 impact. I guess if you just force a response to the parley here, then there is no more ruination threat.
You're happy passing here. I mean, you're not entirely happy, but you know, yeah, this is the gangplank. This is what I was thinking. I think really the parley there opener signaled the level up for the gangplank happening before he comes down, so he comes down immediately leveled up and you can attack for the big swing. But this just opens you up to a ruination, but now you don't have the mana for it. You have to just use the vengeance.
Vengeance off of the glimpse saves this board state. Still a lot of damage coming through.
So the glimpse was a bit greedy, I think. I mean, at least for me, it was quite foreshadowing. I think that the gangplank was waiting in the hand.
Yeah, you could have gotten all of the full kit and caboodle.
Is not ideal here. So many top decks can ruin the day for Ultraman. He currently has no go hards in the hand. He has no amount of drain right now. He's losing most of his board while still 3 units are going to be alive on Yeshu's side. And Yeshu is now dependent on the top decks, though. That is the one silver lining here for Ultraman.
But the Crackshot Corsair is that guaranteed damage and the impact. And the other thing too is that because all these 1-draws have been drawn, the chances of drawing a spell is even higher, right? Or even hidden pathways.
Goes for the drain effect here, still at the mercy of...
Oh!
You can't really end around here. If there's a double up in hand, it's kind of over. We'll see how many risks Ultraman wants to take here. If he wants to use the go hard this turn, he dips under the Glimpse Beyond range, and he's now at the mercy of double up being top deck for Yeshu and losing the game. If he doesn't, oh, well, I guess now he has the information, so I think the Corsair will go here, or it might just be, I think the Corsair might be the best option here. Because of the fact that Make It Rain can kill these Stone Stackers on the stack, I think it is better to kill the 1 unit that can create the ability to create the damage before. No, it's definitely the Corsair, yeah. Because you're able to still kill the Stone Stackers with the Make It Rain at fast speed and have the impact not go through.
We've got Pool Shark still digging through the deck. We can start getting go hards now. There's another Doom Beast still yet left.
You're still at the mercy of double up, but you have now the mana to counter it with Glimpse Beyond. You have another Doom Beast as well. There's the hidden pathways trying to fish for more on Yeshu's side.
Into Gangplank. And now we've got Ruination.
But what if that last card is enough to deal 4 damage?
The last card, it's not double up at the very least. But yeah, with 2 barrels now in play because of Gangplank's ability, that last card's got to be double up then, right?
Can't just be a unit that you're going to play out here from hand, any kind of unit. Looks like it's not going to be played out this turn, so we're going to have to wonder what it is. Yeshu did mess up his delay a little bit. He put 10 minutes instead of 5, which is why we're not having his hand for this game at the very least. That might be fixed for the next few ones, or it might not, but that is a reasoning there. And Ultraman is still alive, and now he's ready to try and end the game here. Still round ends. Doom Beast getting him a little bit healthier, a little bit safer, a little bit more comfortable. Now up to 6 HP.
And the Glimpse Beyond to play around the double up. We know that that's what Yeshu is trying to avoid, but at this point, now your opponent is healed beyond the double up range. We had the 4 and the 7 swap.
Lethal's there right now, but if you're expecting possibly a Monster Harpoon, this would stop the lethal. You have Make It Rain, though, to connect with 1 more ping of damage. Yeah, it's going to be a Monster Harpoon.
What is a Harpoon?
Now, you can't Twisted Fate red card this turn because then you dip under... Okay, well, now you can.
Oh, baby.
And that's going to be the lethal, the red card here. The Make It Rain next turn with the Glimpse Beyond response to any fast speed spell trying to do something here, but still 7 HP. Very, very healthy.
Holy cow. Just a crazy sequence of just all 1-drops that eventually got traded down, and all of your big threats answered immediately before leveled Gangplank could get any value.
And Ultraman wanted to feel alive playing Runeterra, and he has achieved that goal by playing this go hard list against Pink City. to the very end there, could have been at the mercy of a few top decks in a few situations for a few rounds, but in the end comes out ahead. Yeshu's game plan, we were talking about it. He
how
either
the turns have tabled.
he either won with the tempo that he had developed with so many one drops in that huge turn, or he just ended up, you're gonna run out of fuel and you're not gonna have enough to end the game at that point. Then go hard will be able to stabilize. The box comes in as well.
And this guarantees the Make It Rain connects. And that again is Yeshu's final card. And here comes the Make It Rain to finish. Wow, what a game one. Coming down to the wire, Ultraman bringing it back. And now he's just got to do it one more time.
Oh, but with a different deck. It's going to be a Lulu Poppy instead, which I think might be a little bit easier to go hard. He got the challenging part out of the way. Now he brings out
Pink City against Lulu Poppy.
He brings out the Yordle Explorer, and now it's time to just, breeze through it. Just play your curve and play your Aegis, and you're good to go. We'll see how powerful the combo is, but
I remember when we were looking at the data a while ago, we said that Pink City was favored against Poppy Zed, but we also saw Poppy Zed just high roll the mess out of that matchup and win it regardless. And now you're playing a deck that isn't as reliant on 1 and 2 HP units specifically. The ability to more directly buff the units passively so that every single ping and every single removal isn't also taxing a card and mana out of the opponent. Oh no.
The cursed curve is here, Scarzig. Get used to it. Print this image in your brain because you'll be seeing a lot of mulligans that will lead to victories that start off with this very combination of cards in hand. Yordle Explorer into Bandle City Mayor into Poppy.
And Ultraman is attacking on even turns, so we do have the Poppy on 4 into an attack to further buff this board. What is going to be the 3-drop, however? Pardon me, 3-drop is the Mayor, but you know what I mean.
We have the double sharp sight as well.
Oh man, so we've got protection for the Yordle Explorer, just floating the 1-drop. We've got early damage. We got, oh no, this is looking terrifying. And there's not enough mana on Yeshu's side to even answer this Explorer. Stop this. And the Ranger's Resolve. Ultraman shaking his head. He already knows. He has drawn all the pieces of Exodia.
Scarzig, you're playing against a deck called Pink City, and you have a card that negates pings. I think you're going to be pretty happy with yourself by trying that Ranger's Resolve. Another card that is, very polarizing in its effect when it's able to really... Against a deck like Pink City, it's just able to do so much for so little. For just
pick
one
up the
mana.
Fulminas, the Gunch. Oh no, it just takes the aloof to snipe the Gangplank. This is gonna hit the Gangplank. Ultraman is coming out of the loser's bracket. He's been winning Fight Night this whole time, but now he gets to experience the delicious joy of the lower bracket buff that everybody gets in Fight Night EU.
There's a Ranger's Resolve coming in, countering the keg there, keeping the Yordle Explorer alive and ready to buff the rest of the Yordle army here. All the broken cards are coming into hand, lecturing Yordles. I'm gonna join the party as well. Let's get in here, guys. Until they nerf us, let's all bandle together and try and go for a few wins here and there.
I like that, bandle together. And it's like, what do you do against this? Poppy's going to attack and become a 5/5. Bear becomes a 4/4. Yordle Explorer becomes a 3/2. And then that's just going to buff the Yordle Explorer. The lecturing Yordle, to become a 4/6? My lord. You should be thinking about if I even want to play this one out. You can maybe have Gold Card. Yeah, Gold Card is nice.
Great answer here for Poppy. Just stops the attack altogether. Makes the rest of the attack really not as exciting. Don't have Challenger on the tracker either, so it might just be an end round here. But at the end of the day, you're playing for a very big board. I guess, yeah, the 3/3 attack here is fine. It does open up the Mayor to a ping, but at the end of the day, I think that's not really a big deal here. You're still going to take a trade on some of these units and continue widening your board. It's even a good thing because the Mayor has done most of his job. He can still obviously take down or get the aloof down for a cheapened cost, but has already kind of generated a card and gotten you that value.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh.
I like that Ultraman recognized that, like, I can drop the mayor down to 1 HP because I have the double sharp sight, right? If a ping does come through, I still have plenty of mana left over to still protect whichever unit. And trading in the Twisted Fate, of course, so you can play out the second for a red card here. You've got to choose what you want to protect. Your Orbital Explorer is the pick. You've got the second one as well.
I think that is the right play. I think the mayor, once it gets some initial value, does start losing out later down the line. It doesn't get that much value, whereas the explorer is going to basically hit everything. You are playing a deck with mostly Yordles, so it's just constant train of value. Especially when you have 2 on the board, it gets even crazier.
And now you can play a 5/7 Lecturing Yordle if you want, or you just go for the open attack to buff up these explorers even further.
See what kind of blocks Ultraman wants to take here. He can just not take any blocks at all. I think he might decide that he's going to have a big enough board.
To draw against a deck like this with so much burn, it's very spooky to like take that hit and not get value out of your units when they're at 1 HP in this matchup. So we'll see if Lecturing Yordle can bring this back, because this is bigger than Gangplank.
Instead of this card being nerfed, it got buffed. It's now a 5/7. Create Poison Dart in hand for 4 mana. Definitely a scary unit, with the word unit being used very appropriately in this case.
Oh no. The Lecturing Yordle, that stat line seems so mediocre now. So you've got a chump block. There is enough mana for double Poison Dart to start controlling the board. And from this position, even though there is a lot of over-the-top damage from Yeshu, the ability to just force a trade on the board and then potentially rally and end is still very, very important here. Yeah, I wonder if you keep this Twisted Fate alive to play around, third one, getting the third gold card or red card.
Ultraman got a little bit too greedy last turn by not blocking anything. I think you have to. I mean, this is going to be a race after all, and Pink City is going to be still effective at just trying to remove units effectively and efficiently. And Ultraman's game plan hasn't been extremely efficient mana-wise, and in terms of what he was saving, there haven't been any kind of combat checks
and he's hitting the mushroom.
Even the Ranger's Resolve just saved 1 unit. We haven't seen these huge blowout combat tricks that just completely turn swing the things back in his favor. Now Gangplank comes down, and this is still a very big problem you have to deal with. I mean, you have the 5/7 Lecturing Yordle that is true.
Oh yeah, so it's just gonna go for the sharp sight single combat in order to keep Gangplank's ability from going on the stack at all. But now, your big unit is being cashed in, and oh no, I've been chuckling this whole time based on like this forbidden curve, but as long as your opponent is putting you under enough pressure, having good stats in play just isn't good enough.
Even the aloof hasn't had a chance to be played out before Gangplank became a problem. It just wasn't really a chance to play out a 4 mana 2/3, despite the buffs it would get.
So overall, pretty well done. There is a barrel in play. There is 3 mana up. We could see like a pokey stick to make sure that the Lecturing Yordle just dies to this single combat and gives you a better open attack. But no, doesn't connect. So you can still go for a wide swing here if you'd like. There's still 1 mana open for your Poison Dart.
The Mayor helps a lot at trying.
Snipes the second Gangplank
as well. And the Mayor helps at giving, more value now for Ultraman once he survives this round. There's going to be a lot of trades that are going to go in his favor here. You can just straight out block the 2 Lecturing Yordles into each other. And then he makes the rest of the attack pretty uninviting for Yeshu as well.
Yeah, I like attacking with maybe just these 2. You get the 1 impact damage. You get the Poison Dart to send to the Nexus. And I really believe that this Poison Dart needs to go to the Nexus. It's very tempting to kill this 2/1, but I think that you need to fully give up on
definitely
attempting to control the board. from
Especially
here.
after this swing where you're forced to play out the unit that has impact attack with it into a bad trade because you know you need to get that 1 damage ping of impact. Yeah, Shu knows he's not playing for board control anymore or any kind of board presence. He's just playing for Nexus health because Ultraman's deck does not have healing. This is the one thing that you know for a fact, and you know that this region combination doesn't have healing outside of Radiant Guardian, and you have to just go for the lethal. Once that one unblocked turn went through, where it put Ultraman down to 9 HP, then the game plan shifted completely, I think.
And Ultraman is incentivized now to keep developing and going wide because you want to take advantage of the stat buffs from Yordle Explorer, you want to take advantage of the discount from Mare, and with a Range of Resolve being used, double Sharp Sight already being used, there is a huge safety net, I think, mathematically, for Yeshui to go for a double up if he gets it off the top deck.
No mushrooms.
Minion is a consistent blocker here. Try to grind down. Shark Trainer takes the Kingpin. Oh no, lecturing Yordle.
Oh, I think that seals the deal.
Yeah, you get to.
I mean, this will be a very big
Nexus.
attack, but I think not big enough.
Yeah, one of these last 2 cards would need to have been a rally. This is a very big swing, but Ultraman got put on the back foot, and with 14 HP as a buffer, now he is the one that can, you know, take just a big hit here and preserve a board instead. And if Ultraman is like gonna try to get hidden pathways or something and draw into more resources or a rally, you have to risk the puff caps now.
Both players do have some champignons in the deck, so they're gonna have to be very careful. Who draws how many? The swing isn't the result with Yeshu's Nexus health going down quite a little bit with the unblocked units. Not quite 2 HP, but still, you know, there's 5 in the deck for him. I'm not sure exactly how many Ultraman has.
Yep, so here it comes.
The biggest thing is having this lecturing Yordle survive. That's the biggest thing that you have to go for if you're Yeshu to guarantee that extra ping next turn as well.
Yeah, and who knows, like with 3 cards in hand, just gonna go for a pokey stick maybe.
Surely has to block a 6/4 somehow. He can't let 6 damage go through.
Yeah.
I guess it
Oh my
must
god,
be Harpoon.
he's going down to 2 HP. He's joining Ultraman on the edge, on the precipice of doom.
Yeah, no, it has to be Harpoon. There's no
Okay.
chance you don't block the 6/4 somehow. So the 6/4 goes down to Harpoon. The lecturing will survive, which is the biggest thing. So you can create another poison dart next turn to guarantee 1 more damage ping. And now the mushrooms are going to come through for both players. Well, that was anticlimactic. No mushrooms whatsoever. They are a little bit shy on this final turn here. 1 ping, well, 2 pings now guaranteed,
There
and there's
it is!
absolutely nothing.
What can
Consolidates
Conch
into
get?
some kind of heal of some sort, but I don't think so.
And that's gonna be it. Lecturing Yordle swings through, no rally, and then
as has
gets
been
the poison
customary,
dart.
this entire tournament, we go to a game 3. There are no clean sweeps today. Every match goes to a game 3, and that will be the case here as well with Ultraman and Yeshu both having to bring out their final decks. Well, Ultraman was on his final deck there. He will have to run it back after getting the win with the Go Hard, but Yeshu will have to bring out his second deck in his lineup, which I believe was...
Yeah, sometimes you just get mad with power. Like you see the Mare and the double Explorer and the Poppy, but it lined up where you wanted to preserve the double Explorer and take advantage of that stat buff for the rest of the game, and just took too much damage in that mid-game swing. The gold card stopping the Poppy was absolutely pivotal
that was the biggest
to
thing.
keeping that game from irreparably snowballing out of control as well.
The Make It Rain hitting the Poppy, for example. There was a lot of things that, you know, if you start adding them up, they don't seem like these huge flashy tempo swings, but all those little things made it so that the what could have been an incredibly snowbally start from Ultraman ended up fizzling out. The Ranger's Resolve as well, just that 1 unit being saved instead of, you know, 3 or 4 was the same case. There was maybe been an argument for not saving it, not using it there at that point. I think was maybe an option, to be honest.
And yeah, who knows if that's really how things are going to go down over and over if you play that matchup multiple times. We've got Kennen showing up to mark the Yordle Explorer, and this means if you can recall the Kennen and replay him, you can kill this 2/2. Fantastic. Going to take the big risk here going in against the Ranger's Resolve, but Ultraman will be able to find 2 damage before this combo does come through for the kill.
The Mark of the Storm, of course, the Cannon also being played out 2 times, so kind of adding up to his own level up condition, and a very good start for Yeshu right away.
And this is, I think, one of the reasons as well that the Kennen Ezreal has been very, very strong in the opening of the Magical Misadventures metagame, is because of the ability to work on your game plan while simultaneously disrupting the opponent. And if you aren't accounting for Kennen Ezreal or trying to counter it, then it does kind of just do what it wants at you until you die.
And not just that, but that disruption directly contributing to your own game plan as well, with the Ezreal level up, with the Mark of the Storm, with the Kennen being replayed, etc. So this is kind of all mixing up together to make it a very competent deck in that regard. Because there's some decks that have a very straightforward game plan that doesn't interact at all. And at the end of the day, I think those decks never end up being kind of the competent tier 1 decks that are very consistent. Whereas Kennen does seem to have hit a lot of these marks of being able to control a lot of different matchups while still doing its own thing.
And so now we've got Return to bring out the not necessarily a Kennen, brings out Eye of the Dragon.
Even worse.
And we've seen it over and over again. Even the most fearsome of boards, the most well-statted of boards, quail in fear of the Dragonlings. You just can't get through those slowly chipping away at your board and then healing you for 2, 4, 6 every round.
That being said, Poppy is coming into hand, discounted, ready to go, and with a fairly wide board here, so we'll see how much of a tempo swing, not on this turn because it's not going to be a tactical turn for Ultraman, but possibly next turn, we're getting a 5 wide board essentially. There might be a massive Poppy swing, and there is an Aegis in hand as well.
Yeah, it's hard to commit this just yet because with 5 mana open, you're worried about just Palm stopping your attack anyway, or just like a Homecoming. It's important to note in Yeshua's deck, there is only 1 copy of Homecoming. All of the rest of the recalls in the deck are for selfish reasons. Goes for second Mare. Going a little bit wider, taking the waiting play. Double Eye of the Dragon means that you're still going to have a fantastic defensive wall against this Poppy swing. Is it going to come down to Ultraman just trying to level up this Poppy and go for just like a wider impact turn? Also has the ability to mark the Poppy. This is super important to see as well because you, even if the damage doesn't kill, detonating Mark of the Storm does also stun the unit, and that allows you to save your concussive palms and things like that for further down the road.
We could see the Arena Kingpin being played out here for Ultraman, but opting just play it passively here, just continue passing back to Yeshu, see what he does, see what he commits with. He still has 5 mana he'd be burning, 1 more than Ultraman would with this pass. And he has, of course, a fleeting card that he's going to want to spend out this turn.
Yeah. He wants the mark to go onto the Mare or the Fleet Feather Tracker or something so that he can play Poppy safely. Or as safely as he can.
Looks like the turn is not done yet. Going to be another retreat being played out. Kennen once again going back to the hand.
Yeah, cycling the Kennen, that way you have double Mark of the Storm to just kill something, it seems. Or you mark 2 targets, and then you kind of prep them to be detonated down the road. Very interesting idea here. And again, just working on that Kennen level up. Once the Kennen levels up and you do Kinko Wayfinder and you have 3 leveled up Kennens in play, you get like 6 Marks of the Storm in your hand, and then you just are unstoppable when it comes to board-based things.
And it's very clear that Yeshu knows that Ultraman has ways to develop more units because you have a double Mayor on the board, and the way your deck is built with so many Yordles and multi-region ones, it's expected that you can play out pretty much anything, for with still 2 unit mana left. But I think he still had to commit there, had to use one of those Mark of the Storms on something. And that something was a tracker instead of the Poppy, as you mentioned.
And it also is important to note that there is 1 copy of Single Combat in Ultraman's deck, and it wasn't used there to try to disrupt the Kennen. And I'm wondering if that's giving Yeshu a lot of information about what Ultraman's actually trying to focus on here. So here comes the Kennen, killing the Fleet Feather Tracker. And that might be everything that he can do for this round. Just one more Kennen needs to be summoned.
Why does a Kennen feel like a one-mana Kindred to me, Scarzig? Where's Kindred at? Why does Kindred take such a difficult time to kill something where Kennen just is like, all right, let me just mark you twice. All right, you're dead.
Yep. And so Poppy comes through, and Twin Disciplines to buff up the Dragonling, so it trades to the Poppy. And yeah, you're just healing back up to full, and a little bit of damage is sticking
now the
down the road, but
the Aegis not really, looking too great. That being said, you're able to flood the board with so many cheap units thanks to the double mayor here. And trying to find something like a Pokestake, I think, is the best option here. Able to remove, but also able to cycle and get just more damage later down the line. And a Tenor after the nerf, not a card we see very often, but in this case, being pushed out here just because it was found through the manifest.
Yeah, just getting it off the mayor. And this is a fantastic card as well with the Yordle Explorer, where it gets those extra stats are just even more exaggerated. But just going to end, not going for the Aegis just yet. Because Dragonlings weren't procced last round, you're just going to pass and let your opponent lose out on that level of value. Try to set up for a better turn where you have a very, very wide swing. Or if Yeshua does try to go for a combo turn, spending a lot of mana, no longer has the means to stop the Golden Aegis. So here's the final Kennen coming out with Kinku Wayfinder. And now the marks are going to start just taking over this board.
There's a lot to take over, though. There's a lot of units to take care of here. A fully wide board here, and a chance to refuel it if you are Ultraman. Plus the Aegis, at any point in time, you have to be very careful if you're Yeshu about the Aegis and it just coming out to bite you when you deplete all your mana on one turn.
Yeah, there's 2 copies of Retreat Return already spent. There was a recall already spent. We did see one Kennen get pulled by the Wayfinder and get obliterated. So we need to get a recall and maybe into a lightning rush. So we have another recall to properly cycle these Kennens. They do gain the marks when they attack and when they are blocked. But so you won't be able to do a lot proactively here. Ezreal, 5 out of 6. About to level, you can see with that glowing yellow arrow. With all of these marks being generated, it's just tons of 0 mana spells.
Single combat could be pretty massive here, but you don't really have anything with too high of attack. You're gonna have to play the Arena Kingpin possibly to take care of the Ezreal post level up.
Yeah, with Ezreal being played, you maybe could have gone for Golden Aegis. It's just that with Kennens being able to attack like this and just stun your board or mark your board, even your rally isn't that scary. And so it's like you have to block the Kennens, otherwise you take 6 damage. But when you block the Kennen, you're giving more fuel for the Ezreal fire. We've got Ranger's Resolve here to help block this down.
Yeah. This is what I mean with Ranger's Resolve. This is much like a massive, maybe game-winning tempo swing, whereas last game, it really wasn't. It was just that one unit being saved, the Explorer. Or at least it forces out a lot more answers from your opponent. For one mana, this is where it feels really, really impactful.
Yep, and so now we've got tons of marks coming down.
Tons of marks is accurate, Scarzig. I agree with the terminology being used. 4 different marks now on the stack.
And if the Ranger's Resolve was committed, but funny enough, like there would be like a really hilarious line where you single combat to kill your own unit and make all of these fizzle. But now all the targets go off for Ezreal to level. So then the final 2 marks target units, and he hits the Nexus directly, and then he gets his Nexus Strike and generates a Mystic Shot. And now, this again is what makes Kennen Ezreal so powerful, is its ability to specifically stand up to Yordles.
And you need to play out the 4-2 here to have a unit that has enough attack to take down the Ezreal in the first place. But Mystic Shot is obviously going to be a kind of a cat and mouse game here, where both players know, I think, what answers they have. Yeshu knows exactly why this 4-2 was played out.
And so, yeah, like the mares are stunned. And you're setting up to just end the game here with the Mystic Shot. More Marks of the Storm. Dragonlings coming down next round. Ultraman just doesn't have enough tempo. He wasn't able to force through enough damage early before all these cannons got cycled.
And yes, you had to burn it. I mean, he knew that he couldn't really commit it, or else there would be a single combat on the 4-2 into the Ezreal. Now there has to be an attack coming in from Ultraman, and then just to force maybe a reaction from Yeshu at this point. And he has the Golden Aegis, of course, as well.
So did he actually find the pocket here? Threatening, taking advantage of his opponent, respecting his line, respecting his board too much. Ezreal just needs to survive.
I mean, the moment Ultraman has to commit the Golden Aegis, that's where he's going to open up for Ezreal to try and do something.
Yep, so here's Concussive Palm.
Ooh, I love this. Pokestick on his own unit to stop the targeting onto the unit and the Ezreal damage to come through. Nopify is now not available for the single combat. Can there be a second Nopify in hand? It's only one card. I think this is the time that Ultraman has to pull the trigger. He can't play too respectfully. This might just be the bait from Yeshu to seal the deal, but this is the time he has to go for it.
Yep, it's 2 Nopify and 1 Deny in the deck. Could even be third Recall top deck or third Retreat Return to just sidestep this Ezreal and resummon.
This is the closest Ultraman is going to come to a win. Commits a single combat.
And it is Deny.
Deny is there for Ezreal to deal 2 more damage through the 2 spells. Well, yeah, all the damage.
Yep.
And that will be it.
The one-off single combat giving a little bit of versatility and counterplay to that combo, but his opponent had all the answers.
I think it's a deck that's built to fulfill that. You know, once Ezreal comes down, you're going to have all these, you know, plan B or plan A, plan B, plan C, like all these different fail-safes. And at some point, you're going to go down the combat trick train, and we'll see who ends up winning at the end. But most of the times, it will be Ezreal. I think the deck is built with so many spells on purpose to go into that situation where you're able to guarantee almost a win, even if they have, you know, 2 different answers there with the Pokestake on one unit and then the single combat, and still that not being enough to stop the final bit of damage needed for Ezreal to win it.
Overall, I think that matchup isn't as favored for Ken and Ezreal as it seems. And the Yordles, of course, when you're playing a deck like that just has like such a hilariously strong Exodia curve, you're just doing your powerful thing at people and you don't like to adapt. But these players at such a high level of play will begin to start editing these decks to start countering and undoing one another's progress. And that's when things are going to get really silly.
And that will be it for this series. That was, of course, the game 3. That will be Ultraman, unfortunately, as long as his with his go hardless as well, eliminated from the tournament. You know, I think I want to see more of it, but that is not the case. Yeshu will be advancing with Kennen as well. And we'll have to face off against Spinas in the losers final with Pantheon in the mix as well alongside Terex. So a lot more Runeterra action and a lot of the new champions still making it to the very end of this tournament. Maybe proving that they are going to have a place in the meta. Maybe not in the current iterations that are brought forward right now, very early in the expansion. But maybe some version of these champions seem to have some amount of staying power, at least for Kennen and Pantheon as well.
Yep. So we'll see you right after this break when we get to the next stage of the bracket. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're about to sort out finally the bottom of the bracket here to see who's going to take on our finalist here and finally get that rematch.
And this is actually a match that some of you might think is a little bit familiar, and you would be right. This was a semi-final in the last seasonal. Binance versus Yeshu. Binance, of course, went on to win the whole thing, so I guess we know the victor last time around. But we've seen rematches already go in the opposite side. Owie played Ultraman in the singles. Ultraman won. In Fight Night, it was the other way around with Owie now waiting in the grand final. So it might be the case here as well. Yeshu might be able to get his revenge against Finance, or Finance might be able to, double up and win it yet again. And we might create a bit of a rivalry here between these two players. But very excited to see what deck we already saw, kind of Kennen and Pantheon, but also the old decks that both of these players brought are actually identical or close to identical. They are going to be Bandle Pirates, Pink City for both players. We can check out Binance's list first. I think this is the more traditional list. The Monster Harpoon is maybe the more surprising addition, but it still has double up. It still has pretty much all the key cards that were in the initial list that Ice-T and Broken Ball came up with.
And I think if I'm remembering this correctly, there is a Jagged Butcher Cut to squeeze in a third Hidden Pathways. I think the deck was trying to top out at 2 for a long time, and as the double ups became a bit more inconsistent, as players got better at maybe preparing for Gangplank to come down, you needed that extra draw power to just get more swarm and more chip damage and more burn. So I do like this this more balanced variety that he has brought, and the Monster Harpoon has been clutch in several games on today's broadcast.
Let's remember the very first version ran Tenor of Terror, and I think there weren't Jagged Butchers at all. It was
I think the tenor was was in over Yordle, lecturing Yordle. And then after that nerf, it was just a 1-for-1 swap.
I think this was pretty busted. I think it was always in the list. I think there was never a time where someone ever played this deck without lecturing Yordle. That's just one of the key. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe I'm misremembering. So much has happened since then. Of course, we've seen many tournaments and we've seen this deck kind of evolve in many different ways. But this will be Binance's list with double up still added in, and we're going to see now Yeshu's list, which is a little bit different. Not really the standard list we saw, in the initial shell. Instead, just loses the double ups entirely. Has 3 copies of Monster Harpoon, which I think it makes a lot of sense. You have so many different ping effects, so many plunder effects, and this card is just so good at removal in general. And the rest of the curve is going to be pretty standard as well, pretty similar, with having one more copy of Jagged Butcher in this case.
Yeah, the Monster Harpoon, especially in the mirror match, is so devastating. You get to answer your opponent's Gangplank. You get to answer lecturing Yordle, like those big power cards that your opponent's relying on just carrying them through several rounds. And if you have an early advantage, Monster Harpoon just comes down to just shatter your opponent's attempts to get back into the game, and then you close out from there. So in a way, Monster Harpoon is very similar to Double Up.
And those will be the two kind of old lists that both of these players have in common. You might see a Pink City mirror at some point in this lineup. But the two other lists, of course, are going to be the Kennen list we just saw. Yeshu was playing in that loser semi. And also the Pantheon Taric list that I believe might have not lost at all. Payas did end up losing twice with his other list in the winners final, and won every other time that we saw him playing this list. So right now, on paper, maybe the strongest deck in this tournament, has been doing very, very well. He's the only player to bring Pantheon and Taric to the tournament. I know Sir Donald, another big Spanish player, was really vouching for this list on Twitter. And I think we can expect some version of this to be very popular and probably very good as well in the next few weeks.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the science being done. And decks, even when they are very strong, they start out as just niche decks like this that they show potential based on ladder stats. They do decently in a tournament. You have to kind of test them against other strong decks and past heavy hitters from previous metas. And then once enough of the player base is convinced that the deck has true potential and staying power, then it just catches like a wildfire, spreads all over the world, spreads to all the players in Master Tier, and they're constantly testing and optimizing, and then you start to see like the full form of this deck where it's like, oh, it turns out that Cataclysm isn't as optimal because of XYZ, or we don't want to run the Chain Vest because of this, and then it opens up slots for more units, and then if the meta shifts to make Blinded Mystic really strong, then that's a direct buff to this deck. So I think that this does have a very good future.
We'll see. We have a few times today against different decks, different matchups, and it has fared quite well. Even against that Ruination clear with the darkness with from OE, it was still able to come back and still win the game just off of the White Flame, for example. So a few different win conditions that end up working out with both Tarek with the Golden Aegis combination, Pantheon as well, and the White Flame even by itself as a follower being very effective. And Blind and Mystic, like you mentioned, just having a very strong effect and definitely fits very well into this deck. I think overall, we talked about it at the very start of the broadcast, a lot of these cards were kind of what Tarek needed to really come back, even though we didn't know he needed these cards. Now seeing this, the big picture of what this deck looks like and this archetype and target in general, it does feel much more complete with some of these cards just working so well and the synergies being so obvious.
Yeah, and I definitely would like to see more gems. Like Chain Vest is so good for just solidifying a position that you can get, but I feel like you also might want to just run like a second Mountain Goat, so you have another body to play. And I think that's one of the reasons that make Blinded Mystic fit so well in this list, is that you get a proactive effect, you get a faded proc, but then you also get another body on top of that. And that's what this deck really needs, is just like the ability of beneficial effects and units at the same time. And Bright Steel Protector has been the poster child for that since the very beginning.
I mean, no surprises if you're burning Demacia, you're running Bright Steel Protector as well, because it is, well, I mean, a pretty busted card, I would
Bright
say.
Steel Protector and Sharp Sight, name a better duo.
Well, we'll see if they end up getting any changes, but those two and, of course, Eye of the Dragon have been around for a long time and definitely a very, very big part of meta, especially in their regions in Ionian Demacia. So no surprise to see him here. And just I think the mix of just targeting Demacia, it's just so many great spells that are able to answer so many different things in the mid to late game, while still having a very value-driven board. The biggest problem that we saw today, and that I think is to be expected, is going to be full boards because like Ruination, but yeah, we saw that he was able to come back into it. Binance, even after a clear, able to come back and still win the game by redeveloping. So because you're playing target and you do still have more card draw than usual with Demacia, you're able to refuel and not just have this case with like these Sithir decks back in the day where you would just get this Ruination and then all of a sudden you're drawing into top decks and it's a tracker and you're just dead and then the game's over. With Targon, you have Guiding Touch, you have Pale Cascade, like you have chances to draw more and to still come back into the games after these big clears.
So overall, I do really like it. And we see in the mixture that he's running just 3 Pantheon and 2 Tarek. So there is even potential to run like a Zoe or something in there. And that way you get an early game units that's just going to give you more fuel, more bodies in play, more reactivity to the opponent, like an Equinox or a Crescent Strike. Because I imagine that, like, if you've got a Tarek in play and your opponent's trying to set up something defensive or a big swing against you to force you to trade your board down, and you answer that with Crescent Strike, then that's like insurmountable. Maybe even, you know, Shyvana to just squeeze it in, because she's another unit that's a really great carrier for stats and a lot of these combat tricks as well.
Well, to see. Like we mentioned, this is 2 days into an expansion. Still, the decks are in some cases very fresh. In some cases, maybe not even really have had a chance to experiment with. I think decks, like we mentioned with Ari and Rumble, they might be good, but it might just not be, you know, so obvious why or how they're going to be good. And it's why players, you know, in a high pressure situation like a tournament like this one, you maybe don't want to, you know, go too crazy, go too spicy, and feel uncomfortable playing a deck that you don't have like figured out completely, right? Yeah. I think Kennen and Pantheon might be a bit more, you know, obvious how to build them and how to play them out, and the play patterns that you might want to go for to try and still be, you know, bring something new, yes, but also be competitive and try and win this event. So I think that might be the case here. But even with these decks, there might still be a month from now a completely different list, and we've seen it happen many times before in previous fight nights where the first week of the expansion is very fun, but it might look very different even next week, for example.
Next week, players are going to be like, well, you know, Ken and Ezreal got countered, and maybe I'm going to try to rework the deck to play against the counters. Yordles didn't do as well as we thought they were going to, even with really strong curves, because of Ken and Ezreal. And so that's where the mind game really begins. Are you just going to keep optimizing? And then, you know, you get that wrench in the mix if somebody's going to bring Rumble Scion.
I'm looking forward to it. I think I want to see some mechas. I told you, Scarzig, just the flavor of those mecha names. I want to be able to cast and say these names out loud and hype them up, because the design of the different mechas and just the naming conventions. Well, I think it's fantastic. So very much looking forward to the day that someone brings some Rumble action into the meta. I think we have a bit of a problem with the players. So I think we're gonna go to a very, very quick break as we sort out some technical issues with the players behind the scenes, and we'll finally be able to come back with the losers final. So stay tuned and don't go anywhere.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just getting some small technical difficulties sorted out, so we can jump into the losers finals here. The winner of this next set will be taking on Aoi in the grand finals. But as you talked about, ImpetuousPanda, this is actually a storied rematch already between these two players.
From the past season, so very excited to see if things change, if Binance wins it again, or if Yeshu gets his revenge. We also, I think, will be having Yeshu's hand in this series now, which is why this small delay. We're setting up all the technical stuff behind the scenes to make sure that was there, because I think it is always important to have, at least for us, the full information of what the counterplay is. It did make that game against Gohard very exciting, because we didn't know what card were top deck, if it was a double up, it was an answer. Ended up not being the right cards to end up winning that game when Ultraman was at 1 HP. But now I think we will have less excitement, but a bit more information to be able to analyze all the right plays and the right angles, and have just the full info once again. I hope so, at least.
I do want to say that I hope Ultraman does not give up on Gohard. I think that the deck had demonstrated that it has what it takes. It was famous for having very stable matchups across the board, and it just needs a little bit more research. We need to see where the meta is settled, and you need to know what to include before it is discarded. And we'll see if it needs to go a little, maybe a bit greedier. The triple box tech was fantastic in my opinion.
Surely something can be added to. I mean, the deck literally looked like a like a what year old?
You said it, yeah, like a year old.
There's so many cards that were added to the game. Surely one of those cards has to make it into. I don't know if Ultraman just wanted to have like a fully, the full list that he used to play back in the day, whatever it was. Yeah. But I think there must be some room for optimization there with the newer cards that were added in. That some has to fit the Gohard game plan.
Yeah, maybe obviously take the Pull Shark out. Mirai Warden for more defense. Withering Mist is pretty sick.
It did work out very well before. I think the whole deck synergized very, very well, which is why it was so good as well. Every card kind of had a very, very good purpose, but I think more tinkering can be done with that shell. I think we've seen Gohard in other shells, of course, but I think none of them ever achieved the success that the initial Gohard list received prior to the nerfs.
Yeah, and just at the time, it was just a function of the metagame where Bilgewater, it just had like the best pressure on board, plus card draw, plus healing, plus a crazy 1 mana 5 damage AoE. Oh my god, it's so nutty to think about that deck like ever existed. But I am glad that he brought it. But when we look at the players that are in the losers finals here today, we already saw their Bandle Pirate lists. We saw their new decks that they are piloting, trying to carve out a new niche for some different archetypes in the list. And I think that's very exciting because like Demacia Targon does have precedent. Tarek's been fighting for a mainstay slot in the meta for a long time, and this could be his stepping stone finally to catching on.
All this time, we've been waiting Scarzig to start the match, and it's a Ping City Mirror to start things off in game one. Some key differences, but mirrors will be mirrors, and we might see some ideal or some some pretty identical starts here from both players. Looks like we might not have the mulligan at least from Yeshu, but maybe the hand. We'll find out very soon.
And Yeshu, we did say, is maybe slightly favored because of triple monster harpoon. Being able to very efficiently answer your opponent's gangplanks and lecturing Yordle gives you an edge, but you know how it is. One of these players is going to draw like 9 1-drops, and that'll be all she wrote.
We have the hands. The wait was worth it. We're able to see cards like Gangplank in all his glory waiting there in the hand and waiting to be played.
I like the pass here. Wants the 2-1 to just swing in so that you can develop the Dreadway deckhand post-combat, set up a big make-it rain to wipe your opponent's early development, and then take over round 4-ish. So here it comes. He's taking the bait.
And forcing on Make It Rain here is going to be pretty good for Binance. I mean, it's hitting only one target. It does get the plunder effect, you know, going. And
you're
for
also denying the plunder from the opponent.
Yeah. I think it's definitely worth it in this case.
Yeah, it's like if you have Monster Harpoon in hand, you maybe aren't feeling your Gangplank as much, but you need to slow down that progress as much as possible. If you can take away the possibility of Gangplank and double up being your opponent's over-the-top finisher, and you force them to rely just on pure top decks and draw and having enough units to keep up with you, then it is a lot more difficult for them to effectively end the game.
An ideal start here really from Yeshu. Has the 3-2 Jagged Butcher now, makes it awkward for the Dreadway to come down even because the Make It Rain wouldn't even kill the Jagged Butcher in this case. Doesn't have a great trade with anything really at this point in the game, with only the Kasha Corsair and the Dreadway being available plays, units to be played on this turn. So overall, I think a pretty good start for Yeshu. Didn't have a plunder in the first turn, but still activated last turn, and now is going to have a chance to do it this
I really like
turn.
the open attack. He's hesitating, thinking about Stone Stacker, trying to double down on this advantage, but you would get punished by like Mirai Warden or something. Yeah, I love just taking the 3 damage here.
Now the chance for the keg to come down now, because there isn't a there isn't a possibility to drag it now if you're Yeshu. So yeah, I'm gonna play out both here. I think this is definitely also the play. Double Make It Rain is interesting actually, depending on how much Yeshu is gonna commit to developing on the board next turn. And we could just see just an open attack from the Dreadway itself. Now not I guess now, yeah, because there's no tough anymore, I think it's still fine.
Yep, just dealing a little bit of chip damage here. Sets up for the second Make It Rain. You're still getting pings on the Nexus. Next round, your bomb will detonate. You get another plunder effect. But you can see, right, where Yeshu has, like, more units, more development for a wider board. Whereas Pinus just has to go in on this Gangplank plan. Has to play the Gangplank. Has to once again take that massive risk against whether or not the opponent has the Monster Harpoon.
Mirai Warden will be coming down here, I imagine. The Dreadway, yeah, not going to make much sense, obviously, because you don't have really any spells to... Oh, that's a pretty good blocker there. Completely stops. Pinus is, attack here on the attack type in turn. Can't do anything about this ephemeral Sand Soldier coming out. So we're talking about duds the entire day. Scarzig now finally trying to redeem herself with some better pulls.
And the plunder was already achieved for this round, so you're missing out on 1 crack shot damage for the sake of just preserving your board. With the double Gangplank draw, you need to make sure that the stuff that you have in play now is running defense. And the Monster Harpoon top deck. Absolutely tragic here.
A little bit insulting for Gangplank, though, to be considered a monster, but he will be harpooned. that is for sure in this case.
Oh, but no, he's going to double down on his advantage here. I've got the wide board. I'm getting a barrel in play.
Yeah, he's the one attacking. I think you definitely want to save it on the defense turn.
Yeah.
You definitely want to make use of the attack token turn with Gangplank on this turn. Worst case scenario, your opponent gets a TF gold card, or just trades his own Gangplank into your, which I think is fine either way.
Yep, so fortunately Pathways does find the gold card here. Could go for it. There's he's maybe thinking about red card. Kills the 2-1, stops the barrel, damages the Nexus, gets that plunder, sets up a way to clear the Gangplank down the road.
I think you're still healthy enough where you don't have to just immediately deal with this Gangplank now, and I think you care more about the level up condition on your own Gangplank instead.
So now you've got the 2/2 going up into the 5/4. You could definitely sacrifice your Twisted Fate here, just in case you top deck another one and you need that red card or that gold card. This is the classic Twisted Fate style of you play him, get that effect, and then kill him off as quickly as you can. If you save Twisted Fate, then you can open attack, however, and proc your Crackshot Corsair. Ooh. How do you feel about this line, Panda, trying to keep Twisted Fate alive and maybe threaten a level up here?
I mean, I think you're not going to open attack anyway next turn because you want to play the Gangplank right on curve, especially with the overwhelm damage it can push through if your opponent blocks with his Gangplank. So, I think with 3 Gangplanks in hand, you want to start pumping these out, or else you just don't have cards to play.
Yeah, and now with Twisted Fate as a 2-attack, quick attack, you know, you can swing pretty freely with him, which is nice. And this deck doesn't main deck Warning Shot, so you can't, if you Monster Harpoon, you have to give up your whole turn just responding to this Gangplank.
And you have to do it for full mana as well. You don't have a way to activate the Plunder on this Monster Harpoon. You have to do it for 6 mana, and now you have to parley with the Keg. And this is very awkward for Yashu. These Dreaded Decans have been sitting in hand since the beginning, and they haven't been able to do anything for him. They've actually been extremely awkward, and now he has no counterplay really whatsoever. You can play out a very high statted Monster Harpoon, but it's really not ideal in this situation.
Yeah, there's just no choice. You're forced into it. And because Pinus has the triple Gangplank draw, you don't mind this first one going down. You don't mind sacrificing the second one when you know you're answering your opponent's Gangplank, and now you have the third in hand that you can just develop later on down the road.
And you still have a swing here with Twisted Fate. Cannot really be blocked here because of the quick attack, and that's 2 more damage going to the Nexus. Down to 11 for Yashu, and with a much better hand for Pinus.
And we'll see what the next draw will be. Another Gangplank draw for Yashu would be great. Maybe Hidden Pathways to get something to combo with these deck hands.
Pokestick is great to refuel, just to draw more and ping off any unit that comes down. Or both of these, you know, the 2/1 or the 1/1.
Now, the thing is you want to develop Gangplank here, but you aren't keeping up on the board. And so there is a world where Yashu is able to just attack. Some damage gets through with the crack shot, and they just, if they get a Monster Harpoon, then you're still dead anyway, right? Killing your Gangplank. And I'm wondering how long Pinus will wait before trying to take advantage of this Gangplank.
I think he should definitely play the Gangplank, maybe even next turn, to be honest. Where it's much harder because there wasn't a Plunder activation the turn before this, and because he knew that maybe this card was the one that's top deck, the Corsair, it means that the top deck has to be a Plunder activator, or else, and you have to have another Monster Harpoon in hand as well, or else it just means that this Gangplank's not dying next turn, basically. So I'm actually quite okay with there just being a development play here, just either making the attack not like very attractive for Yashu, or just making not do too much. You're still at 13 HP, so quite healthy. You can even just cycle the deck with the Pokestick, and the next turn play out the Gangplank.
Ooh. And so now you're thinking about perhaps playing the Gangplank here, because there's a barrel in play. There's only 5 mana for Yashu. But that does, if that final card is Monster Harpoon, right, it would get boosted to cover the 6 HP of a leveled Gangplank as well. But it gives you the opportunity to maybe open attack. Pull the barrel and push through massive overwhelm damage. Yashu only attacking with 2 units, has the Crackshot Corsair, so gets guaranteed damage on the Nexus regardless, and is being very specific about keeping some units back to block. Not wanting to give any value trades here. Because of this slower line, I'm wondering if it does signal to Pinus a little bit of what Yashu's final card might be.
There's your attack, 2 damage connects. Now we have a chance to develop Gangplank on this turn, or just activate the Plunder this turn instead and develop it next turn.
Yeah, now that the barrel has been detonated by the Crackshot Corsair attack, we don't have to worry about Monster Harpoon answering a 6/6 Gangplank.
Oof. That's going to be, I think, the perfect finishing hand here. Enough mana to do both next turn as well. Stone Stacker's also going to be available if you want to play a bit more of a slower play. And then the Gangplank comes out for Yeshu as well, but on defense, not really going to do the same.
Yeah, the worst case scenario, right, for Pinus is you play Gangplank, then your opponent plays Dreadway Deckhand, and then their final card is Monster Harpoon to deal 6 damage to clear your Gangplank, and even then, you can just double up the barrel, right? Because their hand will be completely empty.
This has to be GG in favor of Pinus, or at least a huge swing in his favor now on this turn. No,
and you can't develop your Gangplank because you would be putting a barrel in play that gets dragged. But the AoE clears the board anyway. So that's 6 damage coming through from the Gangplank. We've got double up against the Dreadway Deckhand if that's developed.
And this is what mirrors come down to sometimes. We talked about it so many times before about like having the right attack token on the right turn, and obviously the top decks have been quite similar with Gangplanks all over the place, but having the attack token on this turn without there being a clear answer means that, you know, Binance in the end is the one to push through all the damage necessary here.
Yeah, so it goes for the double up to hit this Crackshot Corsair. And by, of course, putting it on the 2 HP unit, you're playing around Pokestick. And that is indeed going to be lethal. Game 1 going to Pinus.
And that much closer to making it back to the finals, the grand finals of this tournament. And once again, getting his revenge, or not even revenge, just once again trying to dominate Yeshu here. He beat him 2-0 in the seasonal semifinals. He's now 1-0 up on match point. Has to deal with Pantheon Taric now, though. I think a little bit different to his experience in the seasonals. Not going to be the same exact thing, but we'll see. I think as far as what we saw on stream, this deck is currently undefeated. It was in some spots that looked like quite a predicament, but still was able to find the way to win against Always Darkness as well. We'll see how it's going to fare against Kennen, first of all, and also this Pink City deck as well.
The Pink City, I think that maybe you just would have enough stats to withstand, especially like an early wounded White Flame, a unit with Fury that is gaining stats and also like pseudo healing against a lot of the trades that your opponent's trying to set up. Like, oh, I want to trade like this and chip down at it, and trying to go for, you know, big monster harpoons just for the hope of getting these units out of the way. And then finally, maybe you just have Pantheon to come through with Overwhelm. And as we saw there, Gangplank finishes off Pink City because they can't really stop Overwhelm effectively. The most HP they have is Gangplank or Lecturing Yordle.
And with Pantheon, with Single Combat, with Concerted Strike, with Hush, I mean, you have so many. It's much more interactive with both Demacia and Targon, of course. So it'll be a very different matchup if that is going to be the case. And of course, you have healing. You have Guiding Touch, for example. So I expect a very, very different matchup in that case as well. But we'll see what deck Yeshu decides to queue up with, considering this is now his match point. He has to win no matter what. He knows his opponent's deck is going to be Pantheon Taric, so he has to decide, you know, which of the 2 decks is going to have a better matchup. Either Kennen, Ezreal, or it's going to be this Pink City deck. Have you had any experience with the matchup between something like a Pantheon Taric versus Ezreal Kennen?
Ezreal Kennen, I haven't seen it specifically. I think that it's just a matter of how quickly the Kennen combo can go off. And if it is delayed, if they get a really bad draw or an awkward draw, then there is potential for Taric Pantheon to just curve out and kill them. Because when we take a look at Yeshu's deck, there's only 1 Deny and 2 Nopify, so there's only 1 card there that's really going to negate the Golden Aegis, and then you're trying to rely on Palm and stuff like that to stop the rally. But even with that, you know, Pantheon comes down with Spell Shield and Overwhelm. You have to have so many tools to get through that effect and stop it from hitting you in the Nexus. And Wounded White Flame, like we said, just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. There's only 1 copy of Homecoming as well. I imagine there is a build of Kennen Ezreal that's very, very favored, but I do not think that it is Yeshu's.
It will have at least some great counterplay to Single Combat and like Strike Effect, trying to kill off units, because you're going to have the return effect and recall and all that kind of stuff. I guess for Ezreal, we'll have a bit of a problem ending games, though, with Hush being a possibility to just Hush Ezreal the moment the round starts, and just have that not be really a win condition at all later in the line, because there are, I think, 1 or 2 copies of Hush in the deck for Pinus as well. So yeah, it's going to be an interesting match. We're currently having as usual, some technical issues with these players. I don't know what happened with these players. They have some cursed matchup after seasonals.
It's the rivalry. Even their computers hate each other.
The client remembers them. The client's like, oh yeah, I queued these guys up in the seasonal. That was quite the match here. But even in the client, they know they don't like each other apparently. But we're gonna try and redo the game too and try and make sure we can watch what could be the match point of this series and could see Pioneers go back up into the winners final, or the grand final rather, against OE, and see a rerun of that series. I think it was a very interesting series in terms of what we expected to see and what we ended up seeing with decks like Darkness and Thralls having those like very, very quick and clutch wins that maybe we didn't completely expect against Binance's decks.
And it's important to note as well as the winner of this set will get to the grand finals, but also guarantee an invitation back to the next Fight Night EU. So they'll have a chance to perform even more experimentation and collect even more data on these archetypes. We've seen it before. Look at this. Pynos hard mulliganing for these Saga Seekers, getting them down early. I would have liked the Blind Mystic keep, honestly. Deals with Eye of the Dragon, which is one of like the main things that are going to be walling you out. But overall,
I would keep the Blind Mystic if it could retroactively silence the Wayfinder and just yoink the cannons back into the deck. The moment you silence it, like, all right, guys, gotta go back home, and they just you see the deck like sucking them back in. That would be ideal. I'm gonna talk to some developers. I'm gonna see what we can do about that.
But we've got Eye of the Dragon on 2. Both players have very strong curves in hand. We've got Wounded White Flame on 3. There is no Dragonling just yet, but there is enough for the Pale Cascade to proc the Wounded White Flame and draw a card, if you'd like.
Twin Disciplines is also there to save this Eye of the Dragon on 2 different occasions from possible strike effects that might come in.
Yeah, the idea is definitely just to keep scaling and just get so big that if there isn't an appropriate defense, then it will crumble. Next round, we're going to have Kinko Wayfinder bringing the cannons out and bringing them into the mix. So it is important that Pinus is able to get some sort of advantage here when he is able. We could go for an open attack here, potentially. Threaten 3 damage. Issue would probably just take it.
Issue considering the Ezreal play here, but ends up opting to pass. And we'll see how Pinus reacts to this. He's going to make his opponent burn 2 mana or go in for the attack with a Pill Cascade. We'll see how passively he wants to play this out. I think he knows.
You can see like the pressure here where you want to end the round because the Eye of the Dragon hasn't been procced, but they don't need to if you don't attack. And if you pass, you aren't proccing your Fated, and you're also missing out on progress for Pantheon. So I think that Pinus is actually way more forced here to attack than he realizes, but doesn't go for it. Is just going to set up a board and maybe try to set up some sort of combo turn instead.
And there's a Kenku Wayfinder doing its job, bringing out 2 cannons onto the board. Pantheon was also drawn for Pinus here on turn 4 as well. So both star champions of the decks have now appeared in hand or on board here.
We've got Zenith Blade now being put down. There is Nopify in hand to stuff this entirely.
Yeah, perfect counter here. But that opens up a bit of a room here. Or maybe a single combat possibly onto either Dragon. If the Nopify is committed.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the Nopify is what he's going to go for here. Because you can stop this from connecting, you're stopping the overwhelm, but because you have the cannons and you can potentially just set up to stun this thing, or you have Twin Discipline to trade up into it, maybe you just don't care.
There's double Mark of the Storm connecting onto the White Flame.
So it will get its overwhelm, it will proc its fate. It will survive the 2 damage, but it is stunned, so you won't be able to block this this next swing coming through from the cannons.
I think that's quite fine. I think you're still at 20 HP. You're still quite healthy. I think it's not the end of the world.
Yeah,
there's gonna be a big swing here from and even the Fate you can still play Cascade onto the Saga Seeker.
Pale Cascade onto the Saga Seeker. There's still mana open for Twin Disciplines if you really want to force a trade. And Wounded White Flame has to do some heavy lifting here as we head into the mid game.
Or you might just take it. I mean, 6 damage is not really the end of the world here.
Mm-hmm. And in this matchup, like, you don't lose by, oh, I took too much damage from Kennons in the early game. It's more about, oh, my combo didn't land, and they just have like Ezreal and leveled up Kennon and stuff like that regardless.
A lot of combat tricks to work with if you are playing this now. You have the Sharp Sight here, you have Pale Cascade, Zenith Blades, Pantheon as well, but Pantheon not quite there yet in terms of the level, of course. Still quite a bit far away.
Yeah, it just comes down with Barrier and Overwhelm, which is respectable. So you can still just swing in, push some Overwhelm damage here, and then you just have another unit with Fated that's threatening to grow. There is Pale Cascade as well to proc Fated and also draw a card. You're hoping for Taric or maybe a rally from this position. You could keep the 4 mana open and force Yeshu to respect the rally. You bluff it and just make them keep their mana hostage. And the Pantheon has Barrier, so I think you could just attack with him regardless. Even if there is a Twin Discipline, like, he's still surviving.
And this is a spell comedic. I think, but like you mentioned before, I think it's the perfect like cat and mouse game of who loses more by passing and by playing too passively, because both players have these kind of round-based conditions they have to be meeting, essentially, with either Dragon, with the Dragon Links coming out, and for Pantheon with the Fated keyword, obviously, trying to keep him on track to level him up, like Gangplank, kind of on curve, where he really is going to be most powerful. You know, the moment you can get him out leveled up, that is the key swing there, of course, as a finisher. I
love this attack here as well from Pinus, because, you know, if there is the threat of Twin Disciplines to try to trade up into the Wounded White Flame, you have second Pale Cascade to draw another card if you wish, or just the Sharp Sight that's going to proc Fated on the Wounded White Flame, and then he'll just get Fury, and you're just surviving this trade and offsetting it massively.
Does that, but also the Pantheon can now kill with single combat if there's only a single Twin Disciplines onto the Either Dragon as well, for example. So you have the choice to do one of the two.
The Twin Disciplines, I'd almost want to... not the Twin, I mean single combat, you probably want to keep. Maybe you try to answer a Kennen or an Ezreal when he finally comes down. Because there is mana for second Twin. If you do go for Wounded White Flame here, they could go for second Twin. So it is safer, I suppose, to go for single, yeah? Because even with the Fated giving the +1, the second Twin does cover. What a nasty card, Panda. My goodness. 2 mana +3.
I think with a barrier on the Pantheon, you want to make use of this barrier this turn, and that would be a way to do it. But looks like it might just be Sharp Sight instead.
Ooh.
And that will be a bit of a punish. Only 8 HP now onto the White Flame, and that means that a second Twin Disciplines will be enough to get this Dragon Link up to 8. The good thing is that it's not really healing for 8, because obviously 19 HP and it's first in that combat cycle, so you will be getting that extra damage in with Pantheon. But the trade ends up going in favor of Yeshu, and he does it for essentially the same mana for both players. 2 mana combat tricks being wasted there, or being used.
Yeah, there was 2 like important protective spells and buffs being used, but you're taking down your opponent's biggest threat on the board. He offsetting a lot of the damage with the lifesteal, and you're sacrificing a body that you generated from Eye of the Dragon. And if you go for single combat there's a chance that like just Nopify goes through, and so there's still tons of counterplay there. And at the very least, Pinus still keeps the single combat available to potentially answer an Ezreal or something down the line. Sonic Wave Resonating Strike now means the second Dragonling is coming out to kill Pinus's other threat.
And I'm starting to understand why this deck is so scary. I mean, this is kind of, you have all these different combat tricks and spells that were always so strong in Ionia, but they didn't really have something to play with as a kind of a supportive unit-based synergy, like on the board, with something that can create its own pressure in its own tempo. You had Ab Dragon and you had Lee Sin, sure, but that was really it. But now with Wayfinder and Cannons, you're able to, you know, force your opponent to have answers for these threats. And when they do, you have all this backup plan of the huge combination of Ionia spells that are so good at answering so many different things.
Yep, so we can go for Sharp Sight here to proc Pantheons. Faded. This also turns on your Pale Cascade to buff the Saga Seeker and then draw another card. There is third Twin Disciplines in the hand, so you can still trade up into the Pantheon here. Absolutely ridiculous game 2 for Yeshu, getting the cannon on 1 into... No, excuse me, no, not in this game. It was Wayfinder just brought out 2 cannons, but I have the Dragon earlier, and there's triple twin Disciplines. We were praising Targon and Demacia for having a lot of interactivity and having really strong combat tricks, but Ionia also plays very well in this same space.
And still just taking this damage to the sides, the same Wayfinder, the same 2 cannons continues to chip in 6 damage per turn. That's not a trend you want to allow to continue happening, or else you might just end up with 0 Nexus HP very soon.
Yeah, and you've got to take this damage, right? You can't invite another reaction. Oh, wow, yeah, just goes for the third Twin Discipline here.
Now if you go for single combat, then that's just to be a Notify, so just all the
perfect answers here to remove these 2 threats, and now you just have Saga Seeker in play with nothing to be done for it. These cannons, even without leveling up, right? It's just this wide board, this pressure, the Dragon Links to offset. Ezreal could just naturally come down, as you see, like with double Sharp Sights already being used and single combat being used. It's very safe for him potentially, especially when you have Retreat Return, which just acts as another deny type ability to keep these from connecting.
We'll see what Binance tries to commit here. Single combat being hovered, potentially. The heals will be going through no matter what on the straggling as well, which just adds, you know, adds to the pain here for Binance.
And he's running out of time. This is another point where he's been running down the clock, not being able to lock it in.
Tries to go for the Killing Dragon Lane, like we mentioned. The Notify is here to answer the one single comment that we're talking about being so important. Deal with maybe cannons, maybe deal with, you know, Ezreal, for example. But in the end, it's going to be the Notify coming in, stopping the single comment altogether. You at least take down the Eye of the Dragon, but you're still taking 6 here. Your opponent's still healing to 20. Your Pantheon's dead. And you only have this now 1 Saga Seeker and really nothing else in your hand that is a major, like, what, protectors to get a barrier on this guy, and that's it. And you know your opponent's Ezreal just is slowly getting closer to a level up and slowly getting closer to being maybe a finisher.
And normally when we see these Ionia decks that are quote-unquote forced to use all of their combat tricks and effects proactively like this, they end up kind of running out of steam and not being able to close out the game. But like, this deck just perfectly shifts into Ezreal becoming that win condition. And so Pinus needs to go for the attack here, right? Because with Mark of the Storm, it doesn't matter if the unit is barriered, it's still going to get stunned. Because you've got Lightning Rush here.
I mean, this game looks quite a bit over Scarzig. All the cannons are coming out to play. You have all these marks ready to go as well.
Yeah, just sacrifice the Ephemeral Cannon to save 1 HP. Not even, yeah, because again, you still just get the stun here, thanks to the Kinko Wayfinder, bringing out the third cannon.
And another big swing coming in next turn. There's nothing left for Finance to do. He somehow just run completely out of fuel.
You've already procced your Faded for this round, so the barriers are just wasted. You're just trying to develop a wide board just to stay alive. But there's still Ezreal waiting in the wings.
I think Binance knows it's pretty much over here with just this much that he has to deal with. We'll see what Shadow Assassin comes down with the Elusive to get some extra damage in, or if it's just going to be the Ezreal. I'm not sure how far off level up Ezreal is. I'm going to assume maybe 1.
Let me see. In terms of targeting enemies, I think those marks were actually the first 2. Everything else has gone on to like Dragon.
Yeah, I guess,
stuff.
yeah, Twin Disciplines, it was kind of a self-target. I may be right. Blinding Mystic coming down here, stopping the elusive at the very least. Obviously, nothing else can really be a target here. It's only going to be silencing followers.
Yeah, and opting to just proc Faded rather than boosting the 3-2 because it doesn't really matter. There is Lightning Rush to just kill one of the Bright Steel Protectors or the Blinded Mystic.
And the 3-2s will be blocking the Wayfinders if they attack anyway, so it's not like you're trying to look for cannon blockers.
Mm-hmm. We're going to get cannon number 4 coming out of the God Willow Seedling at the start of the next round. And again, even without the cannon level up, even before that, you're still just pushing through so much damage.
Mm-hmm.
Lightning Rush can target the Nexus when you recall a unit. And then Ezreal, also another elusive unit that could potentially go through. When you see a play like this, you probably have a really strong idea that there's no sharp sight. Here comes the retreat.
And at a time like this, you would really want to rely on the interaction you might have if you're Binance. But currently with a hand like this, I think Yeshu is not scared at all. We already saw someone combat, we already saw a lot of interaction go down, and he maybe thinks there isn't really anything else left to stop all these different plays that Yeshu wants to commit with the Ezreal on the board.
And then Return brings out Eye of the Dragon. She's ready to go, and with an attune there. Oh,
there's
I guess I
finally
miscounted.
the cannon level up, the little ninja that could. And the chain vest, not the best top deck. Maybe starting to I think you mentioned the cutting this chain vest from the list, and I do think maybe I agree with it in terms of top decks, in terms of just overall 1-mana spells have always been a touchy subject for me. Deck building, it has to be very, very good for it to be able to find its place.
Yeah, it's just one of those spells that's so insane when it goes off, but in a situation like this, it's not pulling enough weight if you aren't already ahead. It's what we call a win more. But there is a surrender. So Yeshu taking game number 2 very handily with Ezreal Kennen.
And no surprise, Scarzig, once again we go to a game 3. I think this is the theme of the tournament. No sweeps, going to be clean matches here. And Binance not quite able to get the 2-0 that he got in the seasonal. So already Yeshu is one step closer. Already a better result than he had when they faced off in the semifinals of the seasonal last Saturday. We'll see if he can take it all the way and get the revenge now with his final deck. It's going to be the Pink City now for Yeshu and come back with it. And Binance now has to win with this Taric Pantheon list against Pink City.
That was the first loss that deck took so far in today's broadcast, and we saw it manage to fight through some dire straits. Pantheon being mulliganed, single combat being mulliganed. I actually kind of like the single combat keep just because you could maybe play around a double up by sacrificing your unit with it, but that's thinking too far in the future. Wounded White Flame is going to be excellent in this matchup. A lot of small units for it to prey upon.
And there's going to be a lot of combat here that you're going to be able to really get, I think, a big advantage on with Bright Steel Protector, for example. 2 White Flame. I think this is a much better looking hand and start here.
This is the sort of curve that you want, where the chain vest makes a lot of sense. Wounded White Flame with Faded and then Tough. It's just going to be an immovable object.
Well, Harpoon might have something to say about that, depending on how big its HP total gets.
Yeah, so it starts out with 4 HP plus Tough, still dies to Harpoon. It's Tough then +1, so it would survive with 1 HP. So that's what he's looking for. A lot of early damage, a couple free plunder procs here. This is the first game I think we've had where Pinus really has missed out on the early curve, has gotten rescued by Saga Seeker over and over again.
I think he was almost happy though to bank the spell mana and make sure that he's able to have, now the constant 2 mana bank essentially going into the next few turns.
And if you're Yeshu, you have to maybe go for the Monster Harpoon here, because the longer you wait, the higher the chance that it just won't be able to connect.
Maybe Yeshu, Pinus thinking if he can bait out the Monster Harpoon first.
Yeah.
You want to get
that's the thing with this deck, right? Where you want to pass and just use your combat tricks to respond, which is the way that Pale Cascade and Sharp Sight often is. But Faded is a keyword that makes you want to be very proactive. You want to go first with a lot of these buffs. And I think as long as your opponent like just kind of kicks back and doesn't goad you into doing anything, you might overthink things and lose out on these procs, because it's not just the individual Faded buffs, it's the progress for Pantheon that is being missed out on here.
I mean, again, a lot of correlation with Plunder and Gangplank. It's very similar in terms of that, you know, overarching game plan that you know, that your opponent knows exists, that you know exists. It's not dependent on what cards are in hand. It's just overall, that's going to be how it is. And
Triple Wounded White Flame. We'll see if this card is as OP as everybody said. Because so far, all of the wins for Pinus has really just come through just general good combat trickery, lots of sharp sights, good Taric plays. I think there was a rally at one point. And White Flame just hasn't been like this hyper-scaling monster just yet. But this hopefully is the game where we'll see it.
I love that Binance has the world's card back, but nothing else. He just has the normal board, the Poro, and then the world's card back. And Yeshu's board, actually, in the seasonal, we had the music on the broadcast, and it's like Halloween music. So I'm like, wait, this isn't fitting at all. it should be Christmas. No, it was Harry Potter. It sounded a lot like the Harry Potter theme song for some reason. Like really, and I was like, wait a minute, is this a crossover episode?
Oh my god. So I like the pass from Pinus there to see where he puts the poison dart. Doesn't want to lose on that fleeting card. And so here we go, going in with the Chain Vest maybe. You get your own 3/5 with Tough. Gonna try to bait it out here, looks like. If you're Yeshua, you probably just take this 4 damage. Don't feed the dragons.
And again, don't give incentive to get the Faded keyword. Now you have to be proactive about it. You have to put on the Chain Vest, and now Yeshu knows which one not to target with Monster Harpoon.
Yeah. And this is like, again, we saw a little bit of this in the previous matchup where it's like Eye of the Dragon versus Faded. These things you need to commit to doing in order to achieve an effect. And your opponent can just keep passing at you because they're forcing you to commit your resources like that. So Faded looks to be perhaps a bit exploitable as long as you don't overreact to their curve. You have to be wary of like Taric coming down on top of this board. It is still very terrifying, but when you're playing against a deck that you know can't heal and you're just working on the longer this game goes, the more I draw, the more burn I get, you're just fine kicking back.
We'll see. There's not really any Plunder activations though this turn. Once again, the Dreadway is being awkward for Yeshu. This is the second game in a row where he has 2 Dreadways in hand that aren't doing much for him in this situation. If he plays a red card off TF, one of these, Dragon has the Tough still. He's gonna have to, I think he's gonna have to get the Poison Dart instead to find a way to deal damage to the Nexus. He can't really develop anything.
Yeah, and it's like even if Lecturing Girdle goes down here, you're just like, okay, well, that just means you're committing resources into proccing your Faded to trade up into this thing. I still get my Poison Dart. I get my Monster Harpoon potentially. You know what I mean? Like, it's all good.
Maybe the consideration for a Concerted Strike here. It is an option here. You're going to, maybe think, does my opponent have? Yeah, I think this is actually a very good play. Before the Monster Harpoon is activated for cheap. You can still play it out now for 6, yes, but you have to, spend the full 6 mana.
And then when this resolves, it does proc Faded on both of these dragons.
Ooh, that's a very spicy interaction.
Safety block.
And this way, it's still going to be a kill on the Lecturing Girdle no matter what.
And I think the White Flame with Tough is the one that's striking second to actually finish it off and get the Fury proc. There's also Cataclysm in hand, so once you get this big unit, you can start responding to like the Gangplank developments. It's coming down to where Pinus is not like putting up a direct threat, but just gets into a like that Fiora Shen positioning of now you can't really safely play into me.
There are, some big dragons starting to be developed now. It's going to get more. The biggest problem here, I think, is the card advantage. We saw before game with Guiding Touch, obviously with Taric, that was very different. He just had a lot of fuel, but right now, it doesn't seem to be the case. If you don't find Taric and things like Bill Cascade and Guiding Touch being doubled up, you seem to be lacking a little bit from card draw and from being able to refuel. Especially with all of the kind of the cheap combat tricks like Chain Vest, etc.
And so we could see maybe Dreadway Deckhand trying to boost this Monster Harpoon just a little bit more. But nope, just commits it. Faded's already been procced. You're calling out Pale Cascade or single combat here. Or Sharp Side, I mean. But maybe you do go for the single combat just to remove the 3/3.
I think at this point you just want to keep him for later. With the hand you currently have and with like the bigger threats that might be developed, this 3/3 is not going to be doing anything with a 5/7 with tough on the board. It's really, especially with Fury, it's not really a problem. It's the biggest thing is just taking control of the Gangplank later down the line. You want to have as many different options to do that as possible.
And you could develop the other White Flame here too, just because you have like all spells in hand, so you can just use whatever your next, your 6 mana here for just combat tricks. You can go for Barrier too if you'd like. Protect the baby dragon. And then your 5/7 with Tough is, still putting in a lot of work, right?
The way you said dragon there, I don't know why, just triggered a subconscious memory of Joey and Yu-Gi-Oh.
Thank you. I'm glad that you got the reference.
Okay. It was a pretty good one then, because my brain's like, wait a minute, we've heard this before 15 years ago.
Yeah, so just a nice open attack here. Again, like trying to make these monster harpoons awkward, right? Not giving the opportunity for like, crazy make it rains or pokey sticks to be put onto the Nexus against the development. And it all comes down to just the very specific timing of trying to get this Gangplank into play. And with the Wounded White Flame, it's just never going to be fully safe. The issue is going to have to take that gamble eventually. Because there's been a lot of damage right now going through, but because he didn't want to goad Pinus into casting any spells, didn't want to feed any Fury procs to the White Flames, he wasn't pushing through a lot of damage earlier, was just kind of taking it very passively and trying to just get burn on the Nexus.
Still very, very awkward to find the right plunder activations. Having to use red card here in this case is not ideal, but interesting option here. Still combat onto the Ket. We don't see this very often, but it might be a play here. You get the Faded, you take 1 less damage, and now you can kind of play around the Monster Harpoon by having that Sharp Side still available. Or the Protector even.
Yeah, it just passes. And this is what Pinus has been doing the entire game, has been stuck with a hand of needing to respond to a lot of combat tricks, but not being able to be proactive with proccing Faded. Next round, we potentially have Cataclysm to proc the other big dragon, but if you just keep doing these plays over and over again, eventually maybe you do run out of resources and Gangplank can come down safely. And even if his Overwhelm doesn't swing through against the dragon, his wide board will, and the 2 damage from his ability would still hit the Nexus.
Another Sharp Sight. And this is just all about these 2 dragons surviving here, the White Flames. If not, all of a sudden your hand and your game plan crumbles down if you're Pinus. So we'll see how much you can do here with just these 2. Protector might come down here on the 4/2 just to keep it, well, protected. I guess the name is pretty indicative here of what it's trying to do.
I know. Get down, Mr. Dragon. I'll protect you. Get behind my shield. And so here comes Gangplank. Again, this is just a play that eventually we knew would need to be made. And now it's a 6/6, and then perhaps like Cataclysm comes through here, right? To answer the Gangplank before he can put his attack on the stack. The dragon is big enough.
The fortunate thing is the one with the barrier isn't. That is kind of maybe why this play isn't as bad as it might seem from Yeshu. Yeah, Cataclysm will come down here. You're going to have the Fury as well. And you have no mana whatsoever from Yeshu, so you know for sure that this is going to be a very clear-cut play that's being made.
Mm-hmm. So overall, you're clearing the gangplank here. You've still got pretty strong defense with the remainder of your board. Single combat, sharp sight, gives you some proactivity. Not a lot of damage has been forced through. It's just a matter of, can you swing wide enough to get around these dragons?
The biggest difference is, hidden path was in hand for Yeshu and just no card draw whatsoever in hand for Pina. So the top decks are going to be extra important here.
Mm-hmm. We're getting into the later stages of the game as well, where both sides are going to have tons of mana to work with, and it might come down to just one final showdown of cards being thrown out, like burn into combat trick, into buff into combat trick. Pantheon needs one more faded proc in order to level here, and we do have the sharp sight in hand to do that.
Pathway's not coming in. 5 mana to work with. Finds the pokey stick, but other than that, Morai Wardens, both cards that cannot really be played at this point in time because the board is already very full, and the parlay not really going to achieve much against Demacia and against this board in particular.
I do like the sharp sight, honestly, on the Pantheon. Level them up, swing through, big overwhelm. You don't even need to drag the barrel. You could, actually.
I'd probably kill the barrel with a 5/3, possibly just to keep it healthy and still get the Fury proc on it.
Because Pantheon could level and just get, like, Scout Elusive, Scout Elusive, and you'd be just fine.
Pokestick coming in for 3. I think you'd let this go through at every point in time. I think you definitely don't waste a single combat or anything like that. You're still quite healthy at 10 HP, especially with the board. You have a lot of blockers. And then you're not really scared of double up.
You can use the single combat to
stop a gangplank.
Stop a gangplank, exactly, when he comes down before he's able to attack. I mean, 10 HP is spooky, but I think that there's a chance for this Pantheon to just get like lifesteal or something and be good, right? Did I miscalculate? Is he only 3 out of 5? No.
No, he's 4 to 5. Yeah.
You level up the Pantheon either way. It's just a matter of if you're fearing this barrel in the moment or if you're planning for the future.
There's a level up onto the Pantheon. There is the Dragon Ball Z Meteor Punch onto Earth. And there's lifesteal, regeneration, tough, overwhelm. What more could you want?
And yeah, and then the dragon gets to attack very safely alongside. And quick attack. So it's just gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful.
And the draws for Yeshu are just not great the last few turns. Corsair there off the top, not really ideal. Both Morai Wardens, as I mentioned, and Parley, just all topics that don't really do much of anything in the current situation. You're not going to push you damage by going wide. You really need to have... I mean, we saw 2 Monster Harpoons already, so they just weren't able to do their job effectively. And these threats have survived to the point where now they become very, very hard to deal with. This 9/4 White Flame started off at a much lower stat line.
Yep, and there is the surrender. Just a lot of small units, a lot of chip damage on the Nexus. You can't get through the Pantheon anymore with the lifesteal. And we do get to see, finally, Pantheon come through Arsenal style to end that game.
And Yeshu did get closer, but Binance once again gets the victory. Yeshu cannot get his revenge, although it was a little bit closer. It was a 2-1 instead of a 2-0, but Binance was able to win it and once again make it up to the grand finals of yet another tournament. Back-to-back seasonal and fight night now this week as well. We'll see if he can get the back-to-back championship title. Not many players have done it. I think maybe none. I think maybe one, though. I think either Badge Attack did it on his win. Or Tom. I think someone has done it before. But overall, it is always going to be very, very impressive to win a seasonal and then come to a fight night tournament with 8 of the best players in Europe and then do it again. It shows consistency. It shows, a lot of skill. Binance still has his work cut out for him. He has to go up against Owe, who already defeated him in the winners final, and try and win it there. But very excited. I think now we're seeing kind of, even without Tarek, even without the card draw, the White Flames kind of doing
Yeah.
their part to carry the deck when Pantheon did end up kind of winning that game, maybe, sure, but I think the White Flames were able to stabilize until that point very effectively.
Yeah.
So I think, like you mentioned, there's a few cards that it doesn't feel completely optimal yet, but it feels like there is going to be a shell of Pantheon Taric or a deck with Faded in general that can definitely be a part of the meta going forward. But we'll find out more about this deck and about its fate in this tournament after this very short break.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We're just about to jump into the grand finals. Pinus was able to secure the slot from fighting the lower bracket. Everybody, the final remaining players in the lower bracket, were all looking for a rematch versus Oe, but Pinus came out on top and gets his rematch. The monster from France, previous seasonal winner, going up against Pinus, the newest crowned seasonal winner as well. So this is going to be a 1v1 to remember.
Not just that, Scarzig, but the age of Finance 42, the age of Oe 33. The experienced players in the grand finals, a coincidence? I think not. I think the age of Bazatak and Thomas and all these young prodigy players is over. I think it's time for the experience to come through, and it gives people like us, maybe on the higher end of the gaming spectrum, some hope as well. Card gamers can be also fathers of multiple children and still do well, and that will be what Binance will try to prove here today, as the most experienced, I think, winner of a seasonal for sure, and maybe a fight night as well after a possible bracket reset today, as we tend to expect in EU.
But when we look at the journey these players took, Oe had to fight Ultraman in round 1, then took out Yishu, and then Pinus, like already 3 very powerful players. And Yushu and Ultraman like even fought each other again later on in the bracket, and Pinus had to just take that run all the way back through to take on Yushu, and now OE again. So you can see like we say it all the time that like these fight night brackets are always so terrifying. Like pound for pound, some of the hardest matches you're probably going to play outside of a seasonal tournament.
And it's to be expected in this grand final as well. These two players, as we mentioned, they both won a seasonal, which, I mean, if you think about what it takes to win a seasonal, it's not just a fluke. It's not like you have to be very consistent over a long period of time against a lot of different players, different matchups, different, you have to have complete control of the meta. And even now with a new meta, new cards being added, we still see these two players, on top, and it just proves their level of play. That being said, OE is bringing kind of the not such new flavors. He's bringing the darkness and the thralls. I think decks that we like to see because they aren't kind of the super tier 1, very popular, meta decks. Thralls has had a place in the tournament for a long time, and Darkness, of course, maybe a bit here and there after Worlds especially. But I think there's still fun decks to see despite them being kind of part of the old batch of cards. And Pinus, we just saw the Taric Pantheon is a new flavor that he's bringing in. And until now, I think it's been doing pretty well. We talked about it seeming to have some weaknesses and some, again, this could just be a small sample size, this could just be kind of the bias of us seeing it play out and what its deficiencies are, but I think it definitely there are some cards that seem to be very good. White Flame, for example, especially Pantheon himself as a finisher, kind of like a cheaper, much cheaper arsenal. Even the Blinded Mystic.
The Blinded Mystic.
A very strong effect in terms of what it's doing. All these on-play effects that have a decent styling to come along with it. Especially silencing being able to silence a follower effect is, I think, very strong in any meta release. So I can definitely see a shell like this one being a part of the meta. And we'll see if Pinus backs me up, because we're going to see it in action as we go into this first game. Darkness to start things off. Yordle Explorer, the new edition. And it will be Pinus is Taric Pantheon on the other side here. All the combat tricks now mulliganed.
He's got the mulligan down. He's going for the White Flames. He's going for the Saga Seekers. Even though the Zenith Blades are very strong, I've seen that card be praised very highly for this deck. You need something to put it on, so you've got to mulligan for those bodies. Pinus's build is chock full of combat tricks and spells, but only has a handful of followers, so you have to get those down. Yordle Explorer dealing 2 damage and already setting up the curve here. Stilted Roadmaker's a Yordle, Aloof Traveler's a Yordle, Catalyzer and Vagar are Yordles, so if this sticks, you reinforce the rest of your mid game to get even more value.
I have to say, OE has not really nailed the whole cosmetic synergy down. He has a dragon on the beach. I think there are some clashing themes here. He has to work.
It's a metallic dragon. It's going to short
Pinus,
circuit.
though, is on top of things. He has a nice meadow, a nice little Poro sitting there. Definitely, I think, fits a little bit more.
And the Wounded White Flame, we saw this in the last set where Pinus was kind of getting punished by not being proactive with these buffs and proccing Faded, and it took a while for the White Flame to start actually scaling up and becoming a threat. And in this matchup, where your opponent has even more late game burn potential, I think that you might not be able to take that risk anymore. We've got Pokestick and Minimorph or Vile Feast and Minimorph in the hand, so now we have the answer to a Spell Shield Pantheon that's going to try to come through and end the game. So I think you need to be just a touch more proactive with getting this scaled up, and we'll see, if that does come to be.
Very nice, Ultraman. Thank you for that great cinematic to entertain our viewers.
Oh yeah,
we definitely chuckling there as well.
Ultraman Frappe Avec, let's go.
It is a nice, mid-show entertainment there.
Yeah, and so you've got Roadmaker, gets boosted, +1/+1. Look at that stat line. You'd love to see it. And now all your darkness you're generating are discounted. Even Dark Bulb Acolyte is a Yordle, now that I think about it. And Conch, this deck has lots of Yordles in it. And at the end of the day, Yordle Explorer is a 2/2. And I guess the trouble just comes down to what do you cut for it. But Always been doing perfectly fine with this deck so far over the course of the day, and it is one of those decks that we talked about that you can pick it up and do well with it, but it gets better and better and better the more you play it and the more experience you gather with this list.
And always very happy to have first of all the very slow pace already at the start of the game, because the more it takes for Pinus to start really gaining some speed with his his momentum, with the units he's trying to develop as win conditions, the more Minimorph is just going to start enjoying things from the background, because the moment this Pantheon comes down, leveled up, you think it's like this big win condition with the Aegis, especially with a rally effect, or this White Flame even, you have the Minimorph to just perfectly answer it.
And so the Wounded White Flame now taking down the Yordle Explorer, boosts up to a 4/4. We've got Pantheon being dropped preemptively here, just to wall out the Robe Maker. But he still has mana open for a ping. Can pop this barrier. Isn't going to get scared off by this effect.
Yeah, easy for damage there. That really you can't contest. If your opponent still has the mana up, you have to play obviously respectfully. You can't really go for a block there with a Pantheon.
And so there is now getting to in the mid game the threat of a rally, but he's still very healthy. Has a very strong blocker with this 4/5. Doesn't really need to worry about a rally being super effective. If Pinus is not putting up enough of a threat, he's just going to kick back and keep floating mana. Senna is also a great idea to maybe try to develop safely down the road.
There's a Protector coming in now with a 5 attack stat line ready to maybe sell compounds or something at this point, or just go for just a natural swing with the 5/5. Pantheon, not so much, obviously, with the Overwhelm. But without having leveled up yet, the 4/2 stat line is not really ideal for just these pure swings here.
Mm-hmm. I think you might be able to take some damage. This seems like a pretty obvious bait.
I'm trying to pick up more and more as almost every card in this deck kind of suggests with the Faded to some degree, with Protector as well. It works so well, and it really is a keyword that, like I said so many times before, but I think it's just so apparent now that it really ties together so many missing pieces of Target and Demacia. And there's a Minimorph that definitely ties together the missing pieces. The Minimorph, the Manzi comes out, and immediately one threat has been taken care of, but there is still the Pantheon there that can become a pretty big issue.
Yeah,
in a few turns.
He's 2 out of 5 right now, so 3 more rounds potentially to level up Pantheon and go for another swing. So that's 3 rounds that Owie gets to prepare the board for the impact of this man from outer space.
And you ideally want more than
draw into stress defense for the second Minimorph.
You'd want more than just 1 damage ping. That's the big issue here right now for Owie. This is not a deck that 1 damage ping works well against, because it's just very big, beefy single units, not a lot of very small units. So it's very much, the opposite of what you would want if you're Owie. That's maybe the one downside to this matchup for him.
And Pinus is thinking, if do I want to proc Pantheons? You don't get level up progress, but you will proc his Faded specifically. I'm wondering if that was the play that he was thinking of making. Looking to draw cards, maybe try to get a second White Flame, maybe try to get a Taric on top of this would be absolutely amazing. Because then you can just double draw with the Guiding Touch, or double down with this Sharp Sight that you just top decked. And what is the draw? Bright Steel Protector. Not too shabby.
Basically, we'll have to see what Owie develops, but any development of a major threat here, like the Senna or like a Veigar, for example, would just be immediately dealt with very easily with Protector into Civil Combat, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And even if there was, if you bait your opponent into using a ping effect to take on the barrier, for example, then you still have the Sharp Sight backup.
Yeah, so very, very difficult play to make here. You want to play the Catalyzer. You got to get the damage of the Darkness stacked up and scaled, so that either you are able to keep up with these Faded units, or B, Veigar is just hitting for some ridiculous, like 2 or 3 turn lethal alongside Ishtali Sentinel.
And Pantheon's a card that the barrier on Aegis really makes him work so much better. It really does help a lot. Sometimes with rally effects, the difference between Pursuit and Barrier and Aegis wasn't that big, but with Pantheon, especially before he's leveled up, it's especially important to have this barrier on him.
And so that is the Faded proc. You won't get any bonus stats from directly getting hit anymore, but there is still Sharp Sight backup if you try to go for this plus the ping. And OE is just forcing Pinus to have it, right? And it's even though you're going to lose out on this trade because of the counterplay of either just single combat to take advantage of the barrier if you're going to take that risk, or you just Sharp Sight, it just means that that's one less card that he's going to have to proc Faded down the road. Because ideally, if you're Pinus, you'd like to maybe keep the Sharp Sight and go for like a burst speed Faded trigger into an open attack next round.
And that will be the Sharp Sight coming out to make sure this Pantheon stays healthy, but not healthy enough to stop another 2 pings coming down. All mana can be spent here from OE. You have the guy in touch though, so we'll see it. I have to do it 1 by 1 here for both players. Always gonna think he has enough to take him down.
And he's only putting 1 on the stack. He's only putting 1 on the stack. That way, if this plan doesn't go out, he can back out if he wants to. There was room for Pinus to maybe just go for Bright Steel Protector and say, no, we're going to put a stop to this right now, allowing him to keep the Guiding Touch for next round. But it is still card draw, getting a Shield Vault as well. A card that is not part of the main deck for this list, but is actually really disgusting tempo. Being able to target a unit to give it +1/+1, and then also stun an enemy allows you to really bully your opponent once you start getting these bigger units.
Pantheon still very much alive. It's taken a while. He has to dodge a lot of different pings, but now the Protector comes down right away, start of this turn. With so many pings being expended already, you're going to expect there to not be really any left.
Oh, and my apologies. I thought Pantheon was actually going to level up off this next one.
I think it was a 1 turn where it missed the Faded.
Oh, yeah. Because you can proc each individual unit's Faded once per round, but Pantheon only counts procking the Faded of it, once per round for his own.
Yeah, similar to Plunder. It has a
Plunder style.
1 round limitation. And there is yet another ping effect. When Pinus thought that was all that OE had, I think he's used every single 1 damage ping in his deck at this point.
And so single combat to take advantage of the barrier before this ping goes through.
Perfect, and all the overall damage goes through, extra attack added on, and now 7 HP on the Nexus for OE.
Yeah, and it's just, again, the now that the single combat is cashed in, you're worried maybe a little bit about Concerted Strike. There is potential rally to push through now with this Pantheon. And I like the open attack here, potentially, to boost up the darkness. You can play Senna, and that way you get the darkness at fast speed. It's been discounted by Silted Robemaker, if you all remember. It feels like it was it felt like it was ages ago that Robemaker hit the board. But the catalyzer, it's like you want to go for double catalyzer here to get extra damage on the darkness once you do some of the Vagar or the Senna, but it opens up a really strong block potentially into a rally. And then because all the pings have been used to deal with Pantheon and his and all the barriers and stuff, you just don't have that proactive effect anymore. But if you summon the Senna, you have, I think it's only 2 damage. So you would be all in versus rally plus combat trick anyway.
Dark is getting bigger and bigger, but not many darknesses have been, played out, or there hasn't been much of a darkness energy in hand until this point.
And I
guess
guess
is a one-man show here in the hand here. Only Pantheon spells to back him up, but Ruination is going to be very difficult to deal with.
And the other issue too is that you go for the Golden Aegis. It is a targeting effect. You do rally, and if OE responds with Ruination, then you can just play second Pantheon and take advantage of your attack token anyway.
Yeah.
If there was just more darkness generation, I think, over the course of this game, we would have seen a much better opportunity for OE to control the board. It was just a lot of piecemeal chip damage that is very easily, even outside of a Pantheon deck, like any Demacia deck could just sidestep your pings by using Sharp Sight and everything like that.
There is the Runation coming down. OE knows that, there is a punishment for this, but this is the only chance he has to go for it at this point. 2 spiders getting killed off in the mix, but I think it's a worthy trade-off, a worthy sacrifice.
And the Pantheon had Spell Shield anyway.
Oh. Well, then, OE.
It had Barrier and Spell Shield.
You have to make sure to right-click on the card and read all the keywords. Sometimes it's not directly obvious, but maybe Runation wasn't the play there, apparently. Grand Finals, my friends, as we know, these are the plays we love to see.
He has no line there, right? I guess you play Senna.
No, there was nothing to do at that point, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you play Senna, Pantheon. She's a 4/4. You take Pantheon oh my god, Pantheon was way too big.
OE is trying to make sure we keep our traditions of having the bracket resets. So he's saying, all right, fine, I destroyed you in the last series. I'm gonna let you take this game 1. And we're going to go to game 2, and that's all that I'll give you. Now he's going to come in with his 100% focus and make sure to try and win these next 2 series. But already, the Pantheon Terra deck is now out of the way, and it will be this Pinus version of Pink City coming out to play now instead, trying to win the game 2 and force the bracket reset.
Yeah, and Pink City is a deck that we've seen has much more sharp matchups. It was brought to the tournament. I think the idea was mostly just to counter Ezreal Kennen. You have just lots of options to keep those from snowballing and getting out of control. But now you are in a matchup where you're trying to play this Swarm Burn deck versus Darkness and Thralls. And this is kind of how things went down when they played against each other earlier in the tournament.
This is very different, though. We don't see a Frozen Thrall on turn 1. We don't see a 2-drop on turn 2. It's a different, there's no Avalanche either. There's only Lissandra now on turn 3. So things are starting off very differently, and the HP total is already quite different. And even right now, it's going to be a big development here and a lot. Yeah, I mean, this is a full wide swing here.
Oh, baby. So yeah, you've got to go all in again on the Ice Shard. Here comes the Predict. No AoE. You can get the Clockwork Curator, I guess, to have another blocker, but this open attack is going to be dastardly. Skip, hope for Ice Shard to come off the top. It's Ice Shard or bust here, right? If you let all of this connect, well, you'll block some of it, but you know what I mean. If all of this connects, it puts Pinus in such a strong position to transition away from developing board and just start rapid cycling for burn.
And until now, we've seen only these great starts for OE with Thralls that really does make the deck feel like it's really, really, fantastic at all stages of the game. But this happens very often with Thralls. It's a deck that if you don't find this early curve against aggro decks, you suddenly don't make a play until turn 3, turn 4.
Ooh, and getting the Forge Chief off Mirai Warden as well means you get that 1 extra spell mana. And so now we've got Lecturing Yordle to come down. You've got the dart, if you want to use it, the poison dart.
We'll see if Final wants to do anything at all.
You could almost play Chemist, I think, to get the bomb set up for another ping down the road.
Well, I think the Lecturing Yordle is fine. I don't think you mind the 2 damage it would be taking, and just to have a unit being played here on tempo plus a poison dart as well to get the mushrooms in the deck. Another turn that there's a chance to draw those mushrooms before the sun levels up. I think it's definitely the play here, and just poison dart straight to the Nexus. But anyway, you still can. I mean, think about this deck when the sun levels up, how it's going to be just all these pings are not really going to be very effective. So
that's very fair. Yeah, so down to 8. There's Thralls, another Thrall. We've got Talia, no promising future. Draculorn Inquisitor can come through here. And now you have to cross your fingers versus a monster Harpoon, but that's fine. There's only 1 in Pinus's version. And even if you get the 8/8, it's hatching into your opponent's attack tokens. They don't need to give you that value if they don't want to. Lecturing Yordle will swing just to get the Poison Dart. Now that you're tapped out, you can see a Gangplank being developed here. You can use Twisted Fate to gold card the Thrall if you wish. Set up a better swing for yourself. I really like this. Even Crack Shot. You can go for a wider swing like a Chemist Crack Shot.
And you're just connecting guaranteed damage to the Poison Dart with even make it rain this turn maybe if you want to, if you know it's not going to be really useful next turn.
Do you want to just go for red card and just get like one more damage on the Nexus? Do you think that's worth?
I think just the Chemist first into the Corsair this turn as well, and possibly to make it rain. I'm not sure if you're playing Twisted Fate out this turn. Unless it's for blue card potentially, but I think you do want to maybe... it was the option to maybe play Gangplank this turn and just stun gold card the 8/8 next turn.
That's what I was thinking.
Try and go for a swing for damage to Gangplank.
Like there's definitely a lot of different ways to approach this. Because when it comes to Gangplank, if you aren't like trying to set up a line specifically like that to clear the way for Gangplank to swing, you're basically waiting for him to be leveled up, and then you're going to immediately suicide him into a Thrall to just get his ability on the stack and deal 2 to the Nexus. And so this is going to come down to whether Owi's going to have the time to get another Thrall hatched and level up Lysandra.
Blue card here instead, trying to find some extra fuel, find some extra damage with something like a double up or even just a parley, just damage to the Nexus in some way, shape, or form. The Dragon attacking here is very calculated. It can't quite die here if the 3/3 were to block it with a Make It Rain.
Yeah, you're just clearing the 2/1. You're attacking defensively, right, to keep the board as narrow as you can to help with your defense. Draklorn's getting his value regardless. He's going to hatch 1 Thrall. There's only 1 copy in the deck, and Owi probably just likes having this decently chunky mid-game unit to help out in these aggro matchups, especially in one like this where you whiff on your AoE. Only 1 Blighted Ravine and no Ice Shard allowed that massive wide double Mirai Warden swing to connect earlier in the game.
This heal is massive here. I think you definitely want to get all these ping effects in before the sun levels up. That's the biggest thing here.
Yeah, because once the Nexus is tough, all the healing effects are multiplied even further in their effectiveness.
And there's no counterplay to the parley on the Lysandra here.
I wonder if Pinus is just going to send the parley directly onto the Nexus.
Well, you want to get rid of the Lysandra at some point, I think, especially when you see Talio played here, where there isn't a chance to replay the Lysandra this turn, just to avoid the toughness of the Nexus.
Yep, there it is. So now you've got a ping on Lysandra. That way, if they are able to accelerate, like with the clock hand, for example, or something, to get these thralls popped open, she's not going to level up and deny those pings. Got a decent wide swing here. You want to keep 1 mana open for Poison Dart anyway from the Lecturing Yordle. And I wonder, like, yeah, so you're giving up 1 point of damage, right, by targeting the Lysandra. No, when it dies, you get the damage on the Nexus anyway. That's right. So, and with only 2 mana, there's no counterplay, as you already mentioned. And then just Poison Dart.
You have to make sure you don't die next turn off in any kind of open attack. But yeah, you definitely don't with this current board. So yeah, I think it's just going to be a swing here from just the Yordle. It can suicide itself into the 8/8 and just to get that extra bit of damage.
I do like taking the Predict here off of the Stone Weaving, because Pinus is in a position where he's going to be setting up open attacks, so the minefield is not as strong. Tavern Keeper off of the Predict is very nice. And now this is the showdown. Pinus needs to, like, really clutch it here.
Oh yeah, this is even better. This is a lot of damage. Almost guarantees the win here at this point. The Make It Rain is going to have to RNG on the Nexus as well next turn, but even the Mushrooms can really put this back completely in favor for Pinus here to take this game too. Lecturing Yordle attacks here. It's 2 damage guaranteed with the 1 mana still available for the Poison Dart straight to the Nexus down to 4.
Mm-hmm. And then
Pokestick down to 3. And then that's 3 damage you have to get through other means.
Yeah, there is the bomb from the Mad Chemist as well.
True.
With only 1 Thrall threatening to attack, that will guarantee detonate.
So we only need to have 2 Mushrooms or even just 1 as long as the Make It Rain hits for this to be lethal for Pinus, as long as there are no more Blighted Ravines being played to heal. Or Tavern Keepers, of course.
Yeah, Kindly Tavern Keeper does come off from the Predict.
The Caster Blessing is there. Tavern Keeper comes up. Well, Caster Blessing, I guess it was from the Predict, so.
And then that's a Gangplank's Parley that we just saw added to the hand of Pinus.
Mm-hmm.
So you can sacrifice Gangplank here and play a new one if you'd like. He is not close to being leveled, though. I believe he's only 3 out of 5. Because most of the damage, you have to remember, was done in 1 shot early in the game. But he should level up here shortly. If it's only 3 out of 5, as long as you can plunder this round, and then it'll automatically activate at the start of the next round because of the Mad Chemist Bomb. Gangplank will level up into an open attack here beautifully.
Yeah, the Tavern Keeper and the Blighted Ravine are gonna definitely put OE back into a healthier range here, despite whatever top decks might come down here from the Pokestick. It's gonna be Jagged Witcher, so not really ideal here. A big swing still with the 8/8.
You can't take all of this, but Pinus might sacrifice the Twisted Fate at the very least. Blocks him with Talia's damage. You've got to be very precious with this Gangplank, I think. You could sacrifice Gangplank if you want. You have 5 mana now to play the second.
We'll see what the sequencing order is here for Pinus, and if he's going to have enough to actually end this game. He was very close, but Tavern Keeper and Blighted Ravine are going to be enough here. That's already way too much damage. Going down to 0. Going to have to block with the Corsair as well, putting him that much further away from his goal. His board completely cleared out here by Talia's effect, as well as just the huge stat lines on all of these units, especially the 8/8 Overwhelm.
What is interesting, though, is that by trading the board away, it makes the Blighted Ravine not as enticing of a line, because you aren't, like, destroying the board anymore. But this is still healing for OE, and Pinus definitely would have felt very silly, right? If you don't go for the block there, and then Blighted Ravine wipes your board anyway. Take a bunch of extra damage for nothing. So, again, Gangplank can come down. If we've calculated this properly, he should level up at the start of the next round. There is one Rite of Negation in OE's Thrall's deck, a card that kind of fell out by the wayside, where the deck wanted to just be very optimal, very just streamlined, getting the Thralls in play and ending the game. And OE's version is a little bit more methodical, a little bit more reactionary. And so top deck negation to stop the Gangplank effect would be just absolutely game-winning from this position. Pinus is scraping the bottom of the barrel to get the final bit of damage he needs to close this out. There are 2 copies of Double Up and some pretty juicy targets in play. We'll have to see how long he can make this go through, because just this 1 Thrall in play, the wide board that OE has gotten, is threatening lethal just on the next swing if he can survive once more. OE's thinking, can I get away with playing this Blighted Ravine or not? Because there is no 3 sisters.
I was muted. Now I'm not. I was saying that OE had a very rough start in this game, and if he's able to still win it at this point and go into the next, the match point of the tournament essentially with Darkness versus Pink City, I think they're gonna feel very, very favored.
Hidden Pathways. Drawing 2 cards. No burn, just to Make It Rain. Gangplank comes through, puts his ability on the stack. And with the ping and the damage from Gangplank, this is going to be lethal. Was Blighted Ravine actually the play?
And there's nothing you can do. There's absolutely nothing you can do. That's going to be GG. That's going to be Binance getting the 2-0, getting the bracket reset. And I spoke too soon, despite the rough start, despite it feeling like he was coming back into it. I think you had to Blighted Ravine at that point. It didn't look tempting, but that 2-bit of healing, the healing you were getting there is definitely worth it, I think, at that point, that stage of the game. And we saw why with Gangplank there. Although, that being said, if you do Blighted Ravine, then the blocker that you're blocking with, I guess it wouldn't matter either way. It would just,
yeah,
it would just be full overall damage going through. So it would actually matter in that case. But regardless, 2-0 for Binance. Bracket reset, as usual, is guaranteed here at Fight Night. And we're going to have to see if Binance can do it again. I think the games were slightly in his favor both times in a way that they weren't in the first series we saw. I think the first series we saw overwhelm, or we saw the Thralls deck have a much cleaner opening with Thrall on turn 1, with the Clockwork on turn 2, and overall the Curator, and it felt just much cleaner with double Tavern Keeper as well, I think we saw in that series. So this series, both games felt a bit more as if there just wasn't a clear answer. Both the Spell Shield, the Runation as well. It wasn't, we saw that same exact things happen, but with very different results in the first series we saw in the winners final.
And if we play that matchup again, it's one of those things where the players are playing the same decks. This is a rematch from earlier in the tournament. And when you shuffle the cards and try again, you can see these different outcomes really start to show themselves. Because it came down to just the fact there was no Avalanche and no Ice Shard in that early turn. Took so much damage early.
Again, a Frozen Thrall now here on turn 1. The Blighted Ravine there as well. And the hand that's really going to, get this combination going much quicker against a deck that's not going to put that much pressure. It's not going to be like Pink City where it's a lot of pressure very early on.
And we do a float here. Saga Seeker is just respectable amount of damage, to be fair. Bright Steel Protector into this boost. The old Green Glade Caretaker, Ghost.
Just when there's not going to be there could be a 2-drop here, but it's probably unlikely. After this Frozen Thrall, that's the only 2-drop in the deck.
And we have potential to float here, go for Promising Future, but you don't really need to do that. There is, of course, just Kindly Tavern Keeper as a 3-mana play. Your hand is good enough where you don't necessarily need to predict either. We've got Wounded White Flame for Pinus as well. So that's going to be really exciting. We're starting to see finally, another permutation of the deck where it's a lot of units and maybe not enough spells to support all of them. You have to be very picky about whose fate is going to be procced.
Lithana, despite her having tough and a very interesting stat line for her cost, against this deck, not really going to be the ideal blocker, not really going to have the same presence she has against other smaller units that tend to attack in a wider formation.
We have access now to Promising Future and Clockwork Curator. Start of the next round, we've got Time in a Bottle, and I believe we can get 2 8/8s and swing in. It's very difficult for Pinus to stand up to that at this point in the game, despite Fated being such a strong scaling keyword. It is still outpacing those stat lines ever so slightly with the Thralls. So the Thralls can just come through and deal. Maybe you leave one unblocked and take 8 and just chump the other. But even if you take that initial swing of damage and then you're able to outscale the Thralls, it's just a reverse of what we saw in the last, where the first player to get that initial swing, that big burst of damage, just takes over the pace of the game and then can start just drawing into Ice Shard, Blighted Ravine to finish off with Burn, like we see Thralls do from time to time. And with Promising Future hatching this first Frozen Thrall, Lysandra levels, and then you have a tough Nexus, and it makes it that much harder for rally combos and Pantheon to try to just solo you.
We're deciding what the best sequence of plays is here to get these Thralls out. If it's going to be the Curator first or the Promising Future first. The Tavern Keeper just be able to block, have a better blocker for this turn.
And yeah, so just a beautiful wide swing here, still keeping the 2 mana open so that there needs to be some respect there where Sharp Sight can proc Faded and push through even more damage if you want to, right? You only have to worry about like you don't have to worry about 3 Sisters. Wait, no, didn't we say that Owie doesn't have it in this version? No, he's on 2. I'm thinking of Sejuani Gangplank from earlier.
Yeah. You're thinking about Sari's Plunder deck, I believe it was, that had only the...
Yeah, of course Thralls is on triple Sisters. Triple 3 Sisters, 9 Sisters.
And the block here makes it, appealing to use a Sharp Sight to kill Lysandra possibly, but then you're not getting the Faded, for example, so it's not really that bad. And I think you're not valuing Lysandra so much in this matchup. It's more just making sure you're not taking too much damage while getting the Thrall package online to be able to have these huge blockers that stall out any board-based strategy from Painas.
I really like just the crazy tempo play of Sharp Sight onto Wounded White Flame.
Single combat instead kills the Lysandra, gets some damage on the White Flame, doesn't get the Fury though, and still the Predator still dies here. So I'm not sure that was the best play, but still ends up with the same, achieves the same thing of having the Lysandra die there.
And then I guess you just have the Sharp Sight to use a solo healing down the road. The +2/+2 maybe makes you resilient versus a Thrall. Pinus maybe feeling that spider sense tingling, knows that the 8/8s are coming. So here's time in a bottle to detonate this Frozen Thrall. It is unthawed.
And still have the Tavern Keeper mana as well.
Preservarium, an excellent thing to get off the predict as well. More card draw. Big 8/8. We've got Concerted Strike. Procs both Faded. You can kill one of these.
This is the biggest problem with Thralls. Once these, there's many decks that don't really have only a board-based strategy as their win condition, but Demacia decks tends to be the case that, you're trying to push damage to overwhelm, whatever it is, but usually through the board, through combat, and when all of a sudden you have a wall of 8/8s here and more coming, it suddenly just halts you entirely. Like what amount of Faded and combat buffs you have to get on this White Flame for it to be able to match these Thralls.
Mm-hmm. And it's just, we're at a point where we need to get Taric, right? We need to get Taric. We need to get a rally. So that way you can have a big swing go through, force these Thralls to block, maybe try to get some of them out of the way, and then try to finish off your opponent, right? Because with Taric and Golden Aegis, you're attacking potentially 3 times in a row.
4 HP on the Nexus already. Painas is, and I think he just knows, like, what is he really going to do against this? With this kind of strategy, there's no chance to really, with burn decks, you just go over the top. You kind of ignore the combat part of this, altogether at this point in the game. With his deck, you can't really do that. What are you going to Concerted Strike? You just don't have a stallion to reach these 8/8s.
I felt like with the double Faded proc, you would be able to get it to go.
Yeah, possibly, it's true. But even then, I mean, it's an answer to 1 of these, and your opponent's still at 10 HP.
I guess. And then you just draw a card off of Guiding Touch. You're just looking for something that's going to let you pivot and bail you out here, because Owie is still at a pretty low HP total to where a rally combo or maybe just a lucky Pantheon roll could close it out. But even with just the 2 Thralls in play, like, it doesn't need to be a massive combo of Talia and 4 Thralls. Just these 2 big overwhelm units is really all you need. And I think that Concerted Strike is going to be the play.
And you still have more heals as well with Tyrant Keeper and the Blighted Ravine as well, as a pseudo, +2 heal, just to make sure you're out of the range of any crazy combo that Painas might be able to whip out with 8 mana. And there's going to be Concerted Strike coming down. That is the one option that he had to take down one of these Thralls, and still the stats, you are gaining the stats slowly. You have Sharp Sight still if the 8/8 decides to block now onto the White Flame. So there is some kind of play now available here. Until the A drop comes down for Owie to really accelerate the other 2. Or the Drakthorn. Ooh, 1 mana off though.
Yeah, Drakthorn is just another solid mid-game blocker. No Taric in sight, no Golden Aegis in the hand. Pinus tapping down under the rally very liberally. I think really signals to Oe that he's not in danger.
And Oe wants to make use of his mana here, play out the Tavern Keeper. Get his Nexus Elf back up to 13.
And because Oe has had to play out all of his mana as quickly as possible in order for the combo that was given to him to be activated, hasn't been able to threaten Three Sisters as effectively as he would like, and Pinus has gotten some enjoyment and some freedom to act without that looming over his head. But we're in a situation of the last set where you have to proactively start healing. It happens every time. These Freljord control players, they think they're in a good spot, and so they want to float mana or save their healing or play more reactionary, and then suddenly when they need to heal, they don't have the time or they don't have the mana. So I'm glad that Oe is just going to play the Tavern Keeper here and just relax. Probably even sacrifice and keep the Thrall up. At that point, you're proccing the Fury. The White Flame is blocking your Thrall regardless, so you might be forced to just block with the Thrall, force your opponent to have it, or use another combat trick here because Faded's already been procced, and you're forcing him to kind of overlap that value, right?
And there was a pass from Pinus before due to the Fury in the north, but now that the mana is not there, it just opens the door for that bait to happen if Oe takes it, instead of having to block with the Tavern Keeper here. Getting some damage on the health of the White Flame is going to be important in terms of trying to get some, less health to block the 8-8 to try to push a little bit of damage through. You don't need that much now with the 4 damage on the Nexus. You can play out both Lissandra and the Dracoran this turn though.
And so, yeah, with Lissandra leveled, I think you're kind of good to go. You've got 2 direct damage onto Pinus' Nexus with the Blighted Ravine. Lissandra leveling up means you're going to get Ice Shards. And unless this Pantheon is able to just make a miracle happen, it seems like the win con is there. It seems like the burn is there.
We're really taking his time to think through all the options here.
I guess what you can do is, maybe just thinking if I attack with the Thrall, just doesn't want Lissandra to die to like a concerted strike or single combat, I suppose.
And the moment you play Lissandra, you cannot play Dracoran. That's going to be the biggest thing here. You don't even have space to play Dracoran. You have to overwrite the newly spawned Thrall. Ravine an option to heal. You're dealing less damage to your Nexus as well, so you're healing for 3 effectively.
And with your opponent so low, you can just you can overwrite that newest Thrall, in my opinion.
I think we're not going to get to the point where that one popped. The game seems to be reaching a climax at a very fast speed now.
If you aren't going to attack with the Thrall, then just play Blighted Ravine. Just get the 2 damage here. And then if you attack with Thrall, you're potentially threatening a lethal. If Pinus doesn't have the right options or doesn't block effectively, you set up for Ice Shard could potentially just be a lethal. Pantheon leveling.
And even if there is a way to, sharp sight, for example, the White Flame and not take any damage from the overall, I think you do still take it just to make sure.
Lifesteal, Elusive, Fearsome Regeneration, Fury.
Ooh, Lifesteal's the big one.
So now you can't attack with the Thrall anymore. Good respect on that, because that could have just as easily been done in response. And then you're like all in trying to high roll the Lifesteal against the Thrall.
We're learning all the keywords in French now. It was like advanced Sesame Street. We skipped the numbers. We skipped
the sesame.
Fruits and apples. We're going straight into regeneration and lifesteal.
And so going into the next round, we've got Pantheon about to open attack with this lifesteal. 2 damage going on to the Nexus. We've got 1 burn of Ice Shard in hand.
So close, and yet so far from everything. Just 1 more damage on the Nexus.
Yeah, Pantheon has elusive. He doesn't have scout.
Enough. The double Talia top deck was also not ideal. Could have been Ice Shards that are main decked. Also could have done it here, but looks like things are not going to line up here. There's no guiding touch even to heal if you're Binance, to heal the Nexus directly. Are we thinking? But I think we've seen the same position before where he just doesn't have the right answers.
Yeah, you've got to sacrifice your board here just to survive. We've got the clock hand this turn to maybe jailbreak a couple other thralls and go for a big attack before, but the lifesteal on Pantheon is just going to offset any offense from this position.
And with the overwhelm makes you can't even kind of try and ghost block in some way or try and remove a unit after placing it as a blocker to stop the lifesteal altogether. It's not going to work with the overwhelm, obviously.
And ironically, Pantheon didn't roll Spell Shield, and there's no 3 Sisters to punish this with like an Entomb. And there's 3 copies in OE's deck. How unfortunate.
Same exact thing happened last series. We came to the position where there's just no interaction in hand. And after the big attack that was occurring, OE was just looking at his hand and thinking, you know, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can respond to this. I'm just sitting here watching, you know, the loss occur, essentially.
Pale Cascade proccing Faded even further, boosting the Saga Seeker.
2 HP now on the Nexus. We still have a Sharp Sight and we still have a Pale Cascade. Obviously, Pinas might be thinking, I think he knows for sure there isn't a Flash Freeze or a 3 Sister, because it would have been used and right away. You know, you can't allow your opponent to heal for that much, and that's going to be it. GG, Pinas on a tear right now. 3rd game he wins in a row. 1st in this series. The match point was at some point there for OE, but now the things, you know, the tables have turned, the turns have tabled, and it is now Pinas once again on match point, ready to win another big tournament back to back after the seasonal.
I mean, the thralls, it's the combo deck, right? It comes through, it giveth, it taketh away. You get these awkward turns. It looks good at first, but then you can't close out.
And once again, the second deck here brought from OE is not going to be dark. It's going to be the Thralls deck yet again. And we'll see, despite the bad start last game, it almost found a way to end up getting that win here. But we'll see that'll be the case now. Has the Avalanche that comes around, has a better Ravine, has Lissandra, so much better, I think, opening hand here.
And this is going to be the biggest point. Like, we saw Pinus struggle in certain matchups with the Ping City, but OE is the one being exposed here, with Thralls being the weaker deck. So the one that can get these clunky, inconsistent draws.
That's an odd hand from Pinus.
Oh, no.
He's trying to, you know, sacrifice all these units to avalanches. I don't know what the double up's going to kill, because it definitely won't be Lissandra or Talia or any Thralls. So this is already a very awkward hand here.
And I wonder if OE will say, I'm just not going to play my Kindly Tavern Keeper because it's the most, like, likely double up target in my deck. I don't even know if that's possible. There's still a pretty respectable early swing, to be fair.
But it will be met with, you know, an Avalanche right away, or even a better V next turn if you want to develop the Lissandra this turn instead. I think it's just a better, the cleaner play here, because the not just this, but the later Ravine answers all these units before they can become a problem again on the next swing, and it also stops, kind of says, hey, you want to develop? You really can't. And this deck kind of sometimes suffers from that, although the hidden passes will help with you know, making it so that there is going to be something that Pinus can do with his mana, knowing that there is going to be a Ravine on the board.
And yeah, so here's the Ravine, just trying to heal, offset some of this damage. We've got Lissandra already. We've got Talia to duplicate the Thrall and just get a big, like, HP blocker as well. It's not over yet, especially the combination of Blight Ravine into Avalanche is going to clear, like, if you're thinking some 3 HP units or something will save you.
There's a pathway to being able to dump mana into something that doesn't really commit or overcommit to the board after the Ravine has been played. And finding just more resources for the late game. thinking about the bigger picture here. Finds the Gangplank, finds the Pokey Stick. Has to, again, find targets for these double ups. That's going to be maybe the most difficult thing about this game.
And we'll see if we're able to bring this plan to fruition. I mean,
The board clears are all
a barrel
here.
plus double up could maybe hit this Lissandra now.
Ishar will have something to say about that. A lot of board clears have now been found in hand. OE has, you know, so many answers. And they can just even just slowly, turn by turn, let these thralls pop by themselves with just all the different answers he has in hand for his opponent's strategy.
All right, we're swinging. Three Sisters does not exist. It might have been a typo, Panda. It's not actually in the deck after all. But still, the defense is coming through.
Looks good on paper, but at the end of the day, no damage going through, and this Gangplank going down to 2 HP means that really no progress is being made here from Binas, and these thralls are slowly ticking, and slowly going to just, when they hatch, it will be that win condition that Obi wants and needs, and Lissandra and Talia both really expendable in this matchup at this point.
Yeah, you gotta click that. Click the bloqueur. But where do you go from here? It's like when you look at Binas's hand, like there's still there's nothing there. The double ups are just blank cards. He's only got 3 cards in hand.
And there was a consideration for the Ice Shard there to try and obviously keep Lissandra alive, take on the keg as well, but I think there's really not a need to. I think you're feeling pretty safe, especially when it's Jira attack token turn now. That Draclor next turn will be very, very scary. You don't want to play Avalanche right away.
This is fantastic. You can do Draclor into Imagined Possibilities.
Yeah, that's also. And you can play out this turn even. You're scared of the Monster Harpoon, which Binance, I believe, is running 1 copy of exactly. So
yes.
If it was Yeshu who had 3 copies in his deck, it would be a bit scarier. With only 1, though, you don't feel like you're too big of a disadvantage playing out the Draclor in this turn.
And again, this was one of those games where a lot of damage was done in an upfront burst. So like that pacing of individual bits of damage to the Nexus hasn't really made Gangplank a threat where he's about to level up and you have to worry about him open attacking. So I do really like the Draclorn here.
And still leaves mana for the Avalanche. That's the biggest thing here, because this commitment means like, hey, Pinus, you have to do something here. You have to commit to the board, and then all of a sudden, if he overcommits, if he plays out both Stone Stackers and the Dreaded, which is definitely a possibility, the Avalanche can be massive in taking down the Gangplank and just clearing out the entire board while keeping the Draclord relatively healthy. Looks like you're gonna try and maybe find a way to get enough damage to kill off this Draclorn with the Pokey Stick into the Parley into the double up next turn.
I actually do really like that line. That Parley in hand is the second Gangplank, isn't it?
Yeah, it might be, yeah.
And so if this Gangplank goes down, I think you're okay. Ooh, nope, just sending it to the Nexus. Just still sticking to that burn plan. Is understanding, right? I live and die in this matchup by my opponent's draw quality. And Pinus has been finding those edge cases very consistently up to this point. Being able to sneak in some early hits in between AoEs is the possible.
And that's going to be the massive tempo swing now once these thralls are able to hatch. And there might even be a Stone Stacker develops here from Binas into a, well, no more possibility of an Avalanche actually, so you can actually go full development if you wish to.
Yeah.
And it won't be too much, and you at least guarantee the impact, you know. They die in the trade, sure, but at least you get the impact damage through.
Yeah, you can go second stacker. If you play the Dreadway deckhand, you have to cash in your Parley to detonate the barrel so a Thrall doesn't pull it. But this is a pretty decent chunk of damage because now when the Gangplank swings in, the Draclorn can't block him. because then you lose out on your acceleration on the thralls regardless. Oh wait, no, I've got that backwards. Oh, he has the attack token. My goodness.
Rite of Negation, I'd say it's good, but double up, it can't really do anything anyway, so.
Rite of Negation, I guess you can use it to stop Gangplank's AoE skill, if that's like the thing that's going to kill you. Lysandra will give you a tough Nexus. You've got 2 Thralls about to hatch. And then tough Nexus just seals the deal on this game, right?
Yeah, I think it makes things pretty impossible for Pinas.
And so you can, like, red card, try to level up the Gangplank. Because if you do that, then he'll go up to 3 HP and he'll survive a counter avalanche. And then you get to put your effect on the stack. This allows Oi to maybe respond with Lysandra to get that tough Nexus.
Yeah, might be the play, yeah. And even then, if you avalanche, you're weakening your blockers as well for the overwhelm damage coming through after the AoE ability goes through. So it is going to be Twisted Fate coming down with the red card just to activate this final plunder to get the level up on the Gangplank. Ideally, if a Poison Dart was played initially, then the ideal is always when the mushroom comes in, the turn you need it, and you just get the immediate open attack. But you're gonna have to work a little bit harder for this one if you are Binance. But Twisted Fate coming down does the job here.
Oh, wow, just goes for Ice Shard Avalanche to wipe the board.
No mana for double up either, despite finally having a target for it.
Yeah, so that is going to be GG.
Well, not quite.
Not quite, you say?
With a parley, it would have killed the Draklorn. Oh, but it is the Gangplank, isn't it? The one in hand?
I'm pretty sure. I thought it was. Oh, I guess not.
It is. Okay, then yes, then
GG. So, Oe managing to take game 2 by just finding that perfect moment to use the AoE to wipe the board. Pinus has to go for, of course, the ping there to level up the Gangplank. If the optimal way to do it, of course, would be for like a Chemist Bomb or something to proc at the start of the round, level up your Gangplank, and set up an open attack. It is a bit more awkward for this particular deck to make use of Gangplank the way Plunder does, because you don't have like Warning Shot and things of that nature to level up your Gangplank into an open.
And I think that's all. Draklorn's still surviving here, and there being no way to take it down at this point. I think, yeah, you have to go for the attack here with the Dreadway. This opens up the chance for even then, yeah, 2 double ups doesn't do it either. So yeah, this is absolutely doomed from Binance's side. You would want one of the 8-4s to block to create a second double up target. I guess he's gonna have, yeah, not enough mana to do anything else next turn.
Rat. Unless
there's no mushrooms in the deck, no? Whatsoever. There's no poison darts having played.
Yeah, no, we no luck.
If there was a line where he draws a mushroom and then you just see a double up next turn on the Draklorn and the Thrall that is blocked.
Wait.
But the Ice Shard would stop that.
Yeah, the Ice Shard stops the. Wait, no, is it enough? Oh no, because you play Lysandra and you get the tough Nexus. That's right. So you are now safe.
And the Ice Shard would stop one of the targets, right, on the Draklorn. It would kill it. The Ice Shard would kill it first.
Oh yeah,
after it's on the stack, so it would just completely stop.
That is true. You would just kill your own Draklorn so the double up doesn't connect.
Oh yeah, with a keg it would have been enough, 5 and 4. But there are many responses that we see here with Lysandra coming down, with the Ice Shard in hand as well. And I think Oe knows it. I think he's thinking like, maybe he has 2 double ups. But the Shenimo comes down instead. And as continues to be tradition, we will be going to a game 3 to decide the winner of Fight Night EU. It's been a long one. It's been one with many new decks, old decks as well, like Thralls coming into play. But it will be actually a very old and very time and tested matchup. Darkness versus Pink City. We saw it a lot, the World Championship. We saw it a lot in the aftermath of Worlds in that seasonal when players were both riding that wave of hype with both decks being very, very strong as a control option and as an aggro option. Things have changed since then, but they still find a place in the meta and have made it to the grand final of this tournament. So definitely have success still in the current tournament meta.
Yeah, it's really interesting to think about because like Pink City showed up as a way to kind of bully Bandle Tree. We're just going for like a lot of burn, a lot of very efficient ways to deal with the swarm of Bandle City, and then it ended up having just a concentration of just direct damage to the Nexus that was just very valuable in the metagame at the time. There was very few decks outside of Darkness that could heal. And then Darkness, because Bandle Tree was getting bullied, Darkness was able to have a more prominent showing in the metagame because of Bandle Tree. And now with like the new Yordle cards that you think would make Bandle Tree really good, a lot of players were speculating, right? Like Kennen and Grumble Slug would be really fantastic additions to that archetype. Just hasn't taken off yet. We'll see if Bandle Tree might be the wild card of next week's meta.
Yeah,
I hope not, but
when I thought about it and started thinking about the additions and stuff, it did feel like it's like a stronger version could be possible, and it was already finding some success even in seasonal as a deck that fit well into the meta. Had mini morphs, we saw a lot of great matches with Bandle Tree in the fight night before seasonal and the seasonal itself as well. So yeah, definitely excited to see. Again, this is still kind of the early 2 days into expansion fight night. I think the next week's fight night is always going to be the better one to showcase what the meta really looks like after a bit more refining happens, a bit more optimization happens. But for now, we did get to see some very interesting, champion combinations today. We'll end it off with a classic though. Darkness for OE versus Pink City for Pinus to decide the winner of this week's fight night.
Oh man, and looking at the opening hands, they're both pretty good. I like the double up for this matchup because it does slap a lot of the chump blockers that Darkness wants to do. You have Pokestick and Vile Feast to kill off your own 1 HP targets, and always got Yordle Explorer into the Catalyzer, and that maybe translates to an extra rep of Darkness. However, over the course of today's broadcast, we've seen OE have a lot of success of drawing good units developing onto the board, but then lacking Darkness generators in order to close things out.
Right away, that is quite the curve for Pinus. Chemist into Mariah Warden. 2 copies of it. Yordle Explorer is good, but it's going to be very slow to ramp things up here. We'll see if the pulls are good. Could be worse.
Not too shabby.
Could be worse. And are we going to see just a massive swing come down here with possibly a second Mariah Warden or just, I think just one Mariah Warden here is the best pack for punch for where just one action being played out here. And we'll see a Catalyzer in response.
Oh wow, you got the the Duskbringer and the Stygian Onlooker.
We're playing Nightfall now, baby.
Nightfall now.
I think all the cards that generate cards, we saw it with obviously with Mariah Warden in this case. We saw it with the Telescope drawing epics. I think they have like a bias towards bringing out cards that don't see much play anymore, just to like, okay, these cards still exist. I believe so. We saw with Tribeam as well. Just all the unknown cards would come out every time.
Yeah, even during Worlds, we got like that Tribeam into Snapvine game. Ooh, that was a banger. But here it is. We got a double block and a Pokestick. So what seemed like a very disgusting attack at first has been very much dialed back.
But Yordle Explorer
about the temple
had to be sacrificed there in that point in time. 14 HP already in the Nexus. One drain effect with the Vile Feast being drawn there. And still you have the chance for Jagged Butcher here to come down as a 3-3.
OE actually mulliganed a Withering Mist, which I thought for sure was going to be a keep in this matchup. I guess was just hoping for better early game blockers, and he's gotten it here. But if you don't get your healing, then by the time you take over the board and stabilize, Pinus is just going to pivot to his double ups and potentially gangplanks.
Catalyzer coming in here, just an easy trade. Darkness is getting bigger and bigger, but Darkness is really not going to be that effective against a deck like this because there just isn't anything that big other than the Gangplank really to hit. It's not like against more of a mid-range deck. It does find a lot of value, but against this very go-wide boards, something like a Withering Mist is usually more effective, or just smaller pings like Vile Feast.
I like that. He's cashing in the 4-1 before it does get cleaned up by a Pokestick or Make It Rain or something as well. You maybe could get away with Vagar. I like Stilted Roadmaker, perhaps. Just having a more resilient body and setting up for a better development down the road where you can combo Vagar and still have mana to play the darkness there.
We're going to hit a double up here. Or, yeah, hits a double up. Because if it comes down, nothing you can play this turn really. It's going to be just a pass straight into the next turn. Lecturing Yordle, I expect to come down here at this point. You're starting to get close to the Extali turn where you have to be very careful. I think this might be the last big combat-based attack swing from Pinus to make full use of it with the Lecturing Yordle and the Poison Art generation.
We've got Dark Bulb Acolyte, which can generate a darkness and then maybe finish something off post-combat. There is enough mana for that and maybe a Vile Feast as well to clear one of these 2/1s. So overall, this is a pretty solid attack. We've got Poison Dart plus Make It Rain to clear the Catalyzer. Or, well, you Make It Rain first when it's guaranteed, and then you Poison Dart if OE develops further. I really like that setup. Because, like you said, Panda, this is the final swing that Pinus is realistically going to be able to get before you have to start worrying about Ishtali Sentinel just walling you out. And so you need to make sure this swing counts.
We'll see what the play is here from Pinus.
Only 3 mana from OE. There's not a lot he can do. There's maybe a Vile Feast.
And Vile Feast will be pretty big after the Make It Rain, especially. Once this already hits, then you're able to play the Vile Feast and get essentially a 2-for-1, taking down one of the 2/1 attackers and having an extra chump blocker as well.
And OE not wanting to commit that before the combat, it looks like. Just passing, letting the Poison Dart go through. It is fleeting. It does need to be used, of course. Still no attack token being cashed in from Pinus yet. So now the Vile Feast comes through. Nothing in play that threatens the Lecturing Yordle. So
still 1 unit going unblocked. No more drain effects in hand whatsoever. Pathways to regenerate a little bit more card advantage in hand for Pinus. Another Poison Dart as well. And has a Chemist Bomb going off next turn. So still a very, very big advantage here for Pinus, I think.
Yeah, having the proper amount of cadence of early pressure into burn, lack of healing from OE. He might be kicking himself for not keeping Withering Mist in the opening hand. It might have been too slow. It's one of those cards where sometimes you get it and you're like, oh my god, this card is amazing, and sometimes you have it in hand and it's like Radiant Guardian where it's just too expensive and you don't have the time to actually play it effectively.
Yeah, it's more important to have early game units, I think, to go to match 1-for-1. But yeah, Mushrooms coming in full force. There's the Parley as well, a card that can go face if you need it to. And still, the Vagars are there, the Darkness are there, but like I mentioned, that was the last next swing you needed. Now, if the board is controlled, from OE doesn't really matter too much. The biggest thing is the lifesteal and the drain effects, and they are not currently in hand. Vagar, too far away to create any kind of actual threat on his opponent's Nexus, still at 20 HP.
I like Roadmaker Catalyzer here. If you got to do something, you got to do something. You've got a 2 damage darkness. You can clear the Lecturing Yordle so it doesn't get another Poison Dart on an open attack. It is a huge debate into your opponent maybe having a Gangplank, but you have the Mini Morph and mana for it next round.
And the biggest thing would be the darkness on the Yordle, just to stop that, at least that Poison Dart from going face next turn as well. We could just see a TF gold card after that to kill off the blocker if you expect there to be not any more units after the darkness for 2 mana as well.
Yeah, I really like Stilted here. I gotta say. Pinus thinking, do I want to keep this mana open to threaten Gangplank? Do I just want to go for Hidden Pathways here? Try to get a double up to threaten the Dark Bulb Acolyte with? Gold card does remove this, like you said. Just try to maintain this wide board for an open attack next round.
No, the option from Binance here, I think it is the correct one. Just like, what do you do now if you're OE in this state with 5 mana? There's nothing you can do to really effectively answer this current board state, considering your Nexus HP, you know, especially so. And we're seeing here the darkness being bumped up just is irrelevant. It's going to kill off one of these units anyway. Doesn't care which one, but you can't control all of these units.
Yeah, it was the fact that there was that early wide swing, forced the Yordle Explorer to get traded away, means you can't develop like really strong stat lines to defend yourself with, and just not enough drain. The Yordle Explorer comes in, but you know, you have to cut Hapless, right? The premier defensive card for the Darkness archetype. I like the experimentation. I like taking advantage of that Yordle synergy, but the extra stat point on Catalyzer here and there is just doesn't matter too much, because in Darkness you have to be able to, like, you're chump blocking everything always, and Yordle Explorer is a card that wants you to not participate in combat and slowly build up this board advantage.
And that's going to be enough to win the game with a Make It Rain on the stack if he chooses to play it out. Of course, he's at the mercy of the Vile Face of many different effects here, but if we didn't see a drain effect last turn, if we didn't see any kind of, I mean, what we're going to see is going to give a chance for there to be some kind of development here, but nothing that Obi can do with the cards in hand right now. No generation of drain effects, no cards to cycle, no pokey sticks, nothing at all. Obi knows it. The reaction is clear. He knows that he's at the mercy of a single HP to the Nexus, which this deck does so much. A single ping will seal the deal, and Ping City is famous for those. Hidden Pathways comes through first. He has now 3 different options here on how to do it. Parley comes out, and that will be GG. Pinas, once again, back-to-back, wins Seasonal, wins Fight Night EU. The Spanish in me is, of course, very proud for my fellow countryman, and he's really been getting to the next level. He's always been a top player, but in this case now really showcasing he can be maybe even the best player in Spain, which is already quite the title to have, considering how stacked you know, the lineup is for the Spanish country in Runeterra.
Yeah, especially going down to the losers bracket and then getting that rematch, resetting it. He just did the full EU special, right? And we will have an interview with Unruly Crown Champion when we get back from this break. We'll hear a little bit about Pinus' lineup, his thoughts about the new meta, if these are decks that he really thinks will be optimized for the future, or something he thought was just fun and wanted to bring. So stay tuned for that when we get right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Fight Night Legends EU. We just concluded a spectacular bracket, complete with tons of game threes. Look at all these 2-1s all over the place. And OE, the seasonal champion, took down some Fight Night winners, some other seasonal heroes to get to the grand finals, but Pinus was able to get the run back and take it after a bracket reset.
Lots of rematches. Owie versus Ultraman. We saw it in the last season. We also saw Yeshu versus Pinaz that we saw in the losers final. Another repeat, but in the end, like you mentioned, Pinaz was able to get the back-to-back. A very rare feat in Runeterra, but definitely something to be very proud of, because winning a seasonal and then bringing it back in a new meta and doing it again against a stacked lobby of players is always going to be very, very impressive. So Pinaz, we're ready to welcome you into this interview, just to ask you about what you thought. Congratulate you, first of all, of course, on the fantastic win. And right away, I want to ask, new meta, new decks. What are your initial first impressions? We know you brought Pantheon. You can go into that a bit more as well. But what are your initial thoughts on the new champions and how they fit into the meta?
Yeah, I think that the new cards are really, really nice. Also, there are several new decks. Okay, maybe some people think that, Yordles are OP, but there are 3-4 new decks, and also, as we have seen, Owi was bringing also old decks that are really, really good yet in the meta. And I'm feeling that the new expansion is gonna be good for the motivation of the LoR community that was a bit angry.
And so when it comes to the new decks that are on the scene, is Pantheon Taric your favorite one, or is that one that you personally predict is going to be strong and you wanted to get some early practice on it?
I have liked it a lot. I have been tested these days with some teammates from Spain, and we agree that we shouldn't play 5 drops. We should play all the early curve. Also, the third Taric, it's not sure that it's good, but the new mechanic is Fate. It's crazy. Then we think that this deck can be a tier 1 or can fight for this spot.
Yeah, I saw Sir Donald's tweet about Faded about this deck. So when I saw it in your lineup, I'm like, yeah, this makes sense. I think I know where he made this connection and where I imagine you guys have been testing it behind the scenes, and it definitely seems to work very well. I think there seems to be maybe some problems with, I think there's still optimization. I think some of the spells can be maybe switched around. I know there's one copy of Chain Vest, which gives you like a proactive way to activate Faded on some turns. I think the deck definitely with the Faded mechanic, if you play carding for a long time, you know kind of what keywords and what kind of synergies feel broken and you want to try and abuse them. And Faded, I think, is one of those with cards like Bite Flame, for example. It just feels very, very strong at getting value for the late game. Do you think the deck is going to still be optimized quite a bit? And if so, what changes do you think are kind of on the current cutting board, or what changes do you think might be made in the future?
Yeah, it could be great, because there are some other possibilities to build the deck, maybe without Taric, without the rallies. But I think this version is okay right now. Let's see also how the rest of the meta adapts to it, and also let's see how the OP deck that seems to be Kennen Real behaves against it. Because, for example, this Pantheon deck is not the best against Kennen Real, but let's see how it works.
Yeah, I do like that. You have a deck that has potential to get even stronger when its natural predator starts to get countered. I do like that.
Yeah.
When you brought the Ping City, did you bring that intentionally to counter Ezreal Kennen to round out your lineup, or did you bring it just as a general, well-rounded comfort deck?
Yes, I just wanted to bring one good deck against Ezreal Kennen and one bad deck, then to be able to play both matches.
Yeah, to have kind of a guarantee that you're not going to just lose a matchup because you don't have a direct counter to Ejoken. It worked out. You are, of course, the champion of this tournament. Your lineup building strategy has seemed to work out both for seasonal and for fight night. So big congrats, Spinas, on making your Spanish countrymen proud as well. Are there any shout outs you want to give to people that help you prepare for this tournament in the last few days after the expansion released?
Yes, as always, Sir Donald and Sergit Vamos are also. There are other people, Estacio and more people, but I'm happy with all the Spanish community in general. They have no problem to test with anyone that want to test.
And are there any other players that you maybe would like to have invited to Fight Night EU? Maybe somebody you'd like to have a showdown with?
Let me think. Someone that has never played.
Or someone that has played before, whoever you would like to obviously you're coming back next week because you won the tournament, so you get invited back. Would you like to have someone else, maybe from the Spanish community, brought along to also compete against you?
I think, for example, Scarzig there has been a lot of time since we have seen Scarzig here, and he's one of the best players.
Oh,
I also say Sir Donald, but he was here last time then. This time I think Sergi deserves it.
We'll try and reach out to Sergi then and see if we can make that happen. And the more players that I can root for from Spain, the more Spanish I have, the better. So I'm all for inviting, if you want, all Spanish players.
But yeah, so with that, I do want to thank you for taking the extra time after this long tournament to share your thoughts about the current metagame and your deck building process. Congratulations once again. We will see you next week, Pinus.
Thank you very much.
And that will be it from us today. It has been a longer day, but it's a day where, like we mentioned before, new champions, new play patterns, new things coming up, and players have to take the time to think through everything a little bit more. It's not as automatic as just playing you know, the same plunder mirror again and again and again. As you saw, some very fast matchups when that was the case. But in this case, a lot more to process, and I think that's going to quicken up with time, but still the next few weeks, especially next week as well, will still be a process where there will be a very new meta, a lot of different new decks, and players will have to adapt and try and overcome the obstacles in their way, as the players in the American final will have to do as well, because we have yet another tournament coming up in about an hour and a half, I'd say, midnight time, European time, and Scarzig.
That's 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for those of you who are on the East Coast, and on the West Coast, it's going to be 3 p.m. Pacific Time. So, yeah, just a short wait until we get into Fight Night NA, and we'll see what these players bring. We know that NA, we have a lot of Lee Sin players over there, and so they're probably on the Kennen Ezreal as well. Hopefully, some Rumble Scion had some early excitement out of the play testing.
I'm not happy to admit it, but in the past 6 or so months, America has been a little bit spicier than EU in terms of the deck list brought to Fight Night. So I'm very much looking forward to what the deck list might look like for that tournament. It's going to start in a few hours to see if there will be more innovation with champions like Ari and Rumble, and just overall to see what, always this tournament 2 days after the expansion release is always very, very exciting. So very much looking forward to it. That will be it from us here today, though. Hope you guys enjoyed the tournament. Hope you guys enjoyed the new decks and the win from Pinas for any Spanish viewers out there. And we'll see you guys next week.
Have a good one.